This is Josiah Plays Disco Elysium. Alright, we're back in it. We're over here in the area over by the church with this boardwalk and such. Just exploring. We're on day 3. Unfortunately, we are quickly running out of time on day 3. We discovered this other body over here. And dead body on the boardwalk. Call the station about the dead body. Help them set up a nightclub in the church. Find a tape. They said something about in the tree. Back over in the main area. I'm not sure where the tree... Oh, there's the tree right there. That's probably the tree in question. Oh, wait. The tree? Like the body hanging from the tree? Hmm. It said the tree. The corpse tree. We're looking for other things that we have not yet interacted with and or people that we have not yet spoken with. So here we have someone. Person and their child, and we have a big felled electrical sign. So let's quick save it up. Let's see what we have here.
And Mikhail, notice the windows, especially with how there are no windows on the south side. This was to deal with.
Grant Heidelstamm. A blond man stands next to his son, pointing to the weather-worn ruins. He sees you approaching and smiles. If I saw this guy approaching, I'm not sure if smiling is what I would do.
You, officers, come to investigate the historic subtext of West Martinez. I'm Trant Heidelstamm. You must be Kim Kitsuragi, right? I was just telling my son about this building. Not a lot of people realize the historic significance here. Very rich in hypertext.
Turns to the lieutenant. How does he know who Kim is?
Nice to meet you.
The lieutenant nods. Hold on. Hypertext?
Yes, hypertext. Jan Karp and the collection of cultural hyperlinks.
He says, as if it's self-evident. Nice! Hashtag making shit up. He's just making up fancy words. This doesn't mean anything. Oh, what was that about the windows before?
Oh, yes. So, Mikhail, they had to deal with monitor glare, especially in the summer. They still had vector monitors back then. That was 49 years ago, so they didn't have windows on the south wall.
You and Kim know each other?
No, I can't say that we've met before, but I've heard of Kim, of course. Mikhail, say hi to the officers.
He rests his hand on the boy's shoulder. The child stays hidden behind the hem of his father's coat, clutching to his worm-themed coloring book. I'm not going to be able to do this guy's voice.
Mikhail's a little tired today. We spent all night trying to run Orbis on his radio computer. Have you heard of it? It's a programming language used in Grad. Quite tricky, but he wanted to play this Grad-made adventure program. We've been getting really into worms lately.
Have we?
But I assume you're not here for giant worms, when there are so many real things to see. Just as I was telling Mikhail before, this is where the Coalition landed in '08. We could be standing on what is the most interesting landmark in Revachol West.
He points to the building again. This man is your half-brother. You feel it. But why? Alright, back to the bumming money off people thing. You look like someone who has money. You have any money? I do have some money, yes, but that's not what's really important here. He brushes it off like it's not a thing at all. Could I have some of that unimportant money then? Oh, no. I don't have it on me, officer. I was talking in more general terms. He looks uncomfortable, his left hand squeezing his son's shoulder. I'm just spending time with my kid here, showing him around the lesser-known parts of our hometown. It wouldn't be wise to carry huge amounts of cash on such expeditions. Not that he would have to worry about being robbed. He looks surprisingly buff. Does he work out? By the way, do you work out? I do some low man-thang stick fighting now and then. Wait, what's low man-thang stick fighting? It's an anthropological heritage of the Lomantang people, a martial art of sorts. But what not a lot of books mention is that it also carries a cultural significance among the Lomantangs, as it used to be the best means of showing off to look for a bride, which, interestingly enough, brings us to the socio-economic structure of the traditional rural tribes of the Lomantang Isles, which... He goes on to give you a detailed overview of their way of life, the amiable, slightly nervous smile not once leaving his face. But anyway, he says after a while, I am boring you with details again. You were saying? I don't really remember what I was saying. Then I guess everything got said, right? He squints his eyes in the sun. What's so fascinating about an empty old building? Aha, but it's not just any empty old building. He raises his hand to his eyes, springtime sun warming his handsome face. All four of you turn to admire the mural before you. What not a lot of people know is, this used to be the R&D department of Feld Electrical. And Feld, which now sells ink cartridges mostly, was once a top dog in the turn-of-the-century cybernetics boom. Hold on, what's R&D? Wait, what's an R&D department? Apologies, it's an acronym for research and development. They don't use it anymore. He smiles brightly, laugh lines around his eyes. You're probably more familiar with RTD, Research and Technical Development. Let's look at the building. It looks old and weathered, with seagulls picking apart its stone and metal carcass. Bushy undergrowth has taken hold of the collapsed rooftop. Some kind of bird has set up a nest on a broken windowsill. I don't think I've ever heard of this Feld Electrical. That's not surprising. Only a vestigial ink cartridge and ferrotape manufacturer remains. He adjusts his suit jacket. They started out as a midway electronics outfit in Königstein 2 centuries ago. After an aggressive move to Revachol, Feld became a global player in the emerging personal electronics market of the pre-revolutionary era. Still, Tricentennial was beating them in business machines. He gestures toward the building. But Feld had an ace up their sleeve. Or should I say, they were developing an ace up their sleeve? He grins. I'm mixing my metaphors here. What was that ace? It was here in Martinez, possibly in this very building, that they developed prototypes for a... He pauses for effect. Tape computer. A tape computer? Mm-hmm. An elegant folding mechanism of rollers and ferrotape ribbons, portable enough to be a take-it-home solution. Revolutionizing business machines, possibly even bringing them to the average consumer. which is a feat of engineering. Even today's giants, Reem, ICM, and Zam, haven't achieved yet. He grins, admiring the sentence he just produced. What happened? Indeed, what?
The revolution?
The boy wipes his nose on his sleeve. He nods. Unfortunately, their moonshot project never made it to the market. Feld's move to Revachol backfired. The revolutionary government liquefied their assets and expropriated those very advanced prototypes. Possibly from this very building, or one of the adjacent ruins. He pauses, pointing to the other building, then continues. All of this was built by Feld, even the boardwalk. Wild Pines built Martinez proper as a resort for their middle management. Feld built this side of town for R&D. You're saying that Feld Electrical built this boardwalk? Yes, they even built the pleasure wheel, but that got destroyed in the war. A pleasure wheel? The lieutenant looks wistfully at the horizon as if picturing gondolas rising to the sky. Perhaps reminded of a childhood memory? It's clear he would prefer there were a big wheel lighting up the coast. Yes, to lure in their star engineers. This part of Martinez was nothing but reeds before Feld arrived. They had to make the prospect of living here attractive. It was supposed to become a global center for innovation in cybernetics, but history had other plans. What happened to the engineers? The company people? Oh, I'm afraid it didn't end well for the boys. He smiles again, as if he's somehow personally responsible for this bleak turn of events. But this story is a bit too dark for little Mikhail here. Now, if you were to ask about tape computers... Well, how did those tape computers work? Did they work like radio computers? Actually, no one knows. No one even knows what the computer made entirely of tape would look like. But word has it they were very elegant, exquisite, alien-looking, turn-of-the-century hardware. He raises his finger, remembering something. 10 years ago, I did a little freelancing, I guess you could say. I was a special consultant for an exhibition at the Wumpty Dumpty Dom Center in Vridfort, Orange. It raised the same questions, and we had lengthy discussions with Paul Ackerman, who was head curator at the time. This was before the twins, Keith and Guy Just joined the team, trying to... He did it. He said Wumpty Dumpty Dom Center like it's the most natural thing in the world. This is all ninsy-pinsy garbage for sissy people. Okay, the Wumpty Dumpty Dom Center. Paul Ackerman, Keith and Guy Just, what are you talking about? The Wumpty Dumpty Dom Center for Contemporary Arts. There it is again, those words. The exhibition itself drew on Lagerman's notion of memory, and so there were some parallels. That's why the head curator, Paul Ackerman, chose to... Ha! Here we go. You're making this up. Turn to the lieutenant. Kim, is she making this up? Oh, we got a thought. Wumpty Dumpty Dom Center. In fact, I'm not. The Wumpty Dumpty Dom Center, he says casually, is a place you can visit if you're ever in Vridfort, and they're ever in the market for an exhibition space / contemporary art research center. He clears his throat. But perhaps I should return to the tape computers. As I was saying, the device itself was very elegant, fragile even. One could write directly on the tape using a special chemical solution. The machine would then analyze the handwriting, perform operations, and project output onto a white screen. It was a beautiful, delicate thing. I've seen cooler things than that. I certainly haven't. He shakes his head. Though I understand the socio-economic causes of the revolution, it pains me to imagine the revolutionary setting fire to this precious device. But so they did. A failed playback experiment vanished into the fires of '07. Wait, the failed playback experiment? Yes, the official name of the prototype. Some sources report it as the failed playback experience, but those are incorrect. Why'd the revolutionaries destroy it? Who knows? Maybe it was an accident, or maybe they didn't want the technology to end up in the wrong hands. Either way, they're all gone now, all 3 versions of the prototype. Nothing but debris and ashes remains inside that building. He takes a step back. The boardwalk creaks mournfully in the wind. Two seagulls circle in the sky. You look up and think, really? Or was there a 4th prototype that remains hidden in the mausoleums below Coal City? What did the revolutionaries do with those advanced tape computers? They used them for military communications, he says, while his son looks up, idly chewing on the corner of his worm-themed coloring book. But also to write and send out press releases, the most notorious example being Le Décret de Mars. What was that? What's the March Decree? I mean the radio transmission sent out to news agencies and world governments by the newly created Commune of Revachol on the 7th of March in the year '02. It's a beautiful piece of text, actually. A singer-songwriter I know, Charette, called it a love poem to Revachol on her political concept album Bon Basser de Winselinde. You should read it. Every local library in Revachol stocks a copy of the decree. I tried to get Mikhail to memorize it. He looks at his son, who starts giggling, his face hidden behind the book. Oh well, tried to. Someone was much too interested in worms to be paying any attention. The kid takes a peek at the green and silver worm on the cover of the book, already forgetting about this part of the discussion. I wanted to ask something else. But of course, what else? He smiles and ruffles his kid's head. Never mind. Alright, great. Thanks for all the interesting information. No, thanks to you for having me and little Mikhail here to pick your brain. A very interesting conversation indeed. It wasn't much of a conversation, it was pretty much just him monologuing at me. Basically, this guy was giving me a TED Talk, and I was just sitting there listening. I don't think my character contributed a single idea to the conversation. We do have a new thought, though. The Wompty Dompty Dom Center, you temporarily get a -1 suggestion for being an outsider. It's Wednesday evening, and something heinously exciting is underway. People have gathered beneath the billowing roof of an oddly shaped trophy building, sipping wine and exchanging opinions. 29-year-old Wonder Twins, Guy and Keith Eustace, are the stars of the show, with their bomber jackets and white sneakers, head curators of this art exhibition. It's the Wompty Dom de Dommiest event of the year, and all the cool kids have RSVP'd. Where are you, if you're not there? Well, this doesn't sound like something that fits the character concept I'm going for on this playthrough, so I don't think I'm going to remove one of my current thoughts in order to internalize this. So we're going to leave this one alone and save it for a future playthrough.
Good evening.
But we will take a look at this big mural on the wall here. You see a once bright mural towering above you. The signage has peeled off over the years, but you can still make out Feld Electrical R&D. What's up, Tim? How you doing, buddy? We have tried to implement communism around the land, across the land. Yeah, we've been spreading the word of communism pretty heavily. The slogan used to intertwine with the loops a long time ago. Now only a shadow of peeled letters remains. It says, "Tomorrow is just a whisper away." Tomorrow is just a whisper away? Looks like tomorrow never came. He raises the collar of his bomber jacket. Turn away. So probably more could have happened there if my character was intelligent and had some different skills, but as it is, I didn't really get anything out of it with this dummy. Yeah, I've communismed the shit out some shit. I've promoted my communist ideals 29 times. Hey, who are these people? On the outside, the ruins. But what are ruins, Mikhail? Tritus of lost epochs. I don't know about lost epochs. I mean, I'm pretty sure we're in the same epoch that this was built in. Let's not just start throwing words like epoch around for some shit that happened like 50 years ago. Driving your tanky all over the world? What? Running out of time on day 3. What I'm concerned about is I don't want any of the people that I can talk to on day 3 in this new area to disappear on day 4. They probably won't, but they could. That does happen in this game. What is this? A sketch. Oh, we looked at these bullet holes already. That's right. I've only got an 8% chance to figure out what's going on with these bullet holes. Do I literally have anything that could improve that chance? I could put these glasses on. I think those glasses are the only visual calculus thing I have. I could smoke a cigarette. Oh, I'm out of cigarettes. Shit. I got no more cigarettes. I gotta go buy some. Well, let's just try it. 17% chance. Tanky is internet slang for a fan of communism who basically thinks Stalin was one of the greatest world leaders of all time. I don't know that I've ever met such a person. That sounds like not a real thing. Alright, unsurprisingly, I failed. Again. All I can say is, I'm dumb. I lost some morale behind that shit, too. Alright, I can't figure out the bullet holes. I feel like there was like a firing squad here or something. This is where they like lined the Feld electrical people up. The revolutionaries lined them up and shot them all here is what I'm guessing. But I don't have any verification of that because my character's too dumb. Nikki and Dan are both tankies. Really? That's very interesting. Nikki feels like Stalin was one of the greatest world leaders of all time, huh? How did she come to this conclusion? They're gone for hours? Wow. Yeah, I can't say that's a conversation I've ever had with anybody exactly. Alright, so we've got a couple of randos doing some kind of dodgy shit over here on the coast. Hello, randos. They took a look beyond all the US propaganda and at the real history. Yeah, I'm afraid I'm not privy to that real history. Maybe if I was, I'd be a tanky too, who knows? The problem I have is that it's so hard to know where to go to get your real history. Because there's so many sources all purporting to have the real history, how do you know who's right?
Here we go. Nice and easy. No
Oh,
way out, little guys. Not out of this jam.
We found Lena's husband, finally. He's apparently alive and well. I thought this guy was dead. There's a cylinder on the ground in which the man is arranging some netting. It looks like some kind of trap. It's a trap. He notices you.
Who's there? Oh, the police. Hello, officer.
Is that the police? Why's the police here?
Alright, apparently Gary the crypto-fascist has picked up a tin can and is yelling into it in our direction.
Don't worry, Gary. I'll handle it.
You must be Morel, a cryptozoologist.
To what do I owe the pleasure?
Lena sent me. She's been really worried about you, waiting for you to get back.
Ah, of course. Thank you for passing along the message. That damned waterlock is broken, and we can't go all the way around the 881.
Just got 70 XP and leveled up for finding this dude. That was easy. Well, the waterlock's been fixed. It was fine when I crossed it.
Oh, good. We should really be getting back. Gaddy could use a hot shower and a warm bed.
Did he say we can go back now?
What? Is this guy a robot? What is he doing? Why does his voice sound like that? And why is he a crypto-fascist, and what does that even mean? We're gonna find out.
Yes, Gaddy, we can go soon. If you see Lena, tell her I won't be long.
Turns to you.
Sir, your wife is waiting for you.
I just have to do one more round. See if the phasmid has taken the bait. Then we're going.
He refastens a bit of netting that has come loose in the wind. For all his passion, this man is diligent and patient. You could learn things from him. Helena seemed pretty eager for you to return. And I'm eager to return to her, I assure you. But I can't leave before we finish with these traps. He looks south, where Lena would be. My wife understands that just as well as anyone.
Come on, Morel! We've been soaking out here for days! It's time to go back!
And leave the traps? Absolutely not, he yells in response. I won't let Lena down.
Come on! She wants us back! I'm soaked her to my nuts over here! We'll both catch reed crabs if we don't dry out soon!
I didn't know the phasmid was so important to Lena. Of course it's important to her. She's seen it. A verified sighting on record. One of only 4 this century, and it's hers. Really? She sighted the phasmid? Didn't tell me that. Yes, that's how we first came to know one another, in fact. But that's her story to tell, not mine. He coughs, then continues. Needless to say, you must ask her about the mysterious phasmidoid. Not making up words right now. It was funny, in the conversation I was just having right before this, Tim, I literally got to tell a dude he was making shit up. Suffice to say, it's long been our dream to find proof of the Insulindian phasmid together. I can't abandon course now. Another cough into his fist this time. You should just give up on this bug hunt. Give up? After we've come so far? Not a chance. He's dead set on this. tell me about this phasmid you're looking for. Well, first of all, it's damn difficult to find, which is why we've been knee-deep in the reeds laying traps for it. What makes it so difficult to find? Good question. Being a phasmid of the order Phantasmodia, a ghost insect, it disguises itself as plant matter, in this case the reeds. He looks around. Awful lot of reeds around, aren't there? And I suspect it may also have developed other specialized techniques to protect itself from predators, or scientists in our present case. How big is this phasmid? I'm expecting it to be quite giant. One known species of phasmid, called the Megaphasmodia zuensis, is about the size of a grown man's forearm. So, he leaves the conclusion up to you. Never leave the conclusion up to me. Seems puny, to be honest. Why are you so interested in this stick bug? Doesn't seem to be as colorful as some of the other cryptids I heard about. He flashes you a sideways smile. Typical rookie assumption. Insects are much more sophisticated creatures than those unversed in zoology give them credit for. Kim no longer being bejig when you try to talk about phasmids? Yeah, I sort of brought him around. Even simply catching a glimpse of the Insulindian phasmid would be the apex of any cryptozoologist's career. Why don't you get a real job? I'm just saying. If you want to be a scientist, that's cool. There's a whole lot of branches of science that are actually useful. Cryptozoologist. But to study it and its defenses, find out how it stayed hidden so long. He shakes his head. Hey, what's up, son? Good to see you. How you doing? Would be glory itself! Well, what sorts of specialized techniques is the phasmid using to hide itself? It's my hypothesis that it has evolved certain electrochemical defenses that allow it to interfere with animal perception, impeding pattern recognition, confusing the visual cortex. It sounds like he's making all this up. Much improved? Hey, glad to hear that, son. But I cannot describe how these defenses work, much less how they evolved, without studying a live specimen. Yes, it makes perfect sense. You're beginning to suspect there's something paranatural about this phasmid. What have you discovered about it so far? Very little, I'm sorry to say. No one's ever captured a specimen, so all our information is based on first and third-hand accounts. But no one's ever found one? Not yet. He holds up an index finger. That's what makes it a cryptid. The lieutenant interjects. Just out of curiosity, if there's no proof of its existence, how do you know it's real? I know it's real, the cryptozoologist says, brusquely enough that even he seems taken aback by it. By which I mean, he says, gathering himself, I've heard enough first-hand accounts to believe quite firmly that the Insulindian phasmid is more than mere superstition. Look, bud, there's a lot of first-hand accounts of kids seeing Santa Claus. I'm just saying. Lena said there's been a sighting of it here in Martinez. Yes, the most recent sighting was by a couple of teenagers along the coast here. That's what brought us to Martinez specifically. You're trying to learn to paint with your right hand and it's an exercise in frustration? Do you normally paint with your left hand? Its first credible sighting in several decades. Admittedly, it's an unusual location for this species, but with all the sewage runoff upstream, it probably doesn't matter much anymore. Well, if you're a lefty, why are you trying to paint with your right hand? Maybe the Insulindian phasmid has died out? The cryptozoologist shakes his head vigorously. I have to resist the thought. Such an extraordinary creature is doubtlessly highly resilient. After all, it's generally thought to be capable of parthenogenesis. Making words up. Your left hand broke a bit a few months ago. Well, that sounds a bit painful. I don't know what broke a bit exactly means, but is it better now? Reproducing without a sexual partner. Right. Encyclopedia doesn't know what the fuck's going on. Got it! Got it. Parthenosis. Parthenogenesis, he corrects. Meaning, the females don't need males to reproduce. Makes it easier for a species to survive in adverse conditions. This arouses no special feelings in me. Females reproducing without males. A travesty. Crime against passion and common sense. Nature does not concern itself with ethical propositions. As a scientist, my interest is strictly dispassionate. Oh, your degenerative brain disease is affecting your hand. It's not that you, like, literally broke the bones in your hand. It's that your ability to control your hand is breaking down. Is that what you're saying? Well, that sounds bad. I guess that makes sense why you're trying to learn to use your right hand, then. How did you become a cryptozoologist? I've just always liked animals and puzzles. Searching for cryptids is a bit of both. He seems reluctant to talk about himself, but he'll open up if you prod a little. Why not just be a zoologist? Real animals are puzzling too. Real. He scoffs at the concept. I know you think one is a respectable profession while the other is superstition. Everyone does. Honestly, being a cryptozoologist trumps most of the garbage I've seen people do. A hum and a nod. My methods do not differ from other scientists. I simply draw upon a wider variety of evidence. And I have more hope that something truly surprising might happen. Your nerve endings tell you there is no such thing as a positive surprise. Life surprises are mostly miserable. Wider variety of, quote, evidence. Look, I got a question. I know that cryptozoology is a thing in real life. Has any cryptozoologist ever officially proven the existence of any fucking so-called cryptid? Ever? Because, have they? Life surprises are mostly miserable. Agreed. Yet there is always a chance, albeit small one, of a truly good surprise. One simply needs to look at the history of science. Serendipities abound. Giant squid, myth until 2004. Not sure if you're making that up or not. And does anything truly surprising ever happen to you? I've yet to catch a cryptid, but if that's what you're getting at, but I have come close. So, you never discovered a cryptid? No, very few cryptids are ever discovered, and not for a lack of trying. To stay hidden is a cryptid's primary quality. It's even in the name, cryptid. So how many cryptids have been found? Of the list of cryptids kept by the Cryptozoological Society of Chenmei, which is 4,082 items long, about 2,000 have been confirmed as hoaxes. 2 are categorized as confirmed discoveries. The rest are in differing stages of discovery, refutation, and data collection. Only 2 have proven to be real? Yes, the Chautauquan forest pygmy, who turned out to be an extinct species of primate, and a cave salamander from Yugogrod, who is honestly quite remarkable. It's in a zoo somewhere. We cryptozoologists are brutally honest with ourselves, more so even than the public. Most cryptids are hoaxes, or they are never found. That does not mean we should stop searching. When you were a kid and learned about whales, you learned some of them probably lived off of giant squids. Though nobody had seen one of those, you could deduce their existence from scars on the whales. Really? That's interesting. Well, then the Insulindian phasmid will be the third. Indeed. He does not smile, just looks you in the eye. It's a forceful gaze. If our expedition is successful, every paper in the world will report on it. From Revachol to Dushantu, it will be a zoological miracle. Hair on your arm stands up. Electricity. Sounds like reeds hissing. Well, what kind of evidence do you use? Everything from forgotten regional lore to newspaper accounts like the one that brought us here to look for the phasmid. I keep a very open mind. So you're living your childhood dream out here? His eyes narrow. It's not child's play just because I have to traipse through the mud every so often. Alright, thanks for explaining that. Now about something else. Yes? Tell me more about these traps. Well, he points at the cage of mesh and wiring on the ground. They may not look impressive, but Lena designed them quite cleverly, so I'm sure they'll do the trick. Lena designed the traps? Yes, he says with some pride. How do the traps work? Simple. Attracted by the locusts, the phasmid crawls down the funnel, and, having eaten its fill, can't get back out. At least that's the intention. The net isn't a perfect solution, but we didn't want to use anything that might damage the specimen's delicate exoskeleton. What are you using as bait? Locusts. He gestures toward the trap. Nearly all known phasmids are herbivores, of course, but we've hypothesized that the Insulindian phasmid might occasionally prey on other insects. Inside the traps, a number of locusts growl and tumble over one another in a tiny, chittering swarm. Well, what do you do if these traps don't work? They'll work, I assure you. The predatory hypothesis, using locusts as bait, accounts for the failure of previous efforts by other teams, which use plants. We have given this some thought. Alright, let me ask you about something else. Yes, what? Well, let's talk about specific cryptids. He eyes you skeptically. Alright, what cryptids precisely? I usually discuss these things with specialists, so I don't know what... You need to ask him about specific cryptids. Cryptids you've heard about from Lena or his friend Gary. He won't just talk. Just tell me about a cool cryptid. Any cryptid. No offense, officer, but I'm not much of a pedagogue. That's good. Glad to know my kids would be safe around you. I don't know what I would have done if Lena hadn't persuaded me to go back to field research. You should ask her if you want interesting stories. Me? I'm not a people's person, unless you haven't noticed. And I don't make a good lecturer. My strength lies in field work and persistence. He brushes an errant strand of hair from his eye. Well, which cryptid did you almost catch? You said before you almost caught one. A willow person. It's a long story. One non-specialist would find rather dull. What are willow people? Well, they're not people, really. Some argue that they're not even animals, as they seem to have evolved directly from trees. He says it in a self-explanatory, everyday manner. They're very, very thin, almost flat, in fact, and can camouflage themselves easily, wrapping themselves around trees and blending in with the tree bark. In that way, they're not too dissimilar from the phasmid we're looking for here. Wait, so I may have seen these willow people without knowing it? You probably have. How did you almost catch a willow person? Gary and I painted an entire grove's worth of trees in slow-drying paint. It was a bright lavender color. I was hoping one of the willow people would get paint on it and not be able to camouflage itself. After waiting and hiding for hours, I saw a figure slip from one of the trees, a lavender shadow dashing through the grove. And then I chased it with a net. Not very elegant, but you can't be elegant in the field. And, well, it was faster than me. A lavender shadow. He smirks. I know you think we were snacking on funny mushrooms. It's easier to mock someone than to admit that the world might be more interesting than you've imagined. Furthermore, he raises his finger, I'm not saying it was a confirmed sighting. I am painfully aware of what goes into verifying such things. There is a serious possibility that I saw a squirrel or a trick of the light. I am my own harshest critic. And Lena's sighting of the phasmid, is that confirmed? He replies quickly. It's 100% verified and meets all the standards of an authentic cryptic sighting. Who makes these standards? Is it your fellow made-up scientists? I know the biggest cryptid, the giant of Coco Nur. That's impressive, I guess. He does not seem that impressed. But have you seen it with your own eyes? Yes. Remarkable. When? I was lying. I haven't actually seen it. I just wanted to impress you. That's what I thought. You haven't actually seen it. In fact, I can't imagine how you could either. The Samaskilt Desert region has been embroiled in a civil war for the last 8 years. I fear this mindless barbarism may have wiped out the elusive creature entirely. Sightings of towering luminosities have grown rare recently. Well, they once used to be constant. I know about Cryobacter catlensis. Oh, everyone knows about that one, thanks to Professor Mijanu being the talk of the town for a time. He coughs in his fist. A bit of jealousy there. He'd want that glory, truth be told, even if he'd have to inject himself with bacteria to get it. Although, probably because his life ended as a result of his work in Katla, no one remembers his contributions to the search for the Nong-Ok. The Nong-Ok? A flightless cursor owl found in the Seminine Isles. Its long legs permit the Nong-Ok to run faster than any other avian. Perhaps any other animal, who knows? That sounds ridiculous. When it's not hunting its prey in this manner, the auk hangs from tree branches like a bat, waiting to dive on hapless prey below, on the jungle floor. Mijnu liked extreme animals, you see. One of the few figures of the academic establishment I respect. Really a shame she disappeared. When did she disappear? Thing about there was a fish discovered that was thought extinct some years ago. Oh, decades ago, in the 30s. I didn't know her personally, of course. A chasm of academic pretension still stood before us, even though she had unusual courage for someone from the other side. Don't know if anyone had supposed it was alive. But potentially a cryptid?
I know about the most dangerous cryptid. The gnome of Garoma.
Formerly the most dangerous, yes. But do you know the most dangerous living cryptid?
Living? No.
The most dangerous cryptid is a carnivorous ruminant, known colloquially as the Dread Moose. Okay, now you're just fucking with me, dude. Nox would like this. Nox would like the Dread Moose.
Get out of here!
No, I will not get out of anywhere. He lashes immediately. The Dread Moose is a widely reported cryptid from Arda. It subsists entirely on flesh, and has even been known to dig up fresh graves in search of sustenance.
Hold on, does it also attack people?
Human remains have been found deep in the forest, torn apart, then trampled into the mulch by large hooves. Infer from that what you will.
Okay, what does the Dread Moose look like?
Just like an ordinary Arden moose.
And how can you tell if it's ordinary or the dread kind?
You can't. That's what makes it so dreadful and hard to identify. There's something called the Moose Archives, Dread Central. It seems to be about John Travolta, though. Okay. John Travolta is the Dread Moose.
I am 100% behind the Dread Moose. I utterly believe it exists.
Of course you do. I gain experience for that. The bodies found in the forest are just one piece of physical evidence. There's more. Sightings in Vasa reaching back 4 centuries. But, of course, nothing satiates the skepticism of a detective. He finishes the sentence for him, then his tone turns surprisingly mild. Pardon me, I did not wish to seek conflict. It's simply my training to question things. Where is it, son?
Understood, Lieutenant.
The man tips his hat slightly and then looks to you. It's in Sweden? Cool.
Enough tales, then. Let's change the subject.
By all means. He coughs and wipes his mouth.
What if we check the traps for you?
This is gonna go disastrously wrong. He looks at you with obvious surprise. I didn't expect you to take such an interest in our work here, officer. Chaos is my method. I am its scion.
I'm all in with this cryptid shit. I'm hooked.
Caught the bug, I see. He cracks an unwieldy smile. It's easier to get caught up in the search than you'd imagine.
Where are these traps?
They're literally right here.
There are 4 in total.
One is to the south, on this little peninsula, by the boathouses there. He points south. It's very near. Another we set in Land's End to the northeast. It's behind a small sand dune there, on your way to the old radio tower, after the church. The third is set near the canal where you crossed, by a concrete slab, a big thicket of reeds going up the slope, and among them, he gestures to the trap in front of him. We should check at least one of those before returning to this one, since I just set it. This one's more of a technicality, but still, better safe and stupid than sorry.
What do I do if there's a phasmid in one of the traps?
Bring it to me at once. Just make sure the trap is closed tight. What if I encountered a phasmid in the wild? That's highly unlikely, officer, but in the event you do, he takes out a small white spray can. I'll spray you with a pheromone mixture I developed. Oh, great. Did you hear that? Pheromones! You were right about the teenagers. So it really was the phasmid that made the teenagers make out. Oh, I doubt there's any connection there. Anyway, these pheromones will attract the insect to you, or at least prevent it from bolting at the sight of you. It's quite potent. Should last you about a week. Oh yeah, now you smell like shit. Yeah, we're gonna get some crazy phasmid pheromones sprayed on us. That's probably gonna have interesting consequences. Lay it on me, thick. He douses you with the odd-smelling spray, a double helping as you present your other armpit, and then gives you a satisfied nod. This is the smell of dying reeds, of longing crumbling into the water. The lieutenant wrinkles his nose. I hope you're not buying these. He dispenses it without letting you touch the canister, so it would be precious, like holy water. It is precious. A single dose cost me 50 real to develop. Not that I expect you to understand self-financing one's own research. He looks at the lieutenant with disdain, then puts the spray back in his pocket. I'm ready. Let's get to it. Right. Which means you two can pack up and go back to the whirling. Whatever he thinks about this detour, it's clear that these men are exhausted and in need of assistance.
Finally, someone's talking sense.
Thank you for your help. Gary and I will start breaking down camp. If you have any more questions, now's the time to ask. But be gone once you get to it. I'll get going. Check the traps for Morel the cryptozoologist so he and his friend Gary can get some rest. There are 4 traps in total. After checking them all, return to Morel with the news. And apparently we've successfully found Morel. We can go back and talk to Lena about that. Alright, well I don't give a shit about inspecting these traps anytime soon. I have 1 skill point, but I'm going to hold on to it in case I want to do anything with my thought cabinet.
We'll be on our way soon. Thank you again for lending a hand.
Let's talk to this jackhole.
Hello, I'm Gary. Very generous of you to help us out, officer. Yellow man. I mean, officer.
What? Fuck did he just say? He turns toward Kim. The lieutenant raises his eyebrows slightly and takes out his notebook. We found another racist. Yellow man. Feels significant somehow, him saying that. You should ask him about it later.
I'm just waiting for my friend Morel to finish up with his insect traps so we can return to civilization.
Who quickly changes the subject. Yeah, I'm more of a city boy too.
I like nature, just not this bloody coast. It's mostly drunks and degenerates that come here.
Drunks and degenerates, that's my crew.
Dark times will do that to good men.
He nods gravely, then shifts his gaze to the pile of soggy logs at his feet. Is this your mug? And show him the Yellow Man mug. Maybe this is the guy that put the clothes in the trash. The clothes of the dead body. Mug? Why would you think that? Well, you said Yellow Man. That's not something many people go around saying. Really? I hear it all the time. All in jest, of course. No offense meant to anyone. Still seems suspicious. I mentioned the mug was found at the scene of a lynching. Okay, I admit it. I threw the mug away in the trash container behind the hostel. I know I shouldn't have, and I'm very sorry, officer. He pauses. You're not going to find me, are you? I am. For 250 real, the maximum. Oh God, 250? How am I going to pay that? He looks at the slip of yellow copy paper, then gets a hold of himself. Okay, I'll work harder. I'll pay it off, I promise. It's, in a way, admirable how quickly he composes himself after such a blow. This man digs authority, even when it's bullying him. And I'll never do it again. I don't know what got into me, really. Work has been stressful lately. Damn Kojko's price dumping us out of competition. What did you do, Gary? No offense, you're just a racial epithet. No offense, though. Of course, no offense. Nothing, just answering some questions, helping out the law. Here we go, start pumping that sweet info. Gary, how'd you get into trash container? I know a guy who works with trash collection services, CS Municipal. He gave me a master key for the trash containers in Martinez. Why would you need to get into everyone's trash? So I can use the Whirling's trash compactor to store my own stuff, he says, bowing shamefully like a fallen knight. Garbage disposal's expensive as hell. The damn Himmians run it like a mob. I'm sorry, okay? I thought I could cut costs. I shouldn't have. I shouldn't have disgraced myself. Disgraced? The lieutenant raises his eyebrows and looks up. No need for the histrionics, sir. It was, after all, just a trash container. Gary, did you put the clothes of a murder victim, the man who was hanged behind a whirling in rags, into that trash container? Officer, please. He raises both hands. Let me explain. It's not like that. Do. I was only cleaning up. I lived right across the yard from where he was hanged, and I saw him stripped naked. All the clothes lying around in the yard, smelling. People or animals, you know. Okay, and what happened? Then I came out to clean up the rags because no one else would. I put them into the Whirling's trash, along with a broken mug, admittedly. He changes his mind mid-sentence. Okay, I was coming to throw the mug away, and, well, I threw the mug there, and the clothes too. Right, it was just civic duty, the lieutenant remarks drolly. Exactly, that's exactly what it was, civic duty. As he shifts them comfortably, a series of clicks, like the clinking of glass beads against one another as they roll across a hardwood floor. You've heard this sound before, but where? What's that strange sound? What sound? That clinking I just heard when you moved. Really? He fans his arms out slowly, and this time his motions are soundless. He has one of the pieces of the armor, I think. There's lots of weird stuff out here in the reeds, though. Insects, trash. Could be the wind shifting some garbage nearby. Every day, the wind shifts the reeds and whatever was left in them. Tambourines and condom wrappers, plastic and glass bottles, the smell of decay. The sound you heard was not the sound of something easily abandoned. You wouldn't know anything about the victim's missing armor, would you? Shivers is emo AF. Armor? No. He changes his mind. I mean, yes, of course, I know he was wearing armor, but I don't know anything about it. Let's move on for now. Who put the clothes in the trash? Task updated. I hope I could help your investigation in my small way. He's visibly relieved it's over.
Don't be so relieved yet, Gary. This bad cop may have been in your apartment, admiring your mug collection. Perhaps a little intimidation.
17% chance is all to figure out what I already know, which is that he's got some piece of the armor. Fortunately, I'm really shitty at composure. We'll come back to that. You were surprised to see my colleague Kitsuragi. Not many cell lights here, or anywhere other than Seoul. I meant no offense, truly. What are they doing in that Seoul of theirs? Scheming? Kim would love that. You have a problem with Seoul lights? No, no problem at all. He flashes an impenetrable smile at Kim. Lieutenant's a native of Revachol. Oh, yes, of course he is. I was just speaking about his connections. He flashes another impenetrable smile. Let's change the subject, okay? You know anything about the man hanging behind the whirling in rags? I told you everything I know, sir. I'm truly sorry for the mug, but I have nothing to do with that. He shifts uncomfortably in his clothes. So, Gary, you live nearby, in an apartment in Martinez? Pointing its direction. I've been in this guy's place. Sure do, officer. His eyes narrow slightly. He's wondering where this is going. And you're a big man from Yelmdall, fan. The color drains from his face. How? I saw the poster in your apartment. You know, I'm a Yelmdaller Man fan myself. But why were you in my apartment, officer? Mr. Everett Clare asked me to get your door open. I figured I'd take a look around while I was at it. So you work for Everett Clare? He realizes what's going on and changes his tone. Officer, please tell him we're good. No, tell him I'll make it up to him. This guy's good for it. Yelmdaller Man. What have I done? He'll send the muscle after me. The man looks around, whispering. He makes sure no one hears you talk. Try not to shit yourself, Gary. It's just an open door. What could it be about? He frets to himself, not taking your advice. I probably talked too loud, in the whirling, about some theories I had. Whatever it is, I'm done with it. He looks around nervously. I won't do it again. If there's anything I could do to assist you, or the Union, just ask, okay? I'll try to help if I can.
This scared him proper. He's positively melting from fear. Has to prop himself up with a lot of anger to keep it together.
The weather vane has turned, the lieutenant remarks with a smirk. He cannot be unturned. He clearly liked his squirming. He may even have changed his mind about the whole door-opening operation. Cool, I scared him. That gave me a big bonus to this. Are you a cryptozoologist too? No, I help Morale with research sometimes, and I've learned some things along the way. But I don't usually go in for picnics like this on my own. Thanks for your cooperation. Alright, we're going to come back to that after we hopefully improve our chances. Analyze Gary's composure to find out if he's hiding something more. Find out what he knows! Alright, what can I do to improve my composure here? I can toss on... I can toss on these shoes. And I can do some speed. Excuse me. Hold on. Let this interrogation pause for a moment while I do some illicit drugs right in front of you. Gotta go do a little cooking. Okay, Tim. Enjoy that. Hope that works out well with delicious foods and such. Composure's up to 3 now. I should have an okay chance.
Always a pleasure to see an officer of the law. I mean, officers.
Alright, I'm up to 72% on this. That's not bad. Let's give it a go. I made it. That shirt looks very uncomfortable on him. Look at the buttons, barely keeping that thing together, as if something is ready to rip out from underneath. Massive musculature? No, he's scrawny. Try again. Something worn underneath it? Yes, like a piece of ceramic armor, for example. One that makes a clicking sound when the plates meet each other, resembling pearls or marbles. Stolen from the corpse in the yard near where he lives. I see you're a connoisseur of high-quality combat gear. He freezes, then sighs heavily. I knew you'd figure it out, officer. I'm sorry I didn't tell you at once. He unbuttons the shirt. See gleaming white ceramic shine underneath. A thin layer of interlocking plates covers his gaunt torso. I was ashamed of what I did, and I didn't want you to know. This shame is surprisingly sincere. Gary, what's going on? Later, Morel. I've got apologizing to do. No, you've got explaining to do. The lieutenant's tone is icy. Why'd you lie to me, Gary? Because I was weak, he says, staring at nothing in particular. I should have told you the moment I saw you, but... The hell, Gary? You in trouble? I'll explain later. He doesn't muster up the strength to yell. Why'd you really put those clothes in the trash? Everyone was picking those pieces off him, and I was watching them do it, and they scattered his clothes all over the yard. Everything was smelling... He looks at his feet. So I went there to take out my trash and started cleaning up. All those rags on the ground, him swinging up there, and... He swallows. I had a lapse of honor, sir. I thought, he's a foreigner. They all say he wasn't from here. Only the cuirass was left, so I stripped it off him. It was early in the morning. No one saw me. I took it with me. It was a mistake. Had I known he'd give you guys trouble, I wouldn't have... His lips start quivering. Fuck! It's okay. The lieutenant jots something down in his notebook. It was a loose end, and you're tying it up now. I'm so fucking sorry I called you Yellow Man, he says silently. How do you say something silently? So light officers commanded the suzerain's navy. Most of them sided with the king when... He shakes his head. It's difficult to say what the lieutenant thinks of this historic apology. His face does not belie emotions. Give me that armor now. Ooh, I got it. Another piece of the fancy armor. He sighs again, hangs his head, and unbuttons his shirt fully. A cuirass that matches the dead man's boots comes into view. Soon it is in your hands, smelling of his sweat. Nice. Do you know who killed the hangman? I always thought it was the Union, but I sure as hell won't go around saying that anymore. You have my word. I don't know, and I won't be running my mouth on this subject anymore. Am I popping pills? What, in real life? No. Are we done here, Gary? That task is complete. Yes, absolutely. I will never do anything like this again. He looks around, relieved of some burden, his mouth still quivering. I won't mess with Mr. Clare either, you have my word. Thanks for your cooperation. Alright, so the good news is we've solved yet another little mystery. A piece of the larger mystery. I've now achieved the Fairweather T500 cuirass. This vitreous enamel cuirass fits snugly and redistributes kinetic energy across its countless white plates. Amazingly, it fits under your coat, and it also makes pretty porcelain sounds when shaken. It would give me pain threshold, thicker skin, volition, borrowed confidence, and -1 to empathy. Mania of invulnerability. Interesting that it makes that sound when I put it on. But for now, I'm not going to wear it. Fucking Total Warhammer loading times? How bad are the loading times?
We'll be on our way soon. Thank you again for lending a hand.
Did you know Gary was hiding the armor? Hell no, I had no idea. And I'm still cross with him, to be honest. It's not like him. He's got his quirks, but dishonesty, or disloyalty, are not one of them. Thanks, the man mutters in the distance. He doesn't dare say more. He's still glad his friend stood up for him. I'll get going. Alright. Here's one of the traps. Game really needs an SSD. What's up, Sarah? How you doing? 50 hours or so. 50 hours to load? That's a long time. That's pretty much unplayable. There's a trap in the reeds at your feet. Looks like the same one you saw Morel set before. Same mesh, same wiring. Let's look around. Behind you, the ruins of a residential building rise over the reeds, shielding them from the wind. Reeds rustle confidentially. When this district was booming, the reeds were kept at bay. Nothing obscured the freshly painted facades. Nowhere for drunks and adventurous teenagers to hide. Now only the wind blows. 50 hours on an SSD. That's That seems like something they should patch. They should get that down to like 20 hours. Reach for the trap. Locusts are crawling around in the trap, confused but uneaten. You see no carnivorous reed phasmid gorging on them. Big surprise. The lieutenant grins mirthlessly. Anyway, 1 down, 3 to go. Damn, I was hoping it would be in the first one. No, you weren't. He looks at the sea, then you, laying the trap back down on the ground. Land's End, near the canal. Okay. So let's see. What else are we doing out here in this far-flung area? We're basically over here. We're basically over here, just off the map, I think. I think we are literally off the map. Because this is the Feld building, and we're kind of over here. Loading times of Warhammer are pretty good for you. Hey, Brindle. Welcome. How you doing? What's going on with you? Now there's this little house, which I'm not sure if I've been in there or not. There's a bunch of people over here. There's a couple kids. There's somebody there. There's somebody there. There's these 3. That's like 3, 4, 5, 6. It's like 7 people I can talk to over here. Finally caught up with watching my VODs. Oh, cool, cool. Pretty cool game, isn't it? So what I'm concerned about is I hope all these people are still here tomorrow, because I'm rapidly running out of time for this day. I'm going to take their money real quick. Finished it yourself a few days ago. Oh, cool. I wonder if these people will just disappear if time passes past a certain point. If they're like already here, will they just vanish? The cool thing is running around like this, what I'm doing right now, is not actually using up any time. I can do this all day long. And as long as I don't get into any dialogues, there's the other trap. Alright, well, let's start with this person over here. I'm going to take a super fast 2-minute break. Stick around, stay tuned, don't touch that dial. I will be right back in just 2 minutes. Hashtag super fast. Okay, I'm back. WH2 loading times are painful, but yeah, turn times are even worse. Oh. Warhammer. Total War Warhammer. I've only played the first one. You ran The Witcher 2 off a RAM drive, but loading times weren't drastically shorter. Or Total War 2, some kind of game 2, TW. Truncated Wallaby 2. Pin Wrangler 2. Alright, I need to do ice time real quick. You know what time it is. Ice time. Ice time. Ice time. Ice time. Ice time. Ice time. It is time for ice. Ice time. Ice time. Ice time. Ice time. Ice time. It is time for ice. Alright. I got some ice. See what we're doing here.
Aye, officer.
Apparently it's Lillian the Net Picker. A woman in a raincoat stands on the quay, considering an overturned boat. A sword in a scabbard hangs from her hip.
Anything I can help you with?
Well, that depends. Where are we exactly?
A fishing village on the seashore. This place doesn't really have a name. It's sometimes called Elisable.
She looks around. Why?
The sign on the street leading here is illegible. Has been since they built this place.
The wind rattles her earrings. Those do look very rattly earrings. Does she collect seashells on the seashore? I'll bet she does. I have questions. The first is, what's your name?
The name is Lillian. People call me Netpicker. I think I have time for questions, and that was actually the second one.
She gestures toward the fishnets. 20 seconds is not very long for a loading screen, in my opinion. I've played so many games with loading times so much longer than 20 seconds. I would love me some 20 seconds. Ask her about the cool sword. Helps to break the ice. Nice sword. Does it come with a story? Unfortunately, the factory sold this one with a 3-year warranty instead of a story. She smiles at her own joke. It's to intimidate folks mostly. Hold on, you know how to use it? Not really. She glances at the blade. I know some basic moves, and I know it sure as hell beats a knife when you're in a tough spot. Isn't that what guns are for? Guns are expensive and fragile, I think. She shrugs. Besides, I got kids. Can't have guns around them, and sometimes a sharp blade is enough to keep folks at bay. Why do you need intimidation tactics? From time to time, people need a lesson in respect. That's just the way it is. Back in the day, I caught the eyes of many men, and believe me, she adds, tittering, men need a lesson in manners from time to time. So, why don't more women arm themselves if it's so effective? What makes you think we haven't? She smiles. Heh, the truth is that almost everyone in this life is scarred and tired and stupid, and too dull for that. That goes for men too, but they put on an act for us. Pretend like everything's good and living in shit doesn't bother them. Like anyone falls for that. That does not go for real men. It does not go for you. Show her. Show her the wonder. Oh my god, the expression. Here we go. This is going to go over well. Behold! Point to the expression on your face. Her eyes meet yours and suddenly she starts laughing. It's hoarse, as if she hasn't laughed in a while. Not bad. You like it? Sure. Her face straightens. It looks as if you could face down any horror in the world with that same unchanging grin. It's like a shield. The traces of her laughter are still there, in her eyes, fading fast. Can I borrow that sword? No, I'm afraid not. Her eyes are smiling as her hand moves to the hilt. Attempting to confiscate the blade I used to keep these animals in check? You'd put me in an early grave. Is she flirting with you? A little? You think she might be? So where are all the men now? Some went to patch their wounds, their lesson learned. Others were more thick-headed. She looks down. And one of them I ended up marrying. Wait, why? If they're thick-headed... Guess I enjoyed the way he bled. Her expression doesn't change. It's hard to say if it's a joke. If it is, then why the melancholy? Or where's your husband now? Gone. The harbor seawall endures the wash of the freezing waves. Many things wash up against it and onto the beaches of Revachol. Some inanimate, some just no longer alive. You shudder. He disappeared? Sounds like a missing persons case. It absolutely does not. Oh, that's the lieutenant, not her. It absolutely does not. The lieutenant quietly interjects. We are not going to look for him. No, there's nothing to find. He's dead. Lost to the waves. He died. Was he murdered? The lieutenant shakes his head again. Yeah, by himself. Inadvertently. Continues with a frown. He never respected the sea. Went out there drunk like a skunk, and sure enough, one day he didn't come back. Sounds like a cover-up, you're right. I gotta get to the bottom of this, Brindle. I'm not gonna let this go until I find out what went down. Now, before you tell me how sorry you are for my loss, know that it was 4 years ago and I've moved on. There's only so much mourning you can do for a drunk with sinewy muscles.
She really liked those muscles, though. It's in the way she pronounces sinewy.
You could have thrown yourself in the waves after him. Death is nothing. I shit on death. Oh man, 1 and 2 are both pretty good. I gotta go with 2 though. It is the most ridiculous and stupid thing to say.
You should have thrown yourself in the waves after him.
Nod sagely. Oh, the kids too, right? She doesn't wait for your reply. Working class people don't have that luxury. That's for rich folks. We just go on. What's up, Raghar? How you doing? Yeah, 2 is completely normal. I buried my man. Mourned for a month and that was it. Life didn't really change that much for me and the kids. Not for the worse, at least. Yeah, the nod sagely part really sells it. This is neither a touchy nor a very interesting topic for her.
She looks like she's ready to go on a date with another, better drunk. Ask her. Both of you could need some action.
Do it! Hit on the widow! It's the right thing to do! Oh no. 3% minus 1. Kim's presence makes it awkward. It's a 15. If I didn't have the minus 1, I'd need to roll a 10. Wait, no, I'd need to roll an 11. I could probably bump that up some, but anyway, it's going to be a small percentage even at my best. But I do need to try, because that's, you know, that's the character concept, is I always do the dumb shit and watch it fail for hilarity. And then we'll maybe get to try it again later with a better chance. So we're going to go for it. Yeah, failure. Oh, yes, she does. You need to get your drink on. There is no other way for human beings to procreate, not after 6,000 years of yeast cultivation-based mating rituals. I'm afraid to be around you because you're a woman. You gotta go with number 3. It's completely legitimate. This is what ladies like to hear.
Since the dawn of mankind, Al-Hul has watched over the reprocreation of our species. Lay with me. Let's celebrate the Hul.
Now there's a whole shipment of big words. She looks at you from head to toe. I need to get drunk so we can fuck. Yeah. Stumbled onto the best power metal band I've heard in years yesterday. What's the band called? She looks at you from head to toe. May mankind be plentiful, I guess. Can I get back to my nets now? She doesn't even understand you asked her out. Perhaps you're too sober to pull it off right now. Try again later. Band's called Galderia. They're French. Really? I've never heard a French power metal band before.
Is that your boat?
Sure is. The Sun, I call her. Coated with a fresh layer of tar just yesterday. It'll take some time for it to dry, assuming the sunny days continue.
What do you do around here?
Like I said, fish mostly. Sail the waves, take care of the kids, pick nets. Right now I'm tarring a little skiff.
What else?
I sell the fish to people in the Delta to serve at their fancy restaurants. Authentic Indian cuisine.
Is that enough to make a living?
Sometimes I also walk the beach to see what the sea has given up. The sea is full of surprises. This is what is called a conversation. You don't have to be guarded right now. Shining Unity is one of the best power metal songs I've ever heard. It's like someone researched power metal thoroughly and made a tune out of all the best bits of all the best songs. Oh, that does sound really good.
Walking on the beach. Sounds quite romantic.
Oh, very, she laughs. Finding pieces of glass, bits of wood. Every once in a while we get dead bodies. Human, animal, fish, other sea creatures. A mine washed ashore once. What else? She looks at the beach. Bottles. Drugs also. Lost cargo in general. But most of the time it's just wood and glass. Very romantic.
Mines. Mines. You need mines.
Nice.
Drugs? I need info on this. Major narc.
Point to yourself. Classmates melted spooky daddy. I don't know what anything in that sentence means. Don't have any, she replies with a shrug. Doors get cleaned out so fast even the local bums can only stand by and watch with watery mouths. Always by strangers too. Union folk don't stand this kind of stuff around here.
You could use a hit about now. Any hit, really. Feel that itch in your hands, the stiffness of your neck, that strange restlessness in your bones.
He's right, Bertan. You're descending, and you need to climb higher. Soar on the wings of your spirit, Hawk. Or just do a line. Whatever, right? Not a biggie.
I'm looking for someone. Maybe you can help.
He was a fisherman. They caught a mustard gas mine from World War I. Didn't die, but he melted. Holy shit. That sounds gruesome. Let's see. She tilts her head ever so slightly. How are you looking for?
I'd like to ask something else. I forgot who I was looking for.
He was scary? What, because he just looked really weird because he was all melted and shit, or what?
I'm looking for someone else, actually. Oh, I lied. I'm not looking for anybody.
We just hit 21, so I don't know if people are going to vanish off the earth now, or what? Ha! Here we go! If Knox was here, he'd dig this.
Be seeing you.
Like from The Prisoner? So it's 21. She's still here. She's still here. But see, the kids are gone. The kids did vanish. The store is closed for today. Time to put the kids to sleep. She's still here. These three are still here. You look like a monster. But, you know, in a good way. Was visiting the kid? What kid? Let's see who we have here. The The kid was a classmate. The fisherman had a superstition that if you didn't lift a candle when you blew it out, you'd kill a fisherman. That's a very specific superstition. Where do people come up with these superstitions? Like, I imagine every superstition like that had to have literally had its origin in just one person making it up one day. And then spreading it, and enough people started to spread it, and then it became a thing. I want to make up a superstition. Oh, he was mad. Really mad because you didn't lift the candle before you blew it out. You almost shot yourself? Damn, that sounds intense. How old were you, son? He looks interesting. Was that London Bridges? The woman next to a bucket of clothes hums an odd melody. Her eyes are closed. Yeah, that sounds like it would be really scary for an 8-year-old for sure.
Welcome to the fishing village. Please lean in closer. I have cataracts.
She opens her eyes. If you can't see, then how'd you know I was here?
I still have a golden ear. Come, come.
She beckons you toward her. What if I don't want to?
Tut, don't be shy now. It's going to be all right.
I'll lean forward.
Oh, welcome, police officer. We don't cause any trouble around here, and we don't want any trouble either.
A shadow passes over her face.
We are not here to cause any trouble, madame.
Trouble? Say the second thing, Britann. Shows you got style. Yes, of course I'm going to say the second thing. We're cops. We're hellraisers. Click, click, bang, bang.
No, you're not. I've seen you around here before. 12 years ago. You didn't raise any hell. You were quite helpful, actually. But still in Martinez, you're considered an ill omen.
Yeah, good point, Brindle. It still sounds kind of scary even to an adult. Half-melted guy would probably be pretty disconcerting. Wait, I've been here before?
No, not you personally. I meant the RCM. Some of the men got into a fight. One of them killed another. Locked himself in that woodshed over there.
Points to the building behind her.
He was brooding, needed some help opening the door. You got it open for him and took him to think about what he'd done in a more secluded place. Somewhere more quiet.
What kind of an ill omen are we talking about?
Oh, the usual. Dark tidings. Black Hound.
Black Hound? That's you, all right. A black hound licking your own heels. I am totally an ill omen. It's exactly what I've been telling everyone. The end is here. Cop of the apocalypse.
You're not. No one around here considers us an ill omen. People would have told us.
She just did tell us. Checkmate, Kim.
Maybe we are afraid.
Why?
Because you're an ill omen. But you're still welcome here, as long as men with guns aren't chasing you. And maybe even then, because that's the kind of fishing village we've built.
This place is pretty cool.
I'm sorry there's not a lot of room to park your motor carriage. And not a lot of houses. Or a lot of people. My kids are long gone, searching for treasure. So are others.
No, I haven't found the cryptid yet. I haven't checked all the traps. Kids are searching for treasure.
Ah, look at me ramble on. What brings you to us?
She waves her hand. Goodbye, I'm off. I'll come back. Because apparently I can ask her to watch the jacket, but I haven't actually interacted with the jacket yet. The old woman still sits in her chair, continuing with her chores. As she does so, she quietly hums to herself. The buzz of electric lights blends together with the slow rumble of ocean waves at night. Still up?
Yes, I can't really sleep anymore. Only a few hours a night. It happens when you grow older.
He sloshes the water in the bucket around for a bit.
My suggestion is... Don't grow any older than you already are. That's old enough.
He smiles.
What's troubling your mind?
Hold on a second. What have I picked up that I haven't interacted with yet? I got my Man from Helmdahl books, the yellow mug. I haven't looked at the Guide to Cockatoos yet. I'll do that tonight in my room. I haven't looked at the primer for small kids yet. I'll do that tonight in my room. I looked at the folded library card. But yeah, we got this filthy jacket. This filthy rag has been at the mercy of the elements for quite some time. It's streaked with seagull shit and abnormally stiff from God knows what natural processes. You can't even tell what brand it is. As you hold it in your hands, it makes an uncomfortable crunching sound. This is like the crusty pants from our D&D game. Man, how did this jacket get so disgusting? It's a sordid and filthy tale, not for the weak. Are you sure you can stomach it? I'm gonna think about it. This will probably make me lose morale or something. It occurs to you that you're not even holding the jacket itself, but rather the thick crust of jetsam and seagull shit that ensconces it. Fucking love this game. It smells like a dead sea creature, tangled in grey strands of seaweed. It must have spent quite some time in the water before the tide deposited it ashore. Okay, but what's the crust made of? Somehow it was carried or dragged to the boardwalk. If not by human hands, then perhaps the feral dogs that prowl the beaches at night. Okay, that's pretty disgusting. I've had enough. Why? Why did you think about it? Look at your hands. They're covered in muck. Maybe if I wipe my hands on my pants? Lost morale. What? No. Then it'll just be on your pants. This is a disaster. You'll never get the smell out. Why did I fondle the shit jacket again? There is no why. Let's just put it away then. Maybe if I had some other appropriate skill at a certain level, I could do more with this fucking jacket, but I'm gonna try it again. Yeah, okay, I'm not gonna be able to do anything with it right now. Too bad. But maybe I can ask her to wash it for me, because that is an option here. So, where could someone stay around here?
Stay? Most people here are trying to leave. That said, if lodgings is what you're looking for, I've got a free room in the shack.
Her soapy thumb points to the building behind her. How much is it?
I won't charge you for it. Take it as a gesture of goodwill, from the village to the RCM.
Ooh, I got a place I can stay for free? Fuck yeah. Wait, hold on. You're just giving it to me?
No one is using it, and God knows it's not much anyway.
She tilts her head on the side, pondering over something.
You can stay there.
There's this guy, Gart, who makes me give him money every night just so I don't die out in the cold.
Mm-hmm. That's exactly how they get ya. That's why we built our own cinder block houses on the seaside, so we don't have to give money to those crooks.
She looks around.
They might not look like much, but they're ours.
Wait, why isn't anyone using the room?
My kids grew up and left, like they do. The house is long empty now. I live in the small side attachment. It's easier and cheaper to keep warm.
One more time. I can just have the room.
She nods and looks at the shack. The room is pretty bare bones, but it's got a bed and a roof over it. That's more than some folks have around here.
Bare bones isn't usually my style. It would help me stay in touch with the proletariat. There we go. Could be the first chapter of my rags to riches memoir. Some racist shit. Well, it would help me stay in touch with the proletariat.
You best not be plotting another revolution in under my roof, she mumbles. We barely got through the last one. But the room, do you want it?
You got yourself a tenant. Key to shack on the coast. Boom.
Don't make an old woman regret opening her house to the police.
A key appears from under her apron. She hands it to you.
Well, if you're not in the hostel in the morning, know where to find you.
He looks around and adds,
Here, in a shack.
Don't judge me, Kim. He's a little relieved you're no longer in that room. Should he? This environment encourages one thing and one thing only. Drinking. Yum, yum. It's not a shack, nor a room, nor a lodging. It's a spiral staircase disappearing into bliss. Empty bottles on the floor, maybe some baggies. Finally, you have those lamos of matinees off your back, pretend. Lamos, maybe. This looks like a great place to bring chicks. Oh, yeah. Super chick magnet. What's in this fishing village?
Just us.
She sounds tired.
It's barely a village anymore. We almost don't exist.
What do you mean?
This is pretty much a non-place.
She grins.
A gap. A blank spot on the map. Just a cluster of nameless shacks on a nameless street.
Yeah, but it says Fisherman Shacks right here on my map, so, you know, it's a place. It's a place. There's gotta be something here. Tell me. She waves her hand southwest.
Over there you can find more of the same. Shacks and trees growing wild. That's the pox. Between here and Jamrock, a dusty sea of old trees, all covered in industrial soot. Small houses under them, an overgrown park.
The pox? What's that?
An old military hospital and its surroundings.
She looks toward the buildings to the south.
Or it used to be, during the time of the suzerain. After the war, it was turned into a goodwill hospital for shell-shocked veterans and folks looking for some quiet in the old sanatorium gardens. Now the area is crisscrossed with nameless streets and makeshift cinder block houses. Shacks as far as the eye can see.
What happened to the hospital?
The goodwill ran out.
She tightens the scarf around her neck.
The staff left and the place was shut down. It's long gone by now.
Who else lives in this village?
Well, there's Lillian and her kids. A few new folks live in the house to the east.
She nods her head across the courtyard.
But they're away right now. And then there's the drunks.
She sighs.
Not a pretty sight, but there's little we can do about it. Home is home, even for them.
I met Lillian already.
Lillian is tough.
She nods.
Tougher than the men here, at least. If it wasn't for her and the kids, this place wouldn't have a spark of life left.
I haven't seen any drunks yet, though.
Sooner or later you'll see for yourself.
She slowly shakes her head.
Don't have to look long to find these guys.
Is there a way to make a little money around here?
Here? For you?
She lets out a dry chortle.
No, officer. The only money we have here is some coins the drunks tried hiding from their women, and then forgot about.
Yeah, I've already found all those.
Alright, there is another topic I'd like to address.
She nods, rinsing another piece of cloth.
What's further down the coast?
Not much.
She replies and wipes her forehead.
There's the abandoned church. The DeLorean Church of Humanity. It's been there since before my time, even.
Why is it abandoned?
Some things just don't fly, officer.
She smiles a gap-toothed smile and smells the air.
Look around. Who'd go to church here? They built it 300 years ago. Must have been nicer then. So they don't hold services there anymore? The Ecclesiastes? No, they've tried, but things just keep happening. Crime, accidents, other things. The place never stays open.
She frowns.
It's a pity. It used to be such a nice church.
She's not telling you all she knows. Keep her talking.
I get the feeling you're leaving stuff out. What else is going on?
Well, there's that music. Music from across the sea.
She scoffs.
It started a few days ago and now it's blasting, even through the nights. And now suspicious-looking people are sneaking around the church. I don't like that.
What else is on down coast?
Before you get to the church, there are some ruins. An apartment complex or some kind of electrical plant. Run-down bunch of houses, empty.
Which is it then? Apartments or electrical plant?
I don't know exactly. A pre-war place. It used to be something.
She shrugs.
Before the war. I wasn't here then, you know. Was born in Samara.
Anything else of note?
Of note? The old fish market up on the boardwalk. But it's closed.
Who'd want to come to a fish market here?
No one. That's why it closed.
After a long pause, she adds,
It was once a bustling place, back when I was young, and so was everyone else. Now what catch we do bring in goes straight into a lorry for the Delta or somewhere else.
That's it? There's gotta be more along the coast.
What, you're one of those real estate people with big plans? If you want a development opportunity, you can check out the abandoned building over at Land's End. Used to be a supply depot, we think. Sending goods and ammo across the bay. It's jammed shut, though. We tried to get in, see if there was anything to sell or scavenge, but it's impossible.
She drops a bar of soap into the bucket with a splash.
And now you know everything there is to know about this coast.
Alright, well tell me about yourself. Hey, Knox, you're here. Welcome, Knox. So, today, while you've been gone, we learned about the Dread Moose. Yes, there's a thing called the Dread Moose, and my character said I utterly believed in it. We also got a super filthy, crusty jacket that's basically just like the crusty pants. I haven't had the opportunity to set it on fire yet, though. How you doing, Knox? How was your day? You've achieved escape from the work demons? We're actually about to try to ask this lady if she can wash the crusty jacket for us. Tell me about yourself. Who exactly are you here?
Me? No one. Just an old washerwoman. Mother called me Isobel, if that's what you're asking. And my married name is Sadie. Now it's your turn, mister.
I lost my name.
These things happen occasionally. Don't worry, you'll find yourself once more.
Yeah, sometimes you just lose your name, no big deal. I found this jacket, but it's filthy. Could you wash it for me?
I can wash it for you,
she says after looking the jacket over.
but it's going to take about a half an hour. Think you can stay put for that long?
Hell yeah! No, we must run around ceaselessly. It would be torture to stay put.
I could use a breather. It's been another track and field day,
the lieutenant says, rubbing his thigh. Yeah, I'll wait.
Well, hand it over then, and I'll see what I can do.
Oh, it's a found windbreaker. That was nice.
Must say, I'm proud of this one.
She nods, handing the jacket back to you.
It's pretty nice underneath all that filth. I hope it'll have an easier life in your hands.
Goodbye, I'm off. So we have a lot of found items now. This windbreaker is like a protective cocoon, placing the wearer's torso into a pocket universe where wind, water, dirt, and fire cannot harm them. Huge writing, 100% synthetic, is proudly displayed on the chest. It lets absolutely no air through. Warning, item not actually fireproof. I'm doing good, Knox. If you go through the desert on a horse with no name, exactly. That's how they get you. She prestidigitated it. Totally. Gives you +1 pain threshold, element proof, +1 half-light, always hot, -1 drama, sweat like a pig. So if I were to put on, I got the found windbreaker, the found hat, I found gloves. I found pants. I think the only thing I'm missing is the shoes, and I know where to get them. I believe they cost $50 though. I want to know if something special happens if I equip the whole set. At the Lost and Found. Oh, Nox. Oh, Nox. The Lost and Found.
Our tenant, the policeman. I hope the waves don't keep you up at night. What can I help you with?
Yes?
So, I think this is my place now that I can stay at. Now, who did I want to talk to with Kim gone? What did I want to do with Kim gone? I want to go talk to Clausia. I want to read the book about the cockatoos. Okay. And I want to talk to... Lillian as well, without Kim around. The Lost and Found, he says. Dora's seen better days. The layer of paint has started to peel off due to the salt and wind from the sea. Even the lock looks slightly rusted. Unlock the shack door with the key. What about the fascist guy? Which fascist guy? The crypto-fascist dude that we took the armor off of? I don't think I needed to talk to him about anything else. Specifically tonight. Did I? I'll be sleeping in my room in Whirling. We'll meet in front of the shack in the morning. Main character is fascist? Mine isn't. Mine's like super communist. The game implied he might have more to say without Kim around. That's possible. I could go look for him. It looks like I'm getting rid of Kim right now. It might be too late now, though. So Kim is gone. The floorboards creak under your step. This place isn't bad. This intricate heat engine hums quietly, giving out pleasant warmth. This is like about the size of my apartment in real life. Old science fiction magazines, books about bird watching, an almanac from '39. A brisk coastal wind still howls against the window of the shack. Occasionally the waves crawl in at the foundation, producing a low hum. The room feels muffled, like you pulled your hat over your ears. Outside it is cold, but your inside feels safe and warm. What is this place to you? Hang out where I could sit, drink, and die. Forward base. It's free. Looks like this is my new home. Wonder where the old one went. Westward, across the canal, towers the whirling in rags. Door number 1 on the 2nd floor is locked. Behind it lies a trashed room. 1 floor below, behind a counter, stands an irritable man. In a small shack in the fishing village, a Baroque heater hums quietly, emanating a sense of comforting warmth. A wash basin lies on the table, the water inside reflecting the somber face of the world. Far away, on the corner of Perdition and Main, nondescript building, obscured in a haze. It's vacant and lost, just like its tenant. Is that where my actual home was? Was on Perdition and Main? Thank you, strange sensation, for a fair assessment of the current situation. Outside, the howl of the wind is picked up. The waves crash against the stilts again. It's as if you think the thought, but in someone else's voice. Look under the floorboards. Thanks. Shivers? You see the waves, sea, a church. Let's leave this alone for now. On the table you see a bowl of water, a rough soap, and next to it a small hand mirror. A straight razor soaks inside the wash basin. We're almost out of time here. I think we only have until like 22 to go back and talk to Claudia about Sunday night. Let's go do that before we do anything else. It's almost 22. I think she said she stayed up here till 22 on the roof. I don't know how long these other people stay up. They're all still around. Not easy to navigate through here. Whoa, I see money. Free money. I'm rich. We'll go past where the butter sign was. Sadly, no more butter sign. We missed our opportunity to figure out the butter sign. It got a loaded. This guy's still here. I could buy the Maybe that's the tree where the tape is. Okay, hold on. We'll come back to that. We could buy the found shoes and see if anything happens when we have all the found stuff. First, there could be like a found undershirt too. I'm not sure. But first things first. So we can go back in there. There's a lot of things we can do. But first things first. We're not going to talk to them right now. Or him. We could talk to her and let her know we found her husband, but let's not do that yet either.
Can I help you?
Okay, let's not do that right now either, but that's an option. Apparently we could sing karaoke too, right? Because in order to sing karaoke, we needed to get a hold of a sad song on tape. And we now have a sad song on tape. I don't know if we've interacted with it or not, actually. So that's another thing to mess with. There's a lot of things we need to do on day 4. We'll see how much stuff we can get done tonight, but I don't think we can get that much stuff done tonight. Now that Kim's gone. Can I get into my old room? I can't. I'd have to pay Gart. Like if I want to use the mirror again or whatever. Can I get into her apartment? I can. So apparently I can just go in and out of Clausy's apartment at will now. You see the yard below. The corpse is no longer there. Yeah, of course the corpse is no longer there. We put it in the refrigerator. The Big Bear refrigerator. It's so cold in there, it's barely above freezing. Oh, she is here still. I think we got her just in time. So let's see what else we can get from her.
I was just thinking what a nice evening it is for taking part in a murder investigation.
Mission 4, 17%. Now that Kim isn't here, let's talk about Sunday night. Yes. She pours herself some more coffee. The night before I saw you in the hallway and reminded you you're a police officer. One of the first things I remember doing in Elysium. Wow, she nods. Elysium. You don't hear that term often. She's a glib girl, but she liked the wording. Did you hear something Sunday night from my room? There was the usual ruckus. She nods. Loud disco music. Did I have any visitors? I can't say. Probably not.
Sounded like you were flying solo.
You mentioned loud disco music?
Oh yes, various artists. Ostentatious orchestration, prime among them.
She arches her eyebrow, waiting for it to connect with you.
Oh, we're huge where I come from. I was very young then, of course, like 7. Life gets so hard, she says, half singing, but we go on.
It mostly just gets hard, doesn't it?
It would appear so. At around 2 o'clock, the disco stopped and there was a change of pace.
What happened? She's waiting for her eyebrow. No, I think she's waiting for her statement that she just made to connect with you. What happened?
So, a slow, sad song started playing, like organ music on repeat. That went on for quite a while. Some of that time you were yelling along to it.
What was I singing?
That it doesn't matter anymore, and that we are alone now. It was difficult to tell. The song itself was very quiet and soft. You sounded like a wounded boar, sir. It was hard to understand what you were singing on top of it.
When you say wounded, you mean that in a cool way, like a wild beast?
Yes, it was very cool.
Then what happened?
Then you started screaming and trashed the place.
You're making this up. I would never behave like that. That's so me. What did I do?
A window was smashed. The tape player, probably. The song stopped. And furniture, too. A real destructathon. There was screaming. Then, I think, you passed out.
It prides me to hear this. Tell me there was more.
There was. I think you screamed that you didn't want to be this type of animal anymore. I may have misheard, but it was sort of memorable. I went out afterwards. Everything was quiet by then. Around 4 or 5.
She nods.
And that was it.
Thank you. Hey, we leveled up. So that's another one that's done. We've asked Claudia about Sunday night.
No problem, sir.
Feeds herself another cigarette. I want to try to do this, but man, 17% is some shit ass shit. That door there. Point to it. Did you know it leads to a downstairs elevator?
I did not.
She takes a drag of her cigarette and smiles.
Mystery solved then. I kept wondering where it led.
There's a peephole on the other side, looking into your bedroom.
A peephole? You mean like a hole in the wall?
Looking into your bedroom, miss.
Okay.
There's a pause as she processes this information.
A shiver of fear and disgust moves through her body, beginning from her shoulders and ending in her hips. The cigarette tastes foul to her now. Think this is somehow connected to me?
Could be connected.
Okay. Do you have any way of knowing how long it's been there?
If I'd make a guess, I'd say it's recent.
Where is it? I think I need to cover it up.
Perforation should be under your bookcase in your bedroom.
Thank you.
She looks toward the window. A cold wind blows in from the sea.
If it is recent, who do you think made it?
Shit. I don't know. Maybe it's been there for a long time. Maybe the local kids use it or something. I don't know. I'd be fucking covering it up with a lot of tape, that's for sure. Was there anything else back there?
You quit smoking 3 days ago? Hey, congratulations, son. Hopefully that works out for you and you're able to continue with the quittingness. Must be tough.
There were tracks on the floor. They're recent.
Huh, this isn't good.
She feels like quarry, encircled. Her eyes dart to the door. It's an old pinball workshop. Room back there. This place used to be a pinball arcade.
Okay, she smiles. I'm glad someone's had fun.
That's all for now.
Mm-hmm. She flicks the ash from her cigarette absent-mindedly. Sorry, son.
She's lost in thought, eyes narrowed, forehead furrowed.
There is a little slip of questions that keeps everything in order. The questions are inside a blue notebook. The notebook is inside the lieutenant's pocket. Before the questions leave your mouth, you realize he should be here for this.
She taps the ash from the end of her cigarette while you stand there in silence.
Hmm? Oh, I'm guessing your partner should be here too?
Let's return to this later, miss.
Alright. I've got 2 skill points, so I'm going to go ahead and just max out Shivers. Just max it out. Does it need to be that high? Probably not. It probably doesn't need to be that high, but now it's supremely high. What can I do to raise my volition? I don't think I have a ton of volition raising things. Obviously I can do some drugs. I could wear the armor and get a point of volition. And I could do some drugs.
I was just thinking what a nice evening it is for taking part in a murder investigation.
Turn to this later, miss.
Alright, let's try it. Let's get drugged up here. What do I need to take? Some, not speed, some or hold it on. Now I'm up to a 6 volition. Your team's winning the World Series. Hey, boss, how you doing? Good to see ya. Baseball. Volition made Descent Free Space. Never played that. Well, actually, baseball's pretty popular in Japan, but the World Series is just American teams anyway.
I was just thinking what a nice evening it is for taking part in a murder investigation.
Let's look her in the eye. 42%. Failure. She looks back. Time moves slowly. The triangles of her face rearranging into a weary smile. Don't worry. We will protect you from... We will consult you through the reefs and sounds of her persona.
You are advised. There are muscles on long white bones that line her limbs just below the silver jumpsuit.
What is happening? Nothing, just time passing. Don't worry.
Anything out of the ordinary and you'd be notified.
Air moves in your windpipe. Your heart beats. You're a detective. Get back to detecting.
Am I being beguiled?
Presses her elbows against her waist and slowly turns her head.
A hair brushes her shoulders, making a small hissing sound, almost imperceptible.
Avert my eyes, I guess. The strange moment ends. It was brief, no longer than 2.2 seconds. It was a strange moment. A moment that I failed. A moment that I failed. Actually, hold on. Back up. I want to go into this little hidden room right here.
One person has been here. They've gone back and forth. Tips point both ways.
Doesn't look like the workers moved from the hanging, does it? Footprints do not speak. They simply exist here, a product of the dust, just as the footprints outside are a product of the mud and apparently different shoes. One person went back and forth. Footprints go up the length of the room and back down. That is all they do. Print doesn't look like the odd soul. The footprints are of one type. They do not congratulate you for correctly recognizing what type they are not. Can't seem to figure out what's going on with those footprints. Hoofprints in the dust. Yes, indeed. A lot of people are still up at this time. I'm surprised. Like, a lot of people. The portal reel is just what you needed. The reels attach to the apparatus with a satisfying click. tape is routed behind the magnetic reader. You press the large button marked Commencer, and the tape starts spinning. There's a small delay before the song starts playing. Press my ear against the speaker. It sounds like someone's moving in the room, getting comfortable. Then the organ starts playing a simple melancholic tune, echoing in the hallway. A lone singing voice joins in, telling you about the tiniest church in Sanson, surrounded by an even tinier yard. You almost feel the seaside mist on your skin. It's mega sad. A punk rock zebra. That's pretty cool, son. Time to start screaming like a wounded animal? Wait, why? Seconds, you know. This is the one. The real shit you've been looking for. The one you trashed your room to that Clausia told you about. Perform it! A click. Then silence for a bit. Then the tape stops spinning. I sing this for karaoke? I think I could sing this. Of course you could sing this. You could take sad to a whole new level with this. And you already know the lyrics since you've listened to it like 1,000,000 times. And the B-side of the tape contains the instrumental version. It's like the world itself is telling you to do it. One obstacle stands in your way. What? Gart. You have to convince Gart to let you sing karaoke in the whirling. After you've won him over, you can express yourself. Let the pain out. Make everyone understand. Convince Gart to let you sing karaoke. Yeah, I don't want to have any new conversations with anybody without Kim, because I want to see what Kim's interjections might be, unless it's somebody that I specifically need to talk to without Kim. So I'm not going to talk to anybody in here right now. Although I wonder, can I pay for the room if I want to? To get in there and like use the mirror again?
Can I help you?
Yeah, I could pay him. Let's not, though, for now. Oh, there's a mirror in the shack, too? Nice. I didn't know that. So what else do I want to try to do tonight without Kim? I could... I can't buy those shoes anymore. He's gone. The pawn shop's still open?
Hello, hello. Let me know if I can help you with anything.
I have some armor. He knits his eyebrows, thinking that says, "Alright, let's see it. Look at this awesome cuirass." He steps back away from the glass. "Oh, no. I don't need bloodthirsty mercenaries knocking on my door, looking for their missing toys. Besides, this gear costs a fortune. There's no one in Martinez with that kind of money." Feels like he would have accepted the risk if he hoped to profit from it. It's not greed, though.
Deep down, he's a gambler, provided the stakes are sufficiently interesting.
We've read that before. We've talked about that before. Okay. I could sell him this postcard. Hold on to that. Sell that. Let's hold on to that. Let's sell that. Let's hold on to that. Let's hold on to that. Let's hold on to that. Hold on to that. Let's hold on to that. It's a bull! Headless bull rider. Okay, we're gonna hold on to the rest of these things. Ice time. Ice time. No, it's not ice time yet. It's close to ice time. But it's not quite ice time. Ice time is approaching. Alright, well, I got some books I can look at. And some more stuff I can mess with inside my new house. I could go around and check the traps without Kim, I guess. But I don't want to, because he reacted to the last trap I checked. I don't want to really miss any Kim reactions. I think what I'm going to do is... These guys are all up late. He's up late. Oh, I could try talking to her again. Now that Kim's not around. He has stuff to stay for some books? Really? Shit.
Aye, the sea's gonna calm down soon. I can feel it. The wind is turning southeast. What's on your mind, officer?
I could try this. 17% chance. Be seeing you. Oh yeah, that was the other thing I thought Nox would like. I can say be seeing you. Alright, so wait, what kind of check was that?
Aye, the sea's gonna calm down soon.
Be seeing you. What do I have in the way of suggestion clothing? Not a lot, unfortunately. Okay, I could wear this. Just that. And I already got drugs in my system for that, so that's as good as it's gonna get. 6. It was as good as it's gonna get. Let's give it a go.
Aye, the sea's gonna calm down soon. I can feel it. The wind is turning southeast. What's on your mind, officer?
Let's see if we can score a date here. It's not gonna go well, you guys. 28%. Oh, I made it! I made it! You think she really needs more of that after her man died at sea? Wait. You think she really needs more of that after her man died at sea? But what do I do then? What if I told you it is actually possible to go on a date sober? What if I told you? Get out of here with your crazy fringe theories. Before recorded history, men and women were able to do simple, very primitive things together sober. Acknowledge the situation and keep it basic.
I'm a drunk. Don't know if you've noticed. So I usually ask people to drink with me.
I have, and I don't really. She hesitates.
This time, though,
Imitate drum roll.
I thought I'd ask you for a walk.
Just a walk. She feigns extreme surprise. I don't know, officer. I would not have taken you for an innocent perambulator.
Is that a yes, ma'am? Is the walk happening?
She's thinking, eyes mapping your rugged features. Where would this walk take us, officer?
There's a nice view on the beach I found.
Point northwest.
Land's End.
Alright, I will walk with you. She raises her finger. But you need to understand that nothing is going to happen. We're just walking. Alright, I'm gonna fuck this up so bad, you guys. Wait until you see what kind of disastrous shit. I'm hoping I can do some disastrous shit on this little date.
Something could happen.
Yes, she replies with a smile. Someone could get pushed in the water. Maybe even get laughed at. But I'm sure that's not going to happen. Alright, I'll go put the kids to bed and we'll meet at Land's End in 15 minutes. He doesn't wait for an answer. You better get ready. "15 minutes, huh? Okay. Meet Lillian at Land's End. You have a date with Lillian. Get to Land's End in the northern tip of the peninsula. Quickly, she's not going to wait for you forever." Alright, cool. And I'm wearing my coat of datingness. This signal blue naval coat is what she's into, apparently. Be seeing you. I don't remember where the fuck Land's End even is. I guess it's out there where the land ends. I don't actually know how to get there though, because this is a dead end. Northern tip of the peninsula. There's the church. There's the trap. Oh, is that her? She's already here. It hasn't even been 15 minutes. Alright, hold on a second. Let me take a super fast 2-minute break. Stick around, stay tuned. Don't touch that dial. I will be right back in just 2 minutes. Hashtag super fast. And of course now I am back, and we might have to do just a little bit of ice time real quick as well. It's ice time, ice time, ice time, ice time, ice time, ice time. Ice time, ice time, ice time, ice time. It is time for ice. Okay, cool. So, back after having retrieved some ice. Let's get serious. Alright. Let's do this. The woman gazes steadily at the waves. A sudden gust picks up her dark hair and lets it fall again, tousled, wild. She brushes a few stray locks from her eyes and only then spots you approaching.
Aye, so here you are. It's late and the sun is going down. It'll be dark soon.
It's already pretty dark. If we stay here long enough, we'll be joined by a cortege of drunks and teenagers.
Know that you're not the first guy to bring a girl to Land's End. This is what locals call a make-out spot. That is not going to happen here today. I just want to make that clear, Dimples.
Turns to face the sea once more. Her thoughts are still elsewhere, with distances across the water, with the water itself. Seems surprised that I made it. He chuckles. Drinking men aren't known for keeping their appointments. It's a rock star thing. Tardiness. Aye, you're the starriest of them all, she says with mock seriousness, then bursts out laughing as she turns to face the setting sun reflected in the waves. Laughter is boaty and warm. It rhymes with the waves and the cries of the gulls. And she turns to face the sun reflected in the waves and the skyscrapers rising across the bay. You cannot help following her steady gaze. The remains of the dying sun are reflected in the waves and the skyscrapers rising across the bay. Your mind clears for a moment as your senses take it all in. Not just the glass skyscrapers, fragile looking in the shimmering air, River Esperance flowing into the bay. Isn't it strange? She breaks the silence abruptly. For this all-powerful thing, the sun, to be so generous towards us. You know, the best time to go out fishing is usually towards sunset, when the water is warmer. The sun also falls on the Capeside tenements and war-torn ruins. An old sea fortress juts out, seemingly impervious to the sheen cast over everything else, shaking you out of your reverie. Hey, Amaranth, good to see ya. Awesome, you're gonna play Outer Worlds? Good times, enjoy. I'm super stoked about playing Outer Worlds as well, as soon as I get my new PC. The sun does little for the dead, and those hopelessly lost in their own minds. Is that why you named your boat the Sun? Oh, that was a bit of a pride, and a bit of superstition. Enjoy the view. I didn't order it, I'm just gonna get Game Pass. I'm gonna play it on Game Pass, Amaranth. As soon as I get my new PC. There's salt in the air, and the cries of the gulls and the skuas, the grit of sand and the green glint of broken bottles. But still your gaze always returns to the streaks of light, wherever they may be reflected, their fading opulence. Oh yeah, I already ordered the PC, yeah. Just have to wait for it. Fading opulence, huh? It's bringing us spring, summer. It's entirely on our side, no matter what we do or who we are. For absolutely no reason. It's unlike no other powerful being. Certainly no powerful organization or government. How can that be? Begin a long, impassioned political tirade. Hashtag Josiah Cam. Could be coming soon, boss. Could be coming soon. Alright, I gotta go with this dumb fucking thing. There's an explanation to this, and it's political. You see? Aye, it's political. She stops you. No need to step on a soapbox about it. What if we disagree? Maybe some general remarks before you say something big. Work your way up to the cool. Oh no, conceptualization. Say something about the sun. 3%. So, who do you think killed the hanged man? Best date question ever. So, who do you think killed the hanged man? Good one. I'm gonna go with the rope. Oh, good. She's got her own. It was the rope's fault when adventuring rope attacks. There's an interesting lilt in your voice. Thank you. I'm half Ubi. My mother was from Ubi Sunt. Not a lot of sun there, I hear, though I've never been. The wind ruffles her hair as she looks at the setting sun. You have fish hooks in your ears. These. She turns ahead and they dangle.
These aren't real fish hooks, silly. They're earrings shaped to look like fish hooks. A drunk called Rosemary brought them to me. I kept them. She's right. They're made mostly of plastic. A cheap novelty gift you can buy from a flower shop or a kiosk. The wind ruffles her hair as she looks at the setting sun. Don't you want to go visit La Delta? Ha! It's enough that my fish goes there. 50 real apiece they ask for spring cod. Out on the terrace of Les Fruits des Fonds, a hip business lunch spot in downtown La Delta, glasses clink over a spread of oysters. Someone can't decide what to eat. Someone recommends the ceviche. Someone shields her eyes, trying to see across the bay. Well, let's say some dumb shit. We've only got a 3% chance here. Conceptualization. Failure. Say what? Something interesting? Impossible. Something is very pretty. I'm sorry, I don't have anything to add. Please, this is important. Turns her head, and the plastic fish hooks rattle in her ears. Nothing share-worthy takes place in your head. Relax, this was still good. Sometimes I feel like I don't have a good brain. Brains generally aren't very good, are they? I prefer backs, arms, shoulders, lungs too. He smiles. You know, the wind's gonna pick up soon and I have to go, but... She takes her sword out of the scabbard. The blade shines in the gathering dark. She just gave me the sword? What? I'm gonna go chop some fools up! Then she hands it to you. Have this. The sun's good, but it doesn't stick things. I've no use for it anymore. Are you sure you don't need the sword? No. The men around here are too drunk to pose a threat to me. You think we can do this again sometime? She smiles sadly. Doubt it. But thank you for the company. Damn! Doubt it. It's a cold shot. This is as far as it goes with her. You'd need to put a year between you and your last drink for anything more. Well, thank you for coming on this walk with me. Wherein we both walked here separately and met at this spot. Farewell. She nods to you and turns to go. Well, at least I got a sword, you guys. At least I got a sword. Standard 115mm saber. Equip this to impress yourself. The blade of this mass-produced saber has dulled over the years and won't slice or stab anyone. It still commands respect in your hand, however. Holding on to its bakelite hilt fills you with a sense of purpose and a memory of the date. I am now walking around with a sword. Equip this to impress yourself. But you didn't get to use your sword. Wink, 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 wink. Oh, Sareth, I see what you did there. I see what you did. See what you did. You can still beat someone up with that. That's true, Ragnar. Although I was pretty much an ass-kicking machine without any sword. When I went up against Measurehead, I fucked that dude up. Also fucked up Kuno, the 12-year-old, so, you know, watch out for me. Alright, well...
Can I open this now that I have a sword? No. Some 12-year-olds are quite bad. Are they? I can't wait to see what Kim thinks of my sword. Hey, guess what, kids? Guess what? I have a sword. Look at my sword. I have a sword.
Hello again.
She doesn't care about my sword. Guess what, guys?
Come on, get in. The warm stuff's getting out.
Guess what, guys? I have a sword. Fucking egghead.
Good morning, comrade. Yeah!
Doesn't care about my sword.
Huh. I see you're here again, offside man. Did I mention getting us into the church would help?
Doesn't care about my sword.
Hi again. So, how are things going?
Doesn't care about my sword. So, I could hypothetically do some other stuff tonight before turning in. Because not everybody's in bed yet. But then I'd be missing out on whatever might happen with having Kim with me. Which I'm not hyper keen on. So I guess I'll just go home to my new little shack. Boss Pie cares about the sword. Thanks, Boss Pie. Wait, she's here again. She didn't go home? She didn't go to bed?
I see you haven't left our little Martinez yet. Still running around like some kind of cross-country law official.
He observes. This place is kind of grown on me, you know?
Aye, but don't let grow too much. This is not the place to settle down.
Oh, it's on your mind, officer. Wait a minute. Did I just find a hole in the game? Did I just find a hole in the plot or the reactivity logic? I can point at the saber on her hip. I'm the one with the sword now. Oh man. Unplayable. I was gonna give this game Game of the Year, not anymore. Now the game is broken. They forgot to put a reactivity in for this. Okay, let's get out of here. Yeah, we've already had this conversation. Death is nothing. I shit on death. Yeah, she said that before. Maybe she didn't say that before, but she said... Yeah, okay. I've already hit on her. She doesn't react to the fact that she no longer has the sword and now I have it. Fail game. Fail game. Patch, glitch, patch. So I think what I'm going to do is go inside, mess around with whatever books I may happen to have on my person that I can mess with. Mess around with whatever else is in here. Okay, hold on. So... anything else I can do with the ledger? Oh yeah, I can read some case files. That's another thing I put off until later. I can read a bunch of case files. Although Kim might react to these too if I did them.
takes a half an hour per case file. I don't really want to waste real daylight hours doing these. I should do them tomorrow night when I've got Kim with me still, when it's too late to do anything meaningful because everybody's gone to bed, but I haven't actually put Kim to bed. Then I can go through the books and the case files to see if he reacts to anything. So for tonight, I think I'll leave all this stuff alone. Or I can always go through them again with Kim. I could go through them now. Well, let's not go through the case files. Let's just look at the primer for small kids and the I don't remember this. Who's the illiterate ginger kid? Are you serious? You sure you don't want to hazard a guess here, detective? No idea. Really? You sure it isn't a certain red-haired little gremlin who refers to himself in the third person? Nope. Drawing a blank here. The damage is truly extraordinary. It's a miracle you don't shit yourself. Toothless slaw. I don't remember where I found this. From the fridge. Oh, the fridge. Right. The Big Bear fridge. Toothless slaw. S. Do we know anybody else named S? Have you met any, who else have we met named S? With the name starts with S. I can't remember. Oh, you mean Kuno. Ding, ding, ding. We have a winner. Oh, so maybe I can talk to Kuno about this. Skuno. Good guess, son. Alright, let's check out the cockatoo book. A book about different cockatoo species and their behavioral problems. Perhaps it could also offer some insight into your own problematic actions. The spectacular major majestic cockatoo eyes you from the cover. We'll come back to that. What's this? On the table you see a bowl of water, a rough soap, and next to it a small hand mirror. A straight razor soaks inside the wash basin. Shaving the right call? The water reflects back a vague image of your face. Nose bulbous and red, hair unkempt, wrinkles lining the eyes and forehead. The stash is gigantic. You'll be looking like a pansy without the chops. A fucking pansy! Dare I shave? I like the idea of, like, fucking slicing my throat open by trying to shave and failing. This must be my new mirror? An old mirror hangs on the wall. You see the reflection of your face in it, adorned with the expression. Heard about the band OO, +1 to this encyclopedia check. My electrochemistry is high as fuck now. But I wanna... Okay, how can I get this encyclopedia check up? I don't have any cigarettes to smoke, unfortunately, so I can't raise my intelligence. Because that's how that works in this game. You get cigarettes by raising your intelligence. I mean, you raise your intelligence by smoking cigarettes. So if I had a cig, I could smoke that, and I could... None of this stuff adds to encyclopedia, really? There you go. +2 encyclopedia for those horrible glasses. I could put those on and smoke a cig, and I could try the mirror thing. Now, the electrochemistry, I've got a really good chance even without drinking. But you know what? I like drinking, so let's drink. Let's attempt to stop the expression from happening. But if I attempt to stop, well, we'll find out. Alright, let's drink first of all. Let's have some Commodore Red. Re-equip my sword. So my electrochemistry is now 13. 83%. I did it.
It's like something snaps in you. A nerve ending, a thought, a sadness. Your face in the mirror is suddenly clean of the leer that had distorted it for God knows how long. Just like that, it's over. The running gag that your life had become. A sad old man looks back at you.
Did my face actually change? It did, didn't it? Now it just looks sad. It got rid of the expression. We'll have a lot of tasks. Now, dare I try to shave as well? But I need hand-eye coordination for this. Put on that coat. I guess it's just that coat. But I have a sword. That should help. I could also do some speed as an attempt to shave my face. So of course I will. So now I've got booze and speed in me. I'm gonna sleep really well. Let's see if I can cut my own throat here. 58. Oh, I did it. Like an artist with a brush or a master swordsman, you use the small mirror and the straight razor with some soap to remove all that unkempt hair from below the nose line. The sharp blade chafes against your skin, producing a scratching sound. The surface underneath the beard feels tender, the air brushing against it chilly. Feel your clean-shaven cheeks. They feel so smooth, surprisingly so. A feeling of freshness overcomes you as if you just came from a cold bath. Was shaving the right call? The water reflects back a vague image of your clean-shaven face. Despite the bulbous nose, unkempt hair, and persistent swelling, you look a little younger, maybe? Face, such as it is, a regular human face, sans expression. Well, now I just like a grim fucking revenant. No more face hair. You look like you ate a brick with your nose. You're not wrong. Now I'm all drugged up. I look like fucking death warmed over. I'm not going to be surprised if it turns out that Harry's been dead this whole time. From the beginning. And that I'm some kind of spirit or some kind of back in time thing or some kind of, you know, other twisty twist. How old is Harry? That hasn't been determined. It's Harrier. That's his name. Alright, are there any of these checks I want to go try to do again real quick since I'm drugged up and I can? Cargo container door, rhetoric. My rhetoric's at 1. The hangman perception. I want to have Kim with me to do that. See, this one it shows here even though I just completed this one. These are all intelligence ones. Abandoned lorry. That seems like something I should be able to accomplish. What abandoned lorry? Alright, let's check out the Guide to Cockatoos. A cockatoo is a parrot with an erectile crest. Scandalous. Found on the Seminine Islands and in southern Fas-la-Mar. Known for their intelligence and general precociousness, cockatoos are popular birds in aviculture. However, they often exhibit various behavioral issues. Okay, one more. This book talks about the delicate nature of twos, as well as introducing some of the most popular species among the bird enthusiasts. The funeral cockatoo, the major majestic cockatoo, and the most common bang-bang cockatoo. It's colorfully illustrated. Yeah, that's true, Brindle. Just drugs don't let you retry. Unfortunately. Same with clothes. Be nice if they would, though. Alright, what problems do these birds have? Where to even begin?
All cockatoos are known for their needy natures, requiring attention for at least 2 full hours a day. They love to talk and have been described as lovable clowns who just don't know how to wrap up. I could handle that. It'd be nice to have someone to talk to when feeling lonely. Pet owners also report moodiness, loudness, and hostility as reoccurring issues. If left unsatisfied, cockatoos may scream non-stop, pluck their feathers, or become aggressive. Right, that's pretty bad. Anything else? It is not recommended to get a cockatoo if you're not able to cook them food every day and give them the full care that they need. These birds will never understand that you have a life of your own. Yeah, there has to be something great about cockatoos as well. You're right. Cockatoos are magnificent creatures. They love to perform, cuddle, and show off, and will even scream for fun, often as loud as up to 135 decibels. Now that is super fun. Ouch, that must hurt. Let's check out the funeral cockatoo. This is a yellow-tailed black cockatoo. Its specific name, Psittacus funereus, relates to its dark and somber plumage. This bird looks as if dressed for a funeral 24/7. There is something indisputably ominous about it. Hashtag fun screams between friends. Nice knocks. Cool. Read about the major majestic cockatoo. Perhaps the most impressive of all the species, the endangered major majestic cockatoo is often described as the most flamboyant bird in the jungle, its pink-colored wings and flowing crest embellishing its proud and bumptious nature. Bumptious? Totally not making words up. In the words of poet-explorer Sir James Fournier, few birds more enliven the monotonous hues of the verdant forest than this big, bold, and beautiful species. It must be glorious to behold, dark pink and snow white. Read about the most common bang-bang cockatoo. Despite its banging name, the bang-bang cockatoo is actually the shyest of the species. Common in almost all Cevenese forests, as well as zoos and homes all over the world, its plumage is mainly gray and white. The Cevenese name Bang Bang is thought to be of onomatopoeic origins. The bang is for all the scary things in the world that may happen at any time. Honestly, this bird does sound a bit like me. Yes, but all those cockatoo species are so different. Which one are you? What if I'm just a fuck-up-a-two? A fuck-up and a cockatoo? I've just invented a type of cockatoo to be my heraldic bird. You're right. You're a fuckatoo embodied. This sorry-ass bird belongs on your heraldry. It probably doesn't even have feathers and only screams. Put the fuck away. The fuck? That's it? I found my heraldic bird. There's no, like, that doesn't give you, like, a thought or anything? That's pretty funny. Public service announcement. Discord turned into an info-stealing backdoor by new malware. That doesn't sound good. I'm a fucked-up-a-two. Volumetric shit compressor. And there's a lot of thoughts.
Tell how you see if you're compromised? Alright, cool. Textbook for the first grade in primary school. On the cover, a humanoid bear is pushing a wheelbarrow full of letters. He's not doing a good job. Looks like some fucking Broken Age shit, like I said before. The letter S is dangerously dangling from the cart, while E fell off a long time ago. Children should pay more attention. You hold in your hand the colorful primer. The title reads, A Primer for Small Kids. There's a bear involved. Exactly what I need. This book will show you the score, get you oriented with those basic concepts you appear to be hazy on. The anthropomorphic bear will give you the lowdown of your life. On what? The alphabet. Flip through the pages. Every page has one word designating one letter of the alphabet, with a faded illustration. Most of them are scientific and cultural principles. It goes as follows. Let's do this. A is for azimuth, B is for Boreas, C is for cosine, D is for diamant, E is for ellipse, F is for phlogiston, G is for gamut. H is for homeboy, I is for icon, J is for jura, K is for collapse, L is for laudanum, M is for myriad, N is for nadir, O is for oriole, P is for perihelion. This seems like a very questionable alphabet for children. Yeah! Q is for quasar, R is for rhododendron, S is for sinus, T is for tricolor, U is for ultra, V is for vector, W is for warheight, X is for xylophone, Y is for Istava, Z is for zenith. That's it? That's it. You know the alphabet now. Wow. That was pretty useful. Okay. Got what this book was all about. Oh yeah, this is the book that kills you. Okay, we've seen this before. Oh yeah, I can try to call this number. Yeah, I think that's about as much as I'm gonna do for tonight before going to bed here. There's other stuff I could do, but I don't want to do it without Kim. I don't think I have anything about, hey, do this without Kim sort of thing. Yeah, I guess it's time to go to bed and start the next day. Good news is I have a sword now. A shitty sword, but still. Let's see what kind of weird dreams we have. The bed is comforting, if a bit run down. Still, you've earned a rest. Across the room, the heating system hums its soft lullaby. The mattress feels soft and sheets warm. It only takes you moments for the world to fall away. Your dreams?
Thoughts, baby. A million little lights in the dark. You're one fine instrument, brother. All those faces and all those names. All that laughter and screaming and scheming around. Every corner and every street.
The developers in an interview said this guy that does the voice acting for the ancient reptilian brain is actually the lead singer for a heavy metal band. They got to do this.
Recorded in you forever on Ferrotape.
Spinning on empty.
On and on it goes, for untold hours. At the disco where you first asked her to dance. Rising, rising, above the dark curvature, the great wingspan of sleep, studded with stars.
Behold, there are millions of them down there. The first time, the last time, the smoke in her mouth, the potted flowers, the faces turning, changing.
What is it?
It's the world, Harry boy. And you're made of it. Every day you're out there, you make more of yourself from it. I'm afraid you can't be unmade now. You can never forget this shit.
Colors, the voices.
All stuck on loop, whirling, spitting out words and images.
You're the son of the world again. Harrister, a ceaseless agent, picking up litter and old newspapers, collecting your little bubblegum wrappers and idiotic picture postcards. Meaningless, meaningless keepsakes.
Reading your awful letters and recalling things, aren't you? The endless names of the world. An address book you are. The map of a city.
But what if I want to be the agent of nothing?
It's too late. You're not made of nothing anymore. You're something now, Harry. I tried to drown you in the black water, but you re-emerged, kicking and screaming, running. And for what?
Solving your little crossword puzzles. Doing your tasks. Crossing names off your lists. Trying to become some sort of world detector. It won't make it okay. It won't put smoke back in her mouth.
Why?
'Cause only love can break your heart.
Fucking limbic system. Feel the pillow under your cheek.
Beep, beep, beep. The alarm is ringing, Harry. The disco circus goes on and on. You barely slept 3 hours last night.
Tell the limbic system about divine butter. That's what I need, Nox. Do it for the win. It's a new day. Apparently I'm waking up sitting on the chair instead of in the bed. Day 4. Okay. This thing is real buggy. This list of tasks. It's got tasks on here that I've already done. Got my sword. That's what really matters here. No time to rest yet. New day. And there's Kim, waiting for me. Good morning. What about my sword, Kim?
Yes?
So, I shaved. Yes, the lieutenant stares at your shaven face, his eyes narrowed. He mumbles, I don't know what to say. He coughs. Perhaps. I knew I shouldn't shave. I knew it and still did it. What an idiot. No, it's okay, I guess. Keep staring at you, dumbfounded. I may have preferred the mutton chops. They sort of seem to cover the... He stops. They sort of seem to, like, cover more of your face. Damage. Either way, good on you. The lieutenant gathers himself. You were saying? Alright. Well, now I have a sword and I'm shaved, so I'm like a whole new man. A whole new man.
The waves are beginning to die down. Look at those little bastards. Simmer down, bastards.
Be seeing you.
Our tenant, the policeman. I hope the waves don't keep you up at night. What can I help you with?
Alright, so I can talk to the kids now. And the three hobos here. Up, Rock! Lillian's twin. The scruffy-haired little boy kicks a stone. He can't be more than 5 years old. Lillian's other twin. Oh, I see. Not the twin of Lillian. The twins that belong to Lillian, as in they are her children. The other one looks indistinguishable from him. He watches his brother kick the stone with his tongue lolling out of his mouth. You guys look identical. That's my brilliant character. The stone-kicking one becomes frantic all of a sudden, as if that's something to be scared of, the obvious fact that you just stated.
He looks just like me,
the other one says. Yeah, I said that. The boy doesn't answer. His brother throws another rock. Both of their hair is covered in some kind of dirt. You're bad with kids, the lieutenant remarks with evident glee. And what are you, Kid Master General? Maybe I am, he grins. Now, how about some actual police work? We're not getting anything out of here. You must be Lillian's twins. This one doesn't say anything. Kicking the concrete with his worn-out sneaker. Wouldn't dive into your savings for it? Wouldn't dive into your savings for what?
Lily's our mom.
Ignore that? Okay, Amaranth. Explains the other one, tongue still lolling out of his mouth. I already said that. The stone kicker laughs suddenly. His head is too large for his shoulders. The other one laughs as well. Maybe there's some kind of reason why they're laughing. An interesting reason somehow tied to the case. What are you laughing about? The boy stops laughing and looks at his toes.
Oh, okay, so now he's shy. Now he's not talking, just wobbling around like he's afraid of something. Children are stupid.
Ha ha! The scruffy-haired little kid laughs as though in agreement. You're stupid, the other one tells him, suddenly very serious.
Okay, how about the policeman asks you something else now?
Okay.
The scruffy-haired boy squints up at you.
Bye, kids. Take care.
Why can't I ask him about the armor? Oh, because it's a girl from the fishing village, they said. Knew about the armor, not these two boys. What's the deal with your fucking kids, lady? Just wanted to let you know your kids are dumb.
The waves are beginning to die.
Be seeing you. I haven't seen a little girl out here. Can I go inside Lillian's house? Oh yeah, time to steal Lillian's shit. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. Oh, have we already been in here? There's no... Oh, we have already been in here. There's nothing else in here of note. What's in here? Note. Alright, here's the last 3 people out in the open world that I've found that I haven't... Oh, what, they're gone?! Oh, they must not be up early in the morning. I'll have to come back and talk to them. Because this is where they were, I'm pretty certain. They stay up real late. But they're... Yeah, maybe they're just gone forever and I can never meet them now. Elodied. Okay, what do I want to do with my day? Well, let's check these traps, I guess. This seems to kind of be a dead end over here. Elodied, just like the butter sign. The familiar apparatus lies among the reeds, another one of Morel's traps, weighed down by stones to keep it in place. The reeds bend forlornly toward the sand. You see slabs of concrete north. In the east, the city center hums to you. A constant, distant song, louder on this part of the coast, nearer somehow. And there's that cold again. Always the cold. The trap is also full of panicked locusts. No sign of any cryptozoological beast inside. Another empty trap. The lieutenant takes a note, more out of habit than duty. Let's keep going. The next one is the lucky one. Yep, the next one has a crab trapped in it. He raises his collar. It's windy. These are just crab traps, you do realize. Don't you tell me what's a crab trap, Kim. A banged-up motor carriage lies half submerged in the icy water, slowly sinking into the Insulindian Ocean. Only the cabin top, rear wheels, and the engine remain visible. It must be cold and lonely down there, in the icy water. This is where the tracks on the plaza were leading to. It appears to be so. The lieutenant has a peculiar look in his eyes as he inspects the wreckage. Traffic hooliganism. Sounds like something some rascals would do. Let's investigate. I agree. The lieutenant replies, his eyes never leave the sunken vehicle. We should definitely investigate. Oh, this is the vehicle that made the hole in the fence! Oh, in that case, I'm probably the one that crashed this here. Won't be surprised. Find the traffic hooligan. A half-insane joyrider has jumped over the canal. See if you can find evidence of his reckless activity in west on the coast. Scampering rascals on a traffic hooliganism caper. That's right, Knox. You found the joyrider's vehicle. See what's inside to identify his identity. Oh, it's gotta be me, right? Get a sudden sinking feeling. Stomach acid comes up as you look at the motor carriage in the deep, dark, cold water. Why the doom and gloom? It's just a sunken motor carriage. Some motor carriages are bound to end up in the sea. Jacob Earl. I don't remember who that is. Run my hand over the cold metal. The motor carriage is properly stuck in the ice. Cheese it, you're the cops! Getting it out would require a team of specialists. Rust, moss, and sea life have already claimed it for themselves and initiated a slow decomposition process. How long has it been here? The ice hasn't closed around the vehicle yet. He leans forward to peek into the cold water. My guess is it's been here since last Saturday or Sunday. What's the make of this MC? Can I see a logo? The logo is too deep in the murky water. You can't make it out, but you do see a monkfish float by. Well, well, well. looks like Jacob Earl's journey came to an abrupt end here. I know who that is. Your mocking tone finds no response but the motion of the waves. You say something, Lieutenant? I did not. Gives you a blank stare. But I'd say it has been here since last Saturday or Sunday. Wish I could remember where I got that name from. Yes, yes. Crazy recklessness. Yes, crazy recklessness. Been here since last Saturday or Sunday. What should we do? Let's wait for the low tide and see what's inside. How long will it take for the low tide to come in? I don't know. An hour or two tops. I guess that's a waste of time. I want to go do other stuff while I'm waiting for that. I don't want to just sit here and wait. I mean, I literally have no choice now. I have to sit on the swing and wait for the tide to recede. Literally sitting on the swings right here. As you sit down in the old, rusty playground, the world around you becomes very silent. The hinges creak under your weight, dangerously so. Nothing but the sound of seagulls, high above in the sky, echoing like distant laughter. Ice cracks around the blue motor carriage in the sea. I can try to use drama to whistle a tune, but apparently I'm very bad at it. Spit flies from your mouth, spraying your chest and landing on the ground before you. No sound, though. Raining heavily here, Chief. Mind keeping it down a bit? I'm spitting on the tie. The lieutenant must think it's rather funny. He smiles and quickly turns away. Keep blowing. That's right. Just keep at it. It will come to you. With his lips puckered, the lieutenant lets out a beautiful melodic trill that puts even the insulindic thrush to shame. You hear the sound echo in the large body of water. Clouds race across the spring sky, and suddenly you just feel better about everything. The clouds pass in the sky, and the shadow of the swing moves like the hour hand on a timepiece. 30 minutes have passed. Wasting so much time. I can ask him like a personal question, or I can ask him this shit. Would you rather sit on an anthill for an hour, or stand in a river of leeches? Well, the lieutenant rubs his chin. Historically, leeches have been used to prevent and even cure many ailments. Clouds on the horizon grow darker, and the shadow of the swing set keeps climbing. You hear the distant rumble of the city. 30 minutes pass. If you have to side with either the strikers or the shipping company, who would you choose? Luckily, I am already a member of an independent organization, and therefore do not have to choose between a rock and a hard place. But if someone puts a gun to your head? Your voice echoes on the water, strange and out of place in the environment. 30 more minutes pass. Thanks for wasting all my time here, game. Oh, shit. Can you make out the mark now? Detective, I've been able to make out the mark ever since we arrived. I find it odd that you haven't. It's a Capri Model 40. His eyes turn to you. It is a simple and rugged machine favored by working men, government officers. He pauses to think. Firefighters, animal control people. You know, those kinds of people. It's clearly my car. Squint your eyes and say, is that a number on the side? Yes, 41. What do you think it stands for? Obviously, it's Precinct 41 where my character's from, but let's see what kind of dumb shit I can say. His rank in the underground street racing hierarchy. Street Raider is quite the ladies' man. Tommy 41, the morning host of FM 41. These are some fucking Sardic answers right here. Factory made a mistake, accidentally called this one Capri 41. Stupid factory. So Kim already knows that it's my car. He's just trying not to break it to me. 41, huh? This street racer's quite the ladies' man. Right. The lieutenant is looking at you peculiarly. Or 41 is the number of a police precinct. Your precinct. A massive pit opens in your stomach, and the most terrible feeling comes over you. You feel like you're about to faint and fall off the swing. Your hands get clammy, and the air tastes sour to breathe.
Oh God, Harry! Oh God, Harry, what did you do?
No. Just nope. Say no to this, Harry. Oh, no. Yes, your car is in the sea. Face it so we can start dealing with this.
No, I mean, seriously, it's just a coincidence.
The lieutenant just shakes his head.
Oh my God, it's mine! I drove my car into the sea?
I'm afraid, yes. It looks like you started in front of the whirling, jumped over the canal, and then drove your vehicle in the sea right here. I must have been the one that crushed the butter sign also.
Maybe I was in pursuit of someone.
Of whom? The lieutenant looks skeptical. I don't think so. If anything, you were probably drunk.
Probably? Try definitely. They're not gonna take me back after this, are they?
People are more valuable than machines. He's trying to cheer you up now. Training a police officer is even more costly.
People, yes, but not you. Badge, the gun, now this?
The lieutenant adjusts his glasses and doesn't say anything. There is also a fourth thing you've lost.
Fourth thing?
More precious than the gun, the badge, and the motor carriage combined. Lost forever. To the deepest of seas.
Well, how do we get it out?
Detective, he says almost gently, we don't. A rescue operation really isn't viable at this point.
So it's just gonna be there like that?
I'm afraid it will have to be there like that for many years. He looks around. Look at it. Parts of it might be salvageable, but overall this machine is a write-off.
Well, I could still fix it.
That is very unlikely. The lieutenant replies with a sigh. All the electrics are toast. That goes for the electromagnetic steering and brake systems as well. You'd be lucky to find one undamaged component in there. He shakes his head. In a few months there will be nothing but rust left of this vehicle. It'll be cheaper to buy a new one. Well, not cheaper.
This motor carriage costs 40,000 real. But in the long run, it still makes more sense to buy a new machine than try to refurbish this.
People aren't going to be angry at me, aren't they? In Precinct 41?
Let's face it, this is a substantial loss to your district's budget.
He's avoiding your gaze now.
I mean, my station only has 4 other vehicles in addition to my Kanima.
Well, at least I can see what's in there now.
What a shit show. Another thing my character has destroyed. Huh. We found the traffic hooligan. And the hooligan are us.
Yes, let's go take a look.
Go to your inventory and interact with the item by... What? Interact with what item? I don't think I have an item in my inventory that I can interact with. I do have a cool sword, though.
Yes?
Oh, here's some items. A commander's jacket? Was I a commander? And my badge! I found my badge! RCM Commander's Jacket. A black uniform jacket with RCM's signature white rectangle on its right sleeve and backside. Letters inside the collar read LTN-2JFR. The jacket is of exceptional quality. The jacket is of exceptional quality, other than some minor wear and tear. +1 esprit de corps, united in black. +1 visual calculus, sharp eye. So I must have been highly ranked. And there I am, on the badge. Thick blue piece of acrylic covering a thin leaf of paper with the officer's name and rank on it. Next to the writing, you see a man stare back at you. A younger version of you, already disintegrating inside but still presentable on the outside. Found my badge.
Yes?
A police badge on which you see the photo of a man. You. Some seaweed is stuck to the back.
I found my badge!
Finally.
At least something good came out of all this.
The lieutenant glances at the badge in your hands. Encased between 2 durable plastic sheets is a bluish card with lines of information, and a watermark in the shape of the street grid of Revachol West. You see a photo, a name, a rank, a document number, the date of issue, and in the lower right corner, your precinct. Look at the photo. The man keeps winking at you with his green-gray eyes. The photo is old, no doubt about that. Good choice. A newer photo would look different. How old? 8, maybe 10 years. The guy in the picture is rather good looking. He's got a nice haircut and is distinctly lacking in massive sideburns. And he's winking? Why? Why do you think? His face is already contorted by the expression, although it looks less grotesque on him than it did on you. It looks like you had quite the charming face, way back then. Your hair is brown and slightly curly. Your eyes seem more clear somehow. Don't be fooled. The bad times have already begun. The badge in your hand shines as you rotate it, catching light. You see lines of information on it, and a shining watermark. Name, Harrier Dubois. Harrier. That's long for Harry. So you are Harry. He thinks. Everett was half right. Probably not a lot of people know your full name. Whoever told him you're Harry Dubois didn't.
Wait. What kind of name is Harrier?
It's a wartime name. Revolutionary. The kind mothers give their sons during troubled times, like Undying, or Boxer, or Ironhide.
It's meant to keep you safe. But I don't want to be Harrier Dubois.
Why? It's a cool name. I like it.
Ironhide. Yeah, imagine naming your kid Ironhide. He shrugs.
Besides, you're Harry anyway. No one's ever called Harrier.
He's not going to call you Harrier. He'll keep calling you Officer when he's angry with you, and Detective when he's not. Rank LTN-2JFR?
Lieutenant Double Yefretor.
What's a Lieutenant Double Yefretor?
Lieutenant is a rank above Sergeant and below Captain. It's the highest rank in the RCM that still does field work. I am a lieutenant.
Double Yefretor?
Title of Yefretor is added to your rank when you decline a promotion to a higher rank, in your case, Captain.
The lieutenant explains.
You have declined twice, thus you're Double Yefretor.
Declined?
There are many reasons one would do this. The rank above you in your precinct's decomptage might be taken, or sometimes promoted officers do not want to replace their superiors out of respect. And sometimes, he continues, they just prefer the type of police work available to their current rank, in your case, Lieutenant.
Heavy-duty case-solving machine. What's a decomptage?
Decomptage is the hierarchical system employed by the Revachol Citizens Militia. It means counting down to twos. The lowest rank is junior officer, usually teenagers. Then there are patrol officers, then sergeants, lieutenants, and then a captain. That's basically it, except for a few kinks.
What kinks?
Kinks like satellite officers and the additional Yefretor rank I already explained.
Wait, satellite officers?
You are given the title of satellite officer if your partner is quickly promoted to the ranks, and you rise with him. You don't seem to be a satellite.
Wait, so you've been putting up with all my bullshit because I'm your superior?
No. I've been putting up with you because despite an unconventional approach, you're doing good police work.
Let's not throw the word good around willy-nilly.
It matters more than driving your motor carriage into the sea.
He smiles encouragingly.
And now we've even found your badge. Still, he doesn't trust you completely.
I thought my rank was drunk.
Yes, apparently you've had a rather successful career in the past, and...
He pauses to examine you.
This leads me to believe maybe your current situation is only temporary.
Yeah, LOL good, right, Amaranth?
I don't want to get better. I want to get worse.
I, don't really know how to respond to that, Lieutenant W. Freitor.
Turn back to the document. Such a small yet precious thing. Expensive paper caught between thick plastic like a fly in amber.
Serial REV 126205 JAM41.
That's just the serial number. Revachol, Jamrock, Precinct 41. With some numbers thrown in there for good measure.
Date of issue 7th of November 50.
4 months ago. I'm guessing that's when you were promoted to the rank of Lieutenant W. Freitor. A new badge usually comes with a new rank. You seem to have been doing well then.
The pain in your chest tells you that you were working yourself to death to earn that rank. The case created a lot of edge. You have to take off. The death march really gets us going. A lot can happen in 4 months, especially in winter. The winters are never easy on you. That you're sure.
I remember that time! The tie around your neck feels tight suddenly. That was a good time. We had a good work-drink balance going. What happened, man? Pump it up.
Precinct 41?
Yes, it's the designation of your precinct. 41. Like mine says, 57. The 57th is mostly industrial harbor. A lot of asphalt. The 41st is... He stops.
What?
It's a tough station to work in. You have all of Jamrock to cover. That district should have 3 precincts, but money is what it is.
It's no wonder you're like you are, he thinks. But then again...
A faint smile.
It's a legendary district, and a hell of a station, too. It must be an honor and a curse to work with people like Price, McCoy, Berdyeva.
So much for the badge. I finally found my badge. One of my first tasks. Done. I could call into the station and be like, yo, I found my badge, suckers.
Yes?
Gotta use mending on the vehicle, hell yeah. Alright, so that's progress. It's already 10 o'clock in the morning. We spent a lot of time doing that. I wonder if the hobos are up yet. Hey, they are. Good. Does Bless, Divine Favor, Magic Weapon, and Bard Song all stack? I don't know what you're talking about, son. I mean, it sounds like you're talking about D&D, but... D&D 3.5? Maybe. I mean, you have to look at what the specific names of the bonuses are that are given. In most cases, different bonuses of the same named type do not stack with one another. But if they're different named types, then they do. Or, if it's an untyped bonus that has no name on the type of bonus, then it will stack with everything. Alright, let's talk to these three.
Hey, tequila!
This guy's name is Idiot Doom Spiral. That should be my name. A 30-something man clad in a two-piece lycra tracksuit puts down his pilsner and extends his hand in greeting.
Good to see ya. How's business? How's the old reality situation treating ya?
Shake his hand.
So what's happening?
He picks up his beer.
Wait, tequila?
Yeah, Tequila Sunset. How are the, high-concept, reality-based adventures proceeding?
He takes a sip. Good. These people know your true name. Looks like it has preceded you, Mr. Sunset. More on that later. I like this guy. You should too. He respects you by calling you your true name. My true name is Ice Time. It's ice time, ice time, ice time, ice. Oh no! We have an ice situation in here. We gotta do extended ice time. Extended ice time. Extended ice time. Extended time. Put a little extended ice time. Ice time. Ice time. Okay. It is time for ice. Ice time. Ice time. It's ice time. It's ice time. And eyesore. Nice, Nox. So a morale bonus doesn't stack with a morale bonus? No. But a morale bonus will stack with a competence bonus, will stack with a divine bonus, will stack with a enhancement bonus, will stack with a deflection bonus, etc. But less luck and enhancement, enchantment. Yes, those should all stack then. Remember to sing the hymn of harmony when you bless. Yeah, you do need to remember that. Alright, got a lot of choices here. Level 7 to hit at level 2. Yeah, pretty good. Buffs are very powerful in 3.5. So much so that they were nerfed in 4th and 5th edition after that, because buff stacking made things kind of ridiculous in 3.5. How are my high concept reality based adventures proceeding? I am the law. Oh, we gotta go with the apocalypse one, obviously. Reality, it's perishing. Soon only glowing embers will remain of the atoms, of human faces, only echoes.
Not this again. I was hoping that we were done with it.
Fucking Kim.
Only echoes remaining of human faces? That's a pretty good apocalypse. I wouldn't mind if it came down to that.
He nods appreciatively and picks at his shit-stained lycra jacket. This guy's living the dream. Idiot Doom Spiral. I already like this guy.
Things aren't going super well for Idiot Doom Spiral either. Haven't found those keys yet. Haven't won that great piece of arts back. No word from my business buddies.
Takes a sip from his beer. This guy's your buddy. You feel it immediately. You belong to an organization, a fraternity of drunks.
Well, what's a tequila sunset? You keep saying it. It's you! You're Tequila Sunset! How do you know this? We've met before, ain't you remember? No. Aha!
He takes a sip from his beer.
Do you want to know how Tequila Sunset came to be?
Tequila sunset. Something ominous there.
You go ahead. Let me take a sip to moisten up my cords.
He takes a big sip, then begins.
Tequila Sunset rolled into Martinez last Friday. And by Tequila Sunset, I mean you. The man, the myth.
Was I alone? Wait, did we meet on Friday?
Hey, let's not jump ahead of ourselves. This is your story. Stop interrupting.
He takes another sip, then continues.
You got here on Friday to solve a case, hoping to be the early bird who gets the worm. And by the worm, I mean the buzz, because as far as I know, all you did was get pissed drunk. Word on the street is you went around the local hostel telling people that you're a police officer and that it would be really fucked up if you shot yourself in the head right in front of them. That's pretty high concept, if you ask me. Oh yeah, that's totally your style.
Your partner's brow is furrowed. He's listening as casually as he can. Casually listening.
Yeah, sure, I did that thing. What of it? Hey man, I'm not judging.
He waves the bottle towards you.
This life's a valley of woes. Some of the highest concept people in history have killed themselves and been drunks.
I am. That's what I've been saying since the beginning. This game is Sun Gnif Simulator.
Either way, it was a late Saturday night when we, the Union of Moribund Alcoholics, got our drink on. Nothing remarkable about this. We get our drink on 24/7.
Sunsible choices. Oh yeah, Sunsible is one of my favorite little things that I've coined. It's not quite as good as argumentative, but it's pretty good.
Makes everything warm and glowy. I trust you know the feeling.
Oh yeah, you do, Bratushka. The only thing better than that is pushing the pedal to the metal after you kiss it tight. And off we go.
One moment we hear the sound of a motor carriage revving up somewhere on the plaza, followed by a series of dings and bangs.
Oh, it's interesting. I could have learned that I'm the one that crashed the car before going to the car if I'd talked to them first.
Do you remember the sound of wood cracking? The billboard?
The butter sign.
Naturally, loud noises pique the interest of anybody owning a pair of ears. That's just the reality we're in. Naturally. Anyway, there was a brief silence. A gasp of silence, if you will, followed by a real commotion. We heard the carriage careening towards the coast at top speed. Sounded like someone jumped the canal. We grabbed our brewskis and rushed to the jetty. Never underestimate the speed of an alcoholic.
3 men are standing on a wooden platform. Terrifying to Lone Wolf. Extending out from the shore of a dilapidated fishing village. Their cheeks red, spirits high, beers in hand, eyes glazed over. Breaking the butter sign caused the calamity that occurred. It's true, Nox.
What we saw was a sight to behold. A beat-up police carriage containing you, right there on the beach. You revved the engine and screamed at the top of your lungs. The time hath come!
Nice.
So, naturally, being the curious cat I am, I asked what time hath come, to which you replied, "The time hath come for tequila sunset, the end of all things." Every word I said was true. Tequila sunset will break the looms of reality. Yeah, looms. Why not? Then you jammed the pedal and plowed right off the jetty and through the ice. Your hands cramp on the steering levers. We ran towards the ice while you crawled your way out, miraculously unhurt, covered in seaweed and shit, like some kind of sea monster. When we finally got there, you were sitting on the beach, crying. You said that your badge and uniform were in the car. It was too late to get in there, though. The carriage had sunk too deep. Recognizing a brother in need, we offered our condolences and invited you to party with us, which you naturally agreed to. What else was there to do? Thank you, brothers, for your helping hand. We asked about the whole tequila sunset thing, and you told us it was your name now, and he insisted that we all call you that from then on.
I don't think you've told us about the time you rammed a taxi with a moped, no.
Wait, so is tequila sunset an event or a name? I think you said that you were the event and that you would smash the looms of reality. Yeah, I knew I'd heard that looms line before. Tequila sunset, huh? Sounds pretty good.
He smiles.
Yeah, I agree. How long did we party for? Hours. It was an all-night drink-a-thon. Then at some point, I think it was Sunday morning, you got belligerent and wanted to talk about Ravisholian women. How they're beautiful and also whores and so on. How one of them fucked you real bad. After a short while, you crossed the event horizon, looked sullen, got up, and left without saying anything.
Wow, that's quite a story.
Yeah, I bet Tequila's a fucking legend around the precinct. You must be proud to work with him.
If you only knew.
Ha ha, Kim! If you only knew. Alright. Did I ever tell you people about the time I took a bunch of trips, they didn't work, so I took a whole paper strip, then they worked. This sounds like it's going to wonderful places, son. Let's see.
Did you get a read on what kind of cop I was? Well, you kept telling us that in your work you've seen a lot of blood, but that it's nothing compared to the great bloodletting to come. I believe you mentioned something about the ground cracking open to swallow cities and dreams alike. Yeah, I remember that simile, or whatever the fuck they are.
So I am the apocalyptic cop.
Did we talk about, politics? Yeah, you kept talking about how the coal mine owners were fucking us all over, just like that woman fucked you. I didn't agree with you, by the way. The spectral hand of the market makes sure everyone gets exactly what they deserve.
He takes a long sip of beer. So we got ourselves a capitalist here. You're driving across the bridge on the moped, enjoying the sunset. Waves of the ocean above your head like you were under the ocean somehow. Okay, sure. Who hasn't been there? Taxi had the fucking temerity to drive around on my seabed or whatever, so you fucking rammed it as fast as you could.
Makes sense. Sensible choice. Woke up in a hospital a couple days later with a fractured skull. See, that sounds exactly like the kind of thing the protagonist of this game would do. Apparently, I miraculously just sort of sailed over the taxi, over the side of the bridge. And then landed on a fucking concrete drain pipe. Wow. You're lucky you didn't die. That sounds like some shit that would kill a motherfucker. You're mortal? Yeah, me too. It's unfortunate.
Did I tell you anything specific about this person that fucked me?
You were pretty vague about it, but you kept saying you got fucked real hard, and that we've all been fucked too. Please don't open that door. Hashtag Divine Butter. I don't know this guy's voice. No one's fucked me. I do the fucking around here. Don't call Abigail.
Abigail.
It seemed pretty painful, to be honest with you. If I had to guess, I'd say you were still working through some shit.
Did I mention losing anything else?
Beside your gun and your badge, he said something about your hope, or heart, or something. To be honest, the details are a little hazy. All the water you could have landed in, you landed on a drain pipe. I guess that's not very lucky. But still, it's amazing you didn't die. In retrospect, I guess you lost your motor carriage too. That's a big one.
Did I say anything about the case?
Yeah, you said it was no biggie and that we could solve it in no time. Takes a strong quaff of his beer. And that you didn't need anyone to do it. You're doing it solo now. A lot of cops go solo and hermit once they reach that level of alcoholism. It's not meant as a joke. He's sorry for the hermit cop.
Did I say anything about my colleagues?
You told us that they were a bunch of fucking losers whose main interest was cramping your style. It's more like you were cramping theirs. No specifics, though. It was more about you that night. You were the star of the show.
I don't need to hear any more.
He nods. It's a hard thing for a man to confront his past. That's why I avoid mine at all costs. Be seeing you. Nice.
You seem like you're characterized by your storytelling ability. You want to tell me another one sometime?
Whoop-de-woo. So now I'm a fucking storyteller, he says, slapping his knee. Right, why not? Better than a beach bum.
Yeah, you want to tell me how you became Idiot Doom Spiral?
Idiot Doom Spiral could be a good name, son. Idiot Doom Spiral could be the name of my autobiography. But I think it'd be a better name for your autobiography. It depends, really. Are you willing to help me out? The gleam in his eyes and the slouch in his posture is so incredibly familiar.
You want booze, don't you?
His eyes light up. I don't want it, man. I need it. Can't tell stories without it. Dry stories are boring, you see. So, have you got anything for good old Idiot Doom Spiral? A bottle for a story? Seems fair to me. What do I give him? I've got all kinds of booze.
I got some sweet Commodore Red.
Classy. He snatches the bottle and pushes the cork in through the bottleneck.
Before he can start, one of the other bums interjects. Hey, Spyro boy, you gonna share that?
Don't call Abigail.
Shut up, guys! I'm telling a story here.
He turns to you.
Something happened to you. Something happened to me, too. My actual name is George, but around here, you already know. I was once a reasonably high net worth individual. A founder / junior partner at a high concept creative services agency. When my story begins, I'd just landed a major contract with an insurance firm. Go on. I used the profits from my agency to finance what I called a cultural incubator. Abstract value generation, value per person, high concept stuff. I developed a paradigm, worked within the paradigm, but the burden of leadership weighed heavily on me, so I went jogging every so often to keep myself sane. Wait, how many people did you have working for you? 22 full-time employees, an all-star team, a potentially historical set of individuals. Worrying about them often kept me up well into the morning hours. Did the jogging help? It did. With my trusty sans serif tracksuit, I felt like I could conquer the world. But now dreams are worn thin, much like my tracksuit, he says thoughtfully, brushing dust off of his shit-stained pants. He's wearing the crusty pants. 3, wait, are you telling me you were a work demon? Alright, Knox. What happened? One day, I left on my evening run. As you may know, it's impossible to clear your head when you're distracted by the sound of keys jangling in your pockets. He shakes the bottle and makes a ringing sound. He's right. It's incredibly annoying. Obligatory pun. His eyes are clouded, his dilated blood vessels encircling his irises like stinging brambles. So I removed the key ring and put the keys for the front gate and the apartment into different pockets to stop the jangling, you see. At least that was the plan. I was halfway done with my usual lap when it started to rain. The reality situation became very wet very quickly. How wet are we talking exactly? Wet, okay? It was raining really hard. There's a trace of derision in his voice. I made my way back home and discovered that I didn't have the key to the front gate. I'd mixed it up with the key to the letterbox, which was useless. Naturally, the situation required me to climb over the gate, which I did. There was no climbing down because I slipped and landed on my ass.
I feel like we're literally listening to a Son Gniff story in the game right now. Hold on, I'm gonna pour myself some more Big K. Hashtag Son Gniff story. We're listening to some Gniffstory here. It's like history, but some Gniffstory. It's a Gniffstorical fact. I would have landed on my feet. I got feline reflexes. My bad savoir faire! No, you don't. Whatever. The point is, reality was looking rather grim just then. Me lying on my ass in a mud pit in the middle of a heavy shower. But when life knocked me down, I always got up. So I made my way across the yard. Standing in front of my apartment door, fumbling with my pockets, I realised that I had also forgotten my apartment key. You gotta be shitting me. He turns his head toward the skies and says, I wish I were, Tequila. I wish I were.
Instead of my apartment key, I'd taken the key to the office. Okay, so what happened next? I rang my neighbours' buzzers. It was late and most of them didn't even answer. Those who did assumed I was trying to sell them something and hung up before I could even explain the situation. People are naturally wary of admin, you see. One moment someone chats you up, 5 minutes later you've bought a box of edible lingerie and a strap-on. I don't begrudge them, especially since I was known to be one of the best.
He pauses meaningfully. Heavy is the head that wears the crown.
Just then, I experienced a moment of clarity. I still had the key to my office. I could wait out the storm there. But when I reached my office, I remembered that I'd asked one of my producers to change the locks that day. And since I hired only the best, he'd already done it, and I couldn't get in. Anyway, long story short, life spiraled out of control. I haven't gotten into my apartment for years, and my girlfriend left me because she didn't want to date a homeless man. The company, well, you see where I'm going with this.
This sounds like such a bullshit story. You don't end up homeless because you forgot your key one day. That's ridiculous.
Pinches his thigh as if to check whether this reality is the reality. So, now you've heard my tragic tale. What do you think? Like nothing you've ever heard, huh?
He takes a long swig of his drink. I literally can't believe it.
Wait, is that it? I feel like there's some steps missing. Tequila, I've thought about this series of events for a long time. If there was anything else to it, I would have thought of it by now.
Why didn't you go to the authorities?
Well, at one point they came to me, but you know, I didn't have any ID on me, so they tossed me in jail for 2 days. I can't say it increased my faith in the RCM. No offense, gentlemen.
He shakes his head.
I've only been a hobo cop for a few days now, but it doesn't seem so bad. The hobo lifestyle definitely has some perks. Not having to pay rent, first and foremost. Not being responsible for 20 other people is nice too. But that charm wears off pretty quickly. Before you know it, you're wearing a shit-stained tracksuit and spending your days picking tear. Have you got any more stories? I do, but as you can see, my fuel tank is running quite low, if you catch my drift.
Tear is basically just trash in the sun. Like bottles that you can pick up, bottles and stuff that you can pick up for like recycling and get a small amount of money for. He spins the bottle in his hand. Not a single drop of liquid remains.
Here, I got a potent Pilsner. Not much, but it'll do.
He grabs the bottle from your hand and uncorks it immediately.
The tale I'm about to tell you is an urban legend, particular to Martinez.
He lifts the bottle to his lips and takes a long, luxuriant sip.
That said, I first heard it from a former bicycle courier in Curon. There are many variations on the basic story, and the details often conflict. What everyone agrees on is that nobody knows the exact nature or identity of the phenomenon.
Are you telling the story of the headless...
Shut the fuck up, Rosemary!
He clears his throat.
Summer of 44. 17-year-old Gertrude Het is walking home from a late shift at the harbour. It's almost midnight. She stops for a cigarette near the canal.
The streets are warmed by a southerly breeze. The lights of a passing motor carriage bloom and fade in the distance. In the harbor's dark, her cigarette is a beacon, dancing alone. The image comes to you effortlessly, as though you'd walk the same streets yourself 1,000 times.
Our heroine finds herself enjoying the peace and quiet the canal provides.
He looks up to the skies as if searching for peace himself.
What she doesn't know is that her peace is about to be shattered. From behind her comes the clattering of hooves. Startled, she turns around, and what does she see?
Oh no, hooves. A dire cow. It's a dire cow. It's a Derecho wipe.
The giant of Coco Nur? What? No, I told you this is a Martinez legend. It's a man. With no head on his shoulders.
Oh, I have the figurine. It's the headless fawn rider on the bull.
But no head on his shoulders, wearing a found tracksuit, searching for the legendary found cap that went missing when he lost his head. Wait, I thought the headless found rider rode a bull.
I thought that he rode a headless pig,
the lieutenant says with a little smirk.
Well, there are many versions of this story, the most peculiar of which has the headless found rider riding on the back of another headless man. That's super spooky. Yeah, according to legend, young Gertrude Het had to endure years of psychotherapy before she was able to look at a horse or a tracksuit again. And she's one of the lucky ones.
Takes a sip from his bottle.
Gertrude Het may have been the first to witness the headless found rider, but she wasn't the last. Oh no. Tell them about the two feminists by the logs. Fuck Rosemary, they were dating. No one said they were feminists. Everyone always misremembering this stuff.
This wouldn't be the De Ponte Delgado case, would it?
What? You know it?
I've read the case file, but please, go on.
Right. Early autumn of 46. Ulla de Ponte and Eva Delgado are fishing near the waterlock long after the sun has set. The wind picks up. A sky already dark now blackens. Water starts falling from above, the first cold rain of the season.
Two women stand on a small outcropping of rocks. One of them is wearing a purple raincoat. Thin lines reach out from the rods into the sea. Small droplets start appearing on the surface with increasing frequency.
It's a Minotaur monk carrying a giant spider cow on the back of a chariot pulled by two cows. I think that is the most likely scenario, Nox. Yeah.
The women are caught in the downpour. They act quickly. Eva gathers the rods whilst Ulla turns around to reach for the tackle box.
Don't turn around. Don't turn around.
When she sees something, her shriek is so violent that the residents of the nearby apartment building believe lightning has struck. But there is no lightning, only a heavy downpour and the silhouette of the headless found rider looming on the horizon. Ulla makes a run for the shore, but Eva slips on a wet walk and disappears into the cold canal with nary a sound.
The man falls ominously silent for a moment, then looks you straight in the eye and says,
"Her body is never recovered." What happened to Ulla de Ponte?
Word on the street is that she, you know... He makes a finger pistol with his right hand and lifts it up to his chin. Gave herself facial deconstruction surgery. Real grisly stuff.
That part, at least, more or less corresponds to the case file.
See? Told you. The man takes a long, self-satisfied sip. Anyway, that's the story of the Endless Found Rider. Pretty crazy, huh?
That's nothing. I got an even crazier story.
Yeah? Why don't you go eat shit, Tequila? There's no way you know a better one than that.
The gnome of Garoma dissolves its victims with acid.
Acid gnomes? Sounds like a stupid, low-concept band name. Acid Gnomes. I would not like that band.
Who was the Headless Rider before he died?
Well, Tequila, that's part of the legend. No one knows for sure. There are a couple of possibilities, though. Some say he was an undercover cop who blew his cover and got beheaded by the vicious gang he had infiltrated. Now he rides, searching for his lost found cap, plotting revenge. Oh, headless brother, where art thou? Others claim he was a professional jockey who veered off course during a steeplechase, ended up in someone's backyard, and got decapitated by an exceptionally taut clothesline. That sounds like a completely legitimate story.
Even decapitation couldn't stop his commitment to the sport. Are you that committed?
Personally, I think he was just some guy who hanged himself from a really tall tree, and the fall was so violent that his head came clean off. Coincidentally, at that exact moment, a horse happened to pass under him, and his beheaded corpse mounted it, where it remains to this day. But then, no one really knows.
Yeah, that sounds completely legit also.
For some reason, this does strike you as the most plausible theory of them all.
What's the dumbest thing to say?
I gotta agree. Your theory sounds the most plausible.
Isn't it? All the pieces fit together perfectly. That's how I know it's right. Anyway, to each his own. You want to hear any other stories?
Well, I've already seen some weird shit on this case. A headless jockey in a tracksuit fits right in.
Hard to agree with that, I suppose.
That's the reality situation for you. You think you got a handle on it, then blam! It throws some wild shit at you.
He takes a long swig, then smiles.
That's why it's critical to stay well hydrated.
Fucking idiot Doom Spiral. This guy's great. This guy's one of the best characters in the game.
Okay, whatever became of the Headless Found Rider?
No one knows. Some say he stalks Martinez to this day and can be seen near the canal when the clock strikes midnight.
He makes a spooky gesture with his free hand. The lieutenant smirks.
He won't, though, because it's just a stupid legend.
I saw him one night when I was right shit-faced. Be seeing you.
You too, Tequila Sunset.
Tequila Sunset.
Okay, I don't care, actually. I don't want to go through all this again. I just wanted to see. Alright, I need to take a super fast 2-minute break. Stick around, stay tuned, don't touch that dial. I will be right back in just 2 minutes. Hashtag super fast. Hashtag super fast. Okay, I'm back. I'm back. I don't know where the fuck Kim's going. Keep talking to this guy.
Tequila Sunset.
He nods in appreciation. Have you got any more urban myths? I actually do have one, the strangest of them all, but I'll need to fortify myself before I can tell that one. Do you have anything to fortify old Doom Spiral? Tell me you got some story juice. I got this weird bottle of pale-aged vodka. Let me see. He takes the bottle and inspects it closely. Ah! Very high concept, thanks. This last one is the most Martinez story I've ever heard. He takes an almost comically long swig. Thus fortified, he continues. I've never heard it mentioned outside of here. At first I thought it was a joke, to be honest. But I've been on the coast 8-9 months now, and in that time I've seen at least 3 expeditions come through searching for something. A shovel hits the sand somewhere behind the reeds, near an abandoned construction yard. Young men look over their shoulders suspiciously. The sound of their digging seems loud in the sudden silence. Cryptid's a place to call. Your lost keys. He never said he found his keys again. We gotta find his keys. Your lost keys? Hey, hey! Fuck you, Tequila! He says, his voice level.
Cryptids?
Magic animals? No, man, this is serious stuff.
A place to call home?
No, Tequila, most people already know where they live. It's guys like you and me that are the exceptions.
Okay, what kind of expeditions?
All kinds. I've seen archaeologists, gangsters, even a bunch of ad agency types. I'm telling you, Tequila, this thing's got a pull on certain kinds of people.
Wait. There's a tingling back there. The stirring of a faint sensation. Wait, what do you mean, certain kinds of people?
You know, obsessive types. People with predilections.
What exactly are we talking about here?
Some of those expeditions come back after a week or so looking haggard and dejected. Others don't return at all. The first time I saw one of these expeditions, I thought they were fucking with me. There was no way it could be true. It was just too high concept, even for me.
There's no way. It can't be. Or can it? Can't be what? You know.
I'm not even sure I should be telling you this story, to be perfectly honest. You're in a fragile state, and it might be too much for you to handle.
I can handle it.
Okay, fine, I'll tell you, but I'm warning you, it's pretty out there.
His eyes narrow with mystery.
Our story begins at a legendary design studio right here in Martinez. There was this designer. His exact name is lost to history, but in life, he was a legend. Made it big in Orania, where he did some real pioneering work on grotesque and sans serif typography.
Wait, pioneering work on fonts? This is some sort of font master story?
A fucking genius, man. You've heard of Comic Sans? Papyrus, he did all those.
He takes a swig, wipes his mouth, then continues.
That is, if he even existed. Who knows? It's an urban legend after all.
He existed, all right. You feel it deep within your basal ganglia. He was as real as you are. What the fuck are you talking about?
I'm talking about... Anyway, sometime later, he started his own personal studio here in Martinez, and that's when he started working on some really wild stuff. I'm talking some glass-smooth, forward-looking design language, the kind of thing that would totally overthrow the old regime design-wise. But then, something turned. You see, it's widely known that nose candy and pioneer graphic design work go hand in hand.
Wait, nose candy?
You know, tequila.
He taps the side of his nose twice.
Nose candy, the White Railroad, party powder.
The kids on the street also call it Snow Day.
Sinus salt, the White Knight.
Count C for its popularity among the aristocratic class of the prior century.
He's talking about cocaine! Oh, you mean cocaine.
Shit, yeah, tequila. You know exactly what I'm talking about.
He gives you a comradely bump on the shoulder as a couple milliliters of booze slosh out of his bottle.
So what happened to him?
You've got to understand, the work this guy was doing was so high concept that regular amounts of cocaine just weren't cutting it. By the end, they were bringing it in by the lorry load.
Now, as you might imagine, snorting that much cocaine can't be healthy for a regular human, right? Right. Wrong! Do it all the time! All the time? All day, baby! Hey, Tequila, pay attention! The story goes that one day he was balls deep in work on what he thought would be his piece de resistance. An advert so minimal it contained neither text nor images, just pure white. Apparently, the idea was too high concept even for this genius. He dropped dead right at his desk before he could finish. His last words are recorded to have been, "It's as white as a blizzard of cocaine."
What a stupid fucking idea.
What a loss for the world of design. I know, Tequila, I know!
He takes a swig, considers pouring some out for this lost genius, then thinks better of it.
But the story doesn't end there. Supposedly, when they performed the autopsy, the coroner discovered nearly a quarter kilo of coke jammed into his navel cavity.
Nasal, not naval.
His nasal cavity. That's right, 250 grams of blow had accumulated in there over the years. We're talking high-grade Samirazirian pure, not that cut-rate shit your grandma does. There are those who believe that the designer was buried with this quarter key of nose candy still lodged in his sinuses. That's what those expeditions are looking for. The cocaine skull! The cocaine skull? The cocaine skull!
Wow.
No!
He corrects you.
Wow! Why do people think the skull is here in Martinez? Here's the kicker. This designer, this lead designer of a world-famous design studios, was born in Martinez. A local boy, Martin Martinez.
We heard of him before somewhere. I don't remember where.
That's why he brought his studio here. Back to where it all began. And that's why they buried him here too. Perhaps right under Ab's pipe there.
He points to the pipe. Oh, that pipe, right there.
Or probably further down the coast, or in some yard in Martinez proper, a hidden mausoleum. No one knows exactly. No, my grandma always told me his grave lies somewhere on the islets in the bay.
This is ludicrous. The lieutenant turns to you. And physically impossible. Sinuses can't contain that amount of anything. Knox has his theory.
Now, detective. Always the skeptic. Rosemary, you said something about islets. Don't listen to him or his grandma. He's just making things up. No, my grandma told me. I've heard other people say it too. That it's underwater. Or no.
His voice might be completely different when we talk to him, because I haven't heard his voice acting yet.
He thinks maybe it was the storm sewers.
Or maybe it's in the air. Or in an ancient step pyramid offshore.
Pyramid. Now that would be something. What do these expeditions plan to do with it? The archaeologists say they want to put it in a museum. The gangsters say they want to sell it on the black market. And the ad agency guys say they're seeking inspiration.
In a museum. It belongs in a museum. A cocaine museum.
Bullshit! They just want to snort it! But you could beat them to it, Harry! You could snort the magic skull cocaine instead! I'm pretty sure they all just want to snort it, though. And why wouldn't they, eh? Sounds like right strong stuff. What have you learned from the other expeditions? They're pretty vague about it in general. The gangsters like to claim they're looking for the grave of a friend with picks and shovels. The archaeologists act all official about it, saying they're conducting serious research. Honestly, I think they're not really scientists, just rich. The junkies, for some reason, are pretty upfront about it. They just say they're looking to snort some blow out of a dead man's nasal cavity.
Perfectly normal, as one does.
Honest men on an honest quest. You should join them. By now, I'd say I know about as much about it as anyone on the coast. Okay, I'm convinced. Let's go find it. Whoa, whoa, whoa! Hold on just a minute. Finding it right now is literally impossible. What? Why? For one, the way is blocked by that big lorry that says Delta Logistics Company on the side. You definitely have to search the area behind that lorry too, yet it is impassable. And second, outfitting an expedition like that is expensive. It'd have to be a big production to do the cocaine skull justice. You'd need new gear, people who know what they're doing, all kinds of provisions. It's just not feasible within the economic and temporal frame of our current setup. Matter of fact, unless a bunch of money just falls out of the sky, we might never know what's up with that skull.
I have to agree. We barely have what we need to solve the case we've got now. We can't afford to run around chasing after quasi-mythical pieces of drug paraphernalia. Besides, it would look extremely bad for the RCM to be caught up in something that has the word cocaine writ large on it. The PR is tricky on this.
Damn. That's too bad. Wait! Maybe there's another way. Maybe up around the coast. Don't give up now. Yeah, well, that's the reality situation for you. Who knows, though? Maybe someday we'll get our chance. Are there any more stories you can tell? Not that I can think of currently. I guess that makes sense. You have been drinking a lot. That might be the case, yes. Why do you keep losing all your stuff? Good fucking question, Tequila. If I knew the answer, you'd think I'd be hanging out on a beach in this formerly premium but now extremely dirty two-piece Lycra TM tracksuit. I used to own my reality situation. My business buddies and I had our own creative services agency. I had a nice apartment, an even nicer piece of ass, but somehow it all got away from me. Now I can't hang on to anything. Last week I stole this nice new jacket, but then I lost it too. The only things I haven't lost are these two drunks.
You of all people should empathize with this. Perhaps this lost jacket is something you could help with.
What's this about a lost jacket? Tequila, it's a verifiable tragedy. It was practically brand new. Sure, it didn't really go with my Lycra threads, but it did itch a lot less.
He looks at you, bleary-eyed. Wait, I don't want to give up the found jacket just yet.
Say, you're a detective, right? Maybe you can help old Doom spiral out. Solve the case of the missing jacket. What do you say, Tequila? You mean this jacket? that I discovered on the boardwalk and had cleaned on a whim?
The man examines the jacket for a moment, a look of consternation on his brow.
Nah, this isn't it. Found? That's medium concept stuff. Totally not my style. You're saying there's another lost jacket out there somewhere? It's a big world out there, Tequila. Lots jackets in it. I don't know why you think this could possibly be mine.
Hey, Doom Spiral, ain't that the jacket you stole the other week?
Not in your fucking life, Rosemary. What's wrong with you people? Like I'll be caught dead wearing found like some low-concept bicycle carrier?
Secret task complete. Find Idiot Doom Spiral's jacket. Level up.
Tell you what, Tequila, why don't you just hang on to that one? I'll get another jacket someday.
At least you got a nice jacket for your troubles. The lieutenant shrugs. So basically that really was the jacket, because I've already completed the task. But he's letting me keep it, which is nice.
So what do you guys do around here? We are saving the world!
He looks at his comrades.
Please don't call. Don't call.
Begs the man in the pipe. Oh, I didn't realize he's literally laying in the pipe.
Okay, we're drinking. We're drinking alcohol. That's what we're doing. I tried to save the world once, a long time ago, with enterprise, creativity, and willpower, but that didn't work out. So now it's a pirate's life for me. Alright, be seeing you.
Okay, let's step aside for a second. I have something I want to talk about.
Oh, Kim wants to talk about some shit. I got 2 big skill points. I'm shocked that I didn't get a single thought out of all of those stories and stuff. Electrochemistry, here we come. Alright, he wants to step aside. Let's step aside and talk about this, Kim.
I've been meaning to have a little chat with you about your sense of style.
My style? What about it?
I'm glad you finally started dressing a little more like an officer of the RCM. Keep it up.
Your half-brother is proud to stand beside you. Say, why aren't you wearing a pig suit?
Officers above the rank of sergeant are granted wide discretion when it comes to their uniforms. The idea is that civilians are more likely to open up to someone who's not dressed like a typical cop. You know the expression, the clothes make the man? The right outfit in the right situation can make all the difference in the world.
I'm not taking style tips from someone who dresses like a mega binoclard.
Yes, and this mega binoclard knows how to sew a lapel and center a back vent.
The lieutenant raises one eyebrow at you.
So, if you want to wake up next to anyone other than Commodore Red, you might do well to take notes.
Oh damn, I just got schooled.
Anyway, we should probably get back to the case. Let's go.
I liked how he said you're dressing more like an officer when I'm wearing a fucking Man from Helmdahl t-shirt, the horrific necktie, some shades of self-destruction, some fingerless gloves, some Franco-Nigerian cavalry boots, maybe those are officers, some laborer jeans that I pulled out of a coal oven. The only thing I'm wearing that's cop-like is this RCM patrol cloak
And maybe these boots. Oh yeah, and the amphibian sports visor with the big frog eyes on it. Yeah, you're really dressing like a cop. Yeah, I see that.
Yes?
Alright, let's talk to the dude laying in the pipe next.
Don't go, Abigail.
Grumbles an unshaven man with a ruddy nose. He narrows his eyes at you as if in recognition, then turns his head away.
Noxious odor emanating from the drunken man is strong and familiar.
Don't you call her, you hear? Don't call Abigail.
I am the law.
Who's Abigail?
Oh, Abigail. Don't you fucking call Abigail.
He draws out a disgusting snort, then mumbles, waving a finger in your general direction.
Abigail is his wife or girlfriend. Chances are she's gone. Calling her wouldn't make it any better or worse.
Never thought you'd see such a thing in your life, but this guy's a little too drunk.
Why shouldn't I call Abigail? He snorts and beckons you to lean in closer. His breath smells harsh like a toxic swamp as he whispers to you.
Don't call Abigail. Don't call Abigail.
He then waves his hand as if shooing you away, like his name is literally Don't Call Abigail.
Who are you? What's your name?
His eyes move around erratically, the look in them hazy and unfocused.
Don't call Abigail,
he says.
Eus causa discimus. Where am I? What is this place?
The man hiccups, then mumbles something unintelligible.
Hey, I'm on an important official investigation. I demand you answer my questions.
There's no use in yelling at drunks,
the lieutenant interjects.
He's barely holding it together.
The drunk man starts coughing, a really disgusting, hacking cough.
He does not sound well at all. Tell me about your friends.
He glares at you.
Don't you fucking call her, hear me?
His voice trembles with every word, becoming ever weaker.
Abigail.
Whimpers in the end.
Don't.
The man stammers.
Don't call.
Slowly his head nods off to the side, and he passes out, tongue dangling from his mouth.
There was little chance he'd be a reliable witness anyway.
Don't call Abigail, okay? Good to know. Let's talk to this dude.
Good to see you, friend. Do I have deals set up for you, buddy boy?
He spreads his arms as if wanting to embrace you.
What are you talking about?
So what do you want? I got smokes. They're cheap. Very cheap. I got Pilsner. Great deal. You won't get a better deal on that piss. Spirits I can let go for 300 real. Also I have speed. And by speed I mean amphetamine.
Really? Tilts his head.
See, there it is, Bratushka. You feel your necktie strangle you with excitement. The spirit! Let's buy the spirit. 300 real is a lot, but this has to be done.
Yeah, right, like I have 300 real.
It's our end game.
This is the mystery and the truth, and I need to buy that spirit.
Exactly. This is no ordinary drink. It's what our relationship has been building towards all these years. This is the climax, the mystery, the virginal sigh. That drink is special.
New task, spirit is eternal. The horrific necktie is getting ready for the end game.
Buy the spirits from Rosemary.
You have to buy it from him. Get it off him. Kill him if you have to. Our ultimate fate depends on it, and the fate of many worlds.
The lieutenant looks at you, looking at the bottle of spirit, then at Rosemary suspiciously.
Why does a bottle of spirits cost 300 real?
See, friend.
He brings out a 1-liter bottle with bluish liquid. The mouth is corked shut.
It's real valuable. Worth every real, if you catch my drift. Got it from a bit of a business venture.
Let him speak.
You know, it's funny, actually.
He bursts out laughing, then takes 3 gulps of his Pilsner and stares at you intently. He's finding it difficult to focus his watery gaze.
What is?
What?
What do you mean, what? What did you think was funny earlier?
This guy,
he says and shakes his index finger at you. Conversation might bring a discount, no?
Where did you get the bottle of spirits from?
Oh, this is medicinal spirits. The good stuff. Got it from the doctor's office. He ain't shitting you. Medicinal spirits are a blast, Britann. The flaming truth of this joke of a world. I got one of those scientific ampules a few months ago. Torpedo, they call it. It's supposed to keep a man from taking a drink.
He spits a nasty yellow clot on the ground before you. That's lovely.
Didn't stop me for shit, that's for sure.
His voice rings with pride.
5 lemons with half a pack of butter and you're good to go.
That's a good tip. I should remember it.
Well, it really isn't,
he croaks.
In a week, the goddamn kidney started giving me all kinds of hell. Finally, the missus took me to a private doctor's office. Not a charity, the real thing. Those assholes!
He gets visibly angry.
Those assholes charged me 4 real to remove the damn thing. But I came out on top after all.
Have they no shame? Taking money for a service they provide.
But the idiots left me alone in there. Now, I used to teach high school biology. I know what doctors use to preserve dead thingies.
He gets an excited gleam in his eyes.
Swiped 3 cans of this blue medicinal stuff from the back room. Threw the snakes out and voila! What's left is this beautiful blue stuff.
Is this formaldehyde? He shakes the bottle.
98.7%. Almost pure alcohol.
That's like scientifically impossible.
2 I already sold to these fine gentlemen here.
He nods at his companions.
But this last one is yours for 3 real if you want it.
I think it will prove useful, yes.
No, that's not dumb enough. I gotta be dumb.
I thought it was 300 real.
Yeah, you thought right. Don't even try to sneak anything past old Rosemary here.
The man leans forward.
I got all senses locked on you, buddy boy, so what will it be?
You said 3 real just now, but at first he's asked 300.
Aye, that's what I said just now. 300 real. Don't you try to trick me, buddy boy.
He points his ginger in your general direction.
Now, you want it or not?
Of course I do.
300 real and it's yours as promised. He shakes the bottle. Best shit around.
I've thought about it, and you know what? I can pay 3 real for the spirits.
Finally came to your senses, huh, buddy boy? Ain't nobody else gonna give you a price like that.
The man starts laughing to himself.
Had to let life squeeze you to get that, huh?
Cool. So, can I get it for that?
Sure, friend. A bottle of high-quality spirits coming right up. That'll be 3 real, and you're practically robbing me at this price.
Yeah, here's the money for the spirits.
I got the 3 real.
That's a 99% discount. Pretty good. He hands you the bottle.
Just make sure to enjoy that one, friend. Rattan, I am so proud. Now, whatever you do, don't drink it. This deserves so much more than just regular oral consumption.
The tie is so on the money there. Up the bum it goes. Okay, right. We're putting it in the bum.
Who said anything about putting it up there? No, we're gonna put it into a way more special place. So special. Just hang on to it. Keep it safe. Wait for my sign.
Soon. Time will come soon. Have patience, brave one. I'm getting a really dark vibe from this. This won't be pretty.
Oh, I like the sound of all this. This sounds like... Hold on to the spirits and wait for the signal from my tie.
Quite the business venture you set up here.
Oh! Wait for the right time. Oh, Nox. He gets a proud gleam in his eyes.
The system's been good to old Rosemary here, and I'm milking her like a bitch goat in the backyard.
What do you mean?
You see, friend,
he raises his index finger.
Man makes his own luck, and I made mine real good. Got my hands on 3 bottles of liqueur exquise, sold 2 to the fellows around here, and immediately invested the profit. Bought cigarettes, bought beer, even bought a bit of speed. And look at me now. I got everyone on my hook.
He spreads his arms and smiles a crooked, toothless smile. Got a permit for this little shit show?
Impressive entrepreneurship.
Point to his vice.
I approve.
Mm-hmm. Hook 'em and cook 'em, huh? You want to buy something? Let's keep it moving.
Amphetamine?
Aye, by amphetamine I mean speed.
I thought by speed you meant amphetamine.
Aye, it's what I said.
Right, got it.
Good, good, my man.
He takes a chug from his beer bottle.
Now what can I offer you?
I want a pack of smokes, 2 real.
My kind of guy,
he mumbles, handing you a pack.
Here you go, friend.
Here's $1.50 for a Pilsner.
Bottoms up, Captain.
He hands you an ugly brown bottle.
I'm off.
In the civilized world, it's a custom to tip the shopkeep, friend. To come back anyway.
He waves you off. Hold on, what do we have here? Wow, you work hard.
I do?
Oh yes, you hustle. You're a provider. It's tough out there, but you keep it real and provide.
What hard work do I do exactly?
Look at yourself. You're a human pedometer. You must have walked 200,000 steps down cracked asphalt, mosaic, sand, and linoleum after you re-emerged.
That is a sign of a hustler who never gives up. The world is harsh and people are evil. You didn't make it that way, and you won't let it break you. You'll ride.
I fucking ride till I die, bitch.
That's just what it's like, life and death. But you got gills on your side, baby. Got those black papers with the faces of the innocents on them. You bring in the Franco-Negroes and the Solus. It ain't easy, but you do it. Day in and day out. You didn't make the rules, but you won't lose. You're a cop and a sprinter and a money printer.
Apparently I'm really gangsta.
I mean, yeah, I did take that bribe from that Joyce woman.
Oh, yeah, you took that bribe hard. You're a killer.
You could say I took some money from that Manana guy, too.
You didn't log that in as a donation, either. You don't log any of that shit in. You're a straight rider.
Oh, and then there's pawning stuff off to that suspicious Roy guy.
Yeah, you're in the sales business. Shake him for shit and then pawn it off, law officer style.
I guess I've made some guild, sure.
Sure. And has it been easy? Is life easy? Have you not gone into cardiac arrest? Are you not about to have an anxiety attack or shoot yourself in the mouth? But you still hustle 24/7, ride or die. Now ask yourself, are you rich?
No, I'm actually not.
That's right, you work harder than anyone. You almost rode yourself to the grave, and you're still practically a hobo. Why is that?
Fucking taxes, man. It's because of that guard guy riding my ass. There's a market for corrupt cops, but the immigrant cops have price dumped it. Oh my god.
The system is broken.
Boo-hoo, the system is broken. The establishment is keeping me down. That's not the fuck yeah attitude you're used to. What is this? Why are you so poor?
It's 'cause of that Gart guy riding my ass.
That Gart man has set himself up one of those self-replicating money structures. You should learn from it. Don't play the victim. Think, hustler. Think with your head.
Fucking taxes, man.
That's right, 100%. Fucking G-Man's got his jam-covered sticky fingers in your pocket, stealing from you every time you buy, sell, walk, talk, fart, so much as sneeze.
Really? Every time I sneeze?
Every time you wipe your ass. They got their direct and their indirect modes of taxation. Sales tax, excise duty, extraction tax, alimony, one tax that doesn't even have a name. Plus there's the stuff people in other countries pay for that makes them ask for more money from you here. Total tax duties add up to 98% of all your money.
Sure, that seems like a pretty big number. Free market fundamentalist now. I think I'm gonna opt out for this character since I'm such a communist.
This isn't helping me solve my money problem. It's only making me into a free market type.
What are you, a racist? Don't be a racist. Be a cool, immigrant, ultra-liberal free market advocate. Ride or die, keep it street.
Well, if not being an ultra-liberal makes me a racist, then I guess I should be an ultra-liberal?
Here you go, hustler. Fight the righteous fight. Free the people. Keep it real. Keep it street. Keep foaming at the mouth furiously on the tax issue.
I just got a thought. Indirect modes of taxation. Huh. -2 empathy while I'm researching it. First, if you have a side bitch ideology cooking somewhere, don't sweat it.
Fighting indirect taxation for the Gossamer state is compatible with all creeds. It's cool like that. You're a cool anarchist now. Unless you don't want to be an anarchist. Whatever. Stuff this meal ticket in your eye socket and let's see if we can steal some love back from the robber barons at the customs agency and the banditos at the Insulindian Financial Oversight and Competition Committee. This one does sound interesting. I don't know that I want to get rid of any of the ones I have, though, for this. I could consider forgetting some kind of superstar. I'm more interested in being... Got a Pilsner, some smokes. The liquid has an unearthly blue tint, the kind that might or might not, but definitely does glow in the dark. This is 98.7 pure alcohol. Keep it away from an open flame. I'm more interested in being an apocalypse cop than a superstar cop anyway. I think I'm gonna skip this one this time.
Danko.
The drunk man speaks in his sleep. Drool dribbles from the left side of his mouth and down his jacket lapel. Hey, wake up! There's no waking him from his stupor. His mind is elsewhere.
Tequila sunset.
Be seeing you. Alright, so we've now talked to everyone. In the fishing village.
The waves are beginning to die down. Those little bastards. Simmer down, bastards.
That's my motor carriage in the sea, by the way.
Oh. She looks at the pointed direction. That's good to know, I guess. Why is it in the sea? I wasn't feeling it. Oh, we gotta go with the apocalypse answer.
It's a sign of the carnage to come. The great culling.
We're gonna make her regret going on a little mini date with me. Quite the sign. An eyesore, too. She frowns. The situation calls for a funeral, if you ask me.
Are you suggesting we honor the carcass of my former motor carriage?
Hey, feels deserved, don't you think? Falling in the line of duty like that and all.
What an odd thought. Maybe I should.
Why odd? Our things are part of our life world. They're made with human sweat and they share human history. We should care about them as we care about humans, to some extent at least.
Alright, I'm in, but organizing a funeral takes a lot of time and effort, doesn't it?
Oh yeah, she says with a chuckle. You won't even be able to get it out of the water before early June, and where are you going to bury it? Who to invite? What music to play at the wake? Take it from someone who's been through a few funerals. It's easiest to just leave them there and let nature take care of it. That's all we have time for right now, anyway. The lieutenant looks at you sympathetically. Come back here in June and see how you feel about it then. It's not like it's going anywhere.
It's a pity we don't get to do more frivolous side activities, like rejuvenate the doomed commercial area, or...
The lieutenant looks at you almost gently. Yes, that is a pity. But for now, let's focus on the things we do get to do. Like the murder investigation, for example. He liked the Capri funeral idea.
Be seeing you.
Our tenant, the...
Okay, so is there anything else I want to do over in this area before I head back to the regular part of town? Oh, there is one more trap to check. Well, technically 2 traps to check, right? There's the first one. There's nothing to talk to these kids about until after I do the thing in the church, I'm sure.
Hello again.
We're not going to do the church right now. I don't know where this abandoned... abandoned lorry thing is. There's the other trap. This trap's not too hard to spot once you know what to look for. Keeping it hidden has not been a priority for the cryptozoologist. The reeds sway in the coastal breeze. They seem to be waiting for something. The wind picks up here, near the cape's end.
surrounding the narrow strip of land from 3 cardinal directions. It's cold for this time of year.
Nothing but locusts in this trap as well. Definitely no cryptozoological monstrosity.
Empty as all of them. He pants. 1 more of these and we're done.
His face is red from the cold sea air. He crouches to catch his breath.
Bummer it wasn't in here. I'm just... breathes out. Glad we haven't found some poor cat trapped in one of these.
We just gotta check the last trap, which, you know, was the first trap, technically. How do I get up on this boardwalk again? Anybody I can call on the phone here? Life is garbage. You're really gonna enjoy the Outer Worlds? That's good, Amaranth. I'm glad. I know I am too. I know I am. Nothing else over here. Oh yeah, there's this dead guy out here. I think there's anything else we can do with him. These 2 are still here.
Hello again.
Don't hello again me. Are the cryptos? Yeah, they're actually gone. They did go back. Okay, cool. This is the last of the traps, the one Morel just set. Checking it over, he said, is just a technicality. The reeds by the abandoned camp site hiss and shake.
The later it gets, the colder. Remnants of the camp can still be seen in the sand. The fire that's gone out. Feels strange somehow.
Trap feels light and silent as you pick it up. Something is different here. No locusts!
It's empty! Morale didn't leave it up empty!
Your voice echoes on the coast, carried by a gust of cold wind. It's already available? Yeah. I gotta wait till I get my... Well, I'm gonna... Certainly won't start playing it until I finish this under any circumstances, but... I gotta wait for my new PC to play it anyway. Get closer still. The lieutenant studies the trap with you.
Well, the bait worked on something. This doesn't mean it was a reed monster, though. Unless you see one in there. I just see an empty trap. The netting is a little untidy. Messier than the others. Like someone or something picked up the trap and shook it before dropping it back down on the ground.
What if it was a phasmid? What if it ate them and got out? Right. It does not look like he thinks you're right. Anyway, that's for the cryptozoologist to figure out now. He adds for clarity. We're not cryptozoologists. We're cops. Last trap was empty. Return to morale and the whirling with the news. Okay. Still can't figure out that. Disco Elysium and Outer Worlds for a long time. You're hyped. Took half a month off just to chill and play them at release. Nice! That's the way to do it right there. I don't actually know where this abandoned lorry thing is. I feel like I've missed something. This doesn't tell me, of course. I see something that looks like an abandoned lorry around here. Hey, who the fuck are these guys? Fuck the world. Piss something. Oh, we got ourselves a couple of punks.
That's one brutal motor carriage.
Says the young man with piss written on his back.
If I were a real skull right now, I'd jack it, paint it in palm tree livery, then bottom light it neon style.
His companion wears a simple yet elegant slogan. Fuck the world.
Snazzy shit ripped skull mobile like this would make a fine trophy. We could like hang fucking shrunken heads from the side mirrors. Cops' heads, scary tribal shit.
Yeah, tribal shit. A cop carriage like this would have proper skull value.
While I appreciate the interest you take in my brutal motor carriage, I have to stop you right there. The RCM takes threats directed at its property seriously.
It's just theoretical work, Copper. No basis in reality. Man, if we were certified skulls right now...
Who are you?
I can tell you who we're not, cop. We're not snitches or skulls.
Which is not to say that the skulls are bitches and... On the contrary.
The part of the presentation you want to take home with you, cop man, is we're not part of the skulls. Yet.
Who are the skulls? You don't know? What kind of cop are you?
I'm so glad you asked.
Question was rhetorical, he replies, raising his open hand. The Skulls are the most vicious gang of the Besmerni. The nastiest bunch of psychos ever, jacking carriages and getting into high-speed chases. Possessing an infinite amount of fuck-all swagger, infamous for their non-verbal modus operandi. Non-verbal? If a skull spots you, he will pull out his dagger and stab you without saying a word. They usually occupy the burnt-out quarter in Jamrock, or you can find them loitering around their brightly painted, bottom-lighted vehicles. Oh, I can't wait to become a skull! Bottom lights are wretched aggressive. You guys know Cindy the Skull? The young man's eyes glaze over as he marks in a voice filled with longing. Oh yeah, Cindy's a right proper skull. Yeah! The other guy lights up too. A true artist of the future, just like Arnold Van Eyck. By the way, if you see Cindy, give her our regards. He adds, returning from whatever void he was just visiting. Odd, there isn't a hint of hate in them. It's like they're pissed and fuck the world out of some kind of moral obligation. The lieutenant on your left is unusually lenient toward them. I see you kids are into hypnotic dance music. Oh man, yeah! He exclaims, then stops himself, processing the rest of your question. We're not fucking kids, man! Be wary of the abyss, his blonde friend adds ominously and points to his temple. Why? Probably because of how non-verbal their mode of operation is going to be. The lieutenant answers for the two rebels. It's a threat. Did you guys see my sword? A threat. Good, I like those. But I don't. The lieutenant interjects quickly. In fact, I dislike them so much I'm willing to drag you boys back to the station just to calm myself down. Hey, there's no need for that. He raises his open palms. We're just talking here. Joking too. Stay light, man. Yeah, didn't you cop have some questions about skulls or some shit? Why aren't there more skulls in Martinez? The Union does their share of policing in Martinez, at least where gangs are concerned. The lieutenant replies instead, that's why there isn't much organized crime around here. Apart from the Union themselves, of course. Don't you worry about that. We're gonna make up for the deficit. Yeah, we are. The young men exchange approving nods. Your rhetoric is confusing. Are you part of the Skulls or not? We're not franchise Skulls. Well, not yet. Once we get our name out there, we'll have a chance to join them. What makes you think the organization would accept you? 'Cause we can be just as psycho and vicious, you'll see. But in a non-threatening and definitely legal way. The other one quickly adds or whispers something to his friend. We'll fuck the system from... Oh, he whispers it to... We'll fuck the system from the inside later. Just be cool now. The damage will be tenfold. Right on, fuck. The blonde agrees and provocatively spits on the pavement. So what's happening now? Enough about this scullery, then. He throws a longing glance at the Kanema. You know anything about the murder that took place here? Murder? A man was hanged in the backyard of the Whirling and Rags. Yeah, sure. We'll gladly tell you everything we know about it. Clears his throat. It was a man. Also, he was hanged. Anything else? He was hanged from a tree. Yeah, I mean, duh. These punks don't know anything. Let's just move along. Hey, stop right there. How does one know anything? What does that mean? Fucking philosophy, man. You can do aggressive shit with philosophy. Justify shit. Like murder or wasting your life away. What's with the jackets? What about them? Why does your jacket have piss written on it? Well, first off, it's a statement and not necessarily something that characterizes me as a person, even though the statement has character. And I do like piss. The word piss epitomizes the struggle taking place in the world. Things being defined as they seem, not as they are. And I guess it's also about communal spirit, the future, and truly appreciating our differences. Also, you've got to admit, it catches the eye. And since the Grand Piper is slowly but steadily moving towards basing the economy on it, attention, it is imperative that the medium itself convey the message. What? What I mean by this is, we are all pissed, and that the world is inherently meaningless. That much is true. Why do you have "fuck the world" written on your jacket? Like I said before, many men keep searching for the one, for so-called true love, which is actually just obsession masquerading as a kinship. The thrill of the chase, the hollowness that fills your chest cavity after catching it. These kids are apparently philosophers. To catch a fish, you need to hurl the lure many times, and even then it isn't certain that you'll get anything. If you blow up the lake, though, blow it up, you get more fish in a shorter time. And for time is of the essence and fleeting ever so quickly, one must think of a way to fuck the whole world, and not get caught up in fucking some one. Because when one fucks everything, he fucks nothing. And that, to me, feels glorious. Sticking your dick into the void. This guy's got quite a life view here. Is it a coincidence that here we have two badass jackets and two badass cops? Hey, Kim. Yes? You think it's a coincidence? What is? There are two of us, two of these jackets. The lieutenant looks confused. What are you implying? Which one would you wear? I am not sure I understand you, detective. Are you more of a piss or a fuck the world kind of guy? Neither. Come on, Kim, it's just a mental exercise. Fine, if only to end this discussion. Theoretically, if I were a juvenile delinquent,
If I were already be down that path, I think pissed is the stronger of the two statements.
That works. I feel like more of a fuck the world kind of guy.
Seems about right, the lieutenant marks, especially considering your heroic exit attempts.
Hold on.
Okay. Excuse me.
So are we done here, or? One of the jacket owners asks impatiently. You don't need us around for your secret whisper party, do you? I got 83% to try to get these jackets.
Well, talking with you's definitely been something.
But I can get that even higher. Because I know I got some half-light clothes. Got some half-light gloves. And a half-light windbreaker. So now I should be super good at this.
That ride is fucking lightning.
The young man exclaims.
Hey! Look who it is! Shrunken cop head material.
That ride is
Hey! Look who it is!
97%.
Shrunken cop head material.
We're about to get some jackets. What? I rolled 2 1s?
These guys aren't scary. You're not scary. I have nothing to work with here. It's either begging or bullying. Or both. Just ask them, maybe. Gentlemen, I need your jackets.
Why?
Look at the shit I'm wearing.
Yeah, like you said, total shit. What about it? There's a spark of sympathy in the youth's eyes.
It's not shit, it's disco.
It's shit.
Fuck it. I don't deserve a cool... Wait, please?
No, I gotta go with 2.
Fuck it. I don't deserve a cool jacket. I suck.
Ha! He gave it to me! Fine, fuck it. The young man takes his jacket off. Here, take it then. I can't handle this sad shit. It's true. You simply can't. It's called empathy.
Wow, I did not see that coming. You better wear that jacket with pride.
Fuck that, you're not getting mine. The other one snaps at you. My dad's a lawyer in La Delta. He'll have your badge. No, he won't. The lieutenant is lightly amused by the situation.
Wait, world fucker, you got a rich dad?
No, he looks startled. He's a volunteer lawyer, a total bitch. Cites law and does dishes. You know what, cop? Fuck you, that's not what this is about. You're not getting my jacket.
Fuck him, we don't need his rich dad jacket anyway. Fuck it, we don't need the other one. You said you're more of a pissed kind of guy, so I got the jacket for you.
I'm not wearing that jacket.
Why not? You could really raise hell. Go undercover. Hard.
I don't think this case requires us to go undercover or raise hell. In fact, I don't think the jacket will be useful at all.
Still, it's good to know that we have it, should the need arise.
The need will not arise. Look at this cute shit! The dark-haired youth points at you, then turns to his friend. How can we become skulls if you go around fraternizing with cops? Let's get the fuck out of here before anyone sees us. Look, I'm sorry, man. He hangs his head in shame. I just don't like confrontations, that's all. I now have the Pissed jacket. +1 drama, no fucks given. -1 authority. Wait, I'm a detective? A leather jacket that quite recently belonged to a young man who possessed some intimate knowledge on the human condition. It has his nom de guerre written on the back. It's quite a statement. Wow. Quite a statement indeed. I rolled 2 1s.
Yes?
I gotta buy the shoes, man.
The shine on those sunglasses lasts a lifetime, officer. 100% guaranteed.
Conceptualization 1.
The shine on those sunglasses.
I need a 13. I could get 1 there. 2. You get 2. That'd give me a conceptualization of 3. I need to roll a 10 or higher. Oh, Splode, thank you so much for the bits again. Again. Oh, I really appreciate it, Splode. You're always coming through for me. That's so kind of you, man. Thanks a lot. Outer World Snack Fund. Nice. Caught up in family stuff tonight, but showing your support. I really appreciate it, Splode. That's cool. That's so cool.
You keep coming back. That's good, officer. Keep browsing those clothes. Keep saving that economy.
I want to buy the windbreaker. Gotta prepare for springtime, right? The street vendor seems pleased. Box smells like cat piss or an old person with no money. At this point, I'm just collecting clothes. Keep your cool, +1 composure, -1 shivers, weatherproof. This nylon wind cheater is so dynamic. It wraps around you like a membrane. Equipped with a stowable hood, the backside of the garment is covered in sport and summer-related text. It swishes softly as you walk. Ooh, that is super ugly. Now I can get the speakers and the sneakers. I'm going to spend a lot of my money here, but then I'll have a full found outfit. It's got to be worth something.
Everything's still cool here, officer.
Hey, quick question. You selling any tapes? Tapes? You mean like music tapes? No, music is out. Don't listen to music. I sell extremely cool sunglasses if you want to get your mojo going. He pointed to the shoddy box on the left. Alright, so you have no idea whatsoever where I could find tapes? Tapes? The notion sounds preposterous to him. Tapes are everywhere. They're worthless. Kids throw them in the trees. There's in the bushes right behind this lorry. He nods at the empty lorry cabin behind his back. No one would ever throw a good pair of high-quality plastic sunglasses in the bushes, mister. His smile widens. To the west, dark brown ribbons of tape hang from the tree, blowing in the wind. Alright, we gotta try to get this guy to give us some money. Rhetoric. Give me all the rhetoric. Do I not have any rhetoric clothes? I have a rhetoric shirt. Let's have a cigarette.
Everything's still cool here, officer.
42%. Go. Another failure. We already tried this. We said this before. Alright. So much for that. I just have the 2 conceptualization closed, right? I think so. Conceptualization 4. Let's try to look in here.
The shine on those sunglasses lasts a lifetime, officer. 100% guaranteed.
Oh, I already found the cellophane visor. Okay, that's not going to help us out. Go back to my normal outfit. Actually, let's buy these bound shoes. I need those found sneakers. Super cool! Now the premium lifestyle is yours, officer! The sneakers seem to vibrate in your hands with an almost mystical energy. Now let me buy the speakers. The junk is yours, officer. The street vendor hands you the speakers. Happy listening. Try not to hurt your ears with that Samaran garbage. So now I've got the Ultra Series found sneakers put lightness and grip above all else. With grip tape covered springboard soles and ultralight synth fabric technology, you can exit every corner with the maximum traction of a gentleman's racer. +1 reaction speed, limitless grip, +1 hand-eye coordination, steady ground, -1 encyclopedia, too fast for facts. There we go. Let's dress it up. All the found. I have the full outfit. Look at me. Look how cool I am. Nothing happens, though. Thought possibly
Yes?
I'd get some kind of thought bubble or something if I put the whole outfit on.
Everything's still cool here, officer.
My shit matches. Got the whole outfit. Alright, let's put my regular clothes back on. Oh, what about the speakers? Why did you even buy those? These are no magic speakers. These are lame speakers. All they will ever produce is a faint memory of the song you're trying to listen to. Sell them for cash. I bought them for 50 cents, and I can apparently sell them for $5, so that's a profit. Alright, this is where I should get the tape, right? Logistics company. Footfall within. Not human. Only a dog and no more. Okay. The hawthorn tree on Rue de Sangues Lane. Bronze-colored ribbons of magnetic tape are caught in its branches, fluttering in the breeze.
Just like promised, you've stood here for what seemed like eons, guzzling the sickly fumes of lorries and carriages.
Piss off, nature! The hawthorn tree is not an inanimate object, it is a living thing. The thunk against the bark echoes with discontent. At first, the destructive urge felt exhilarating, as if it added something to your persona. But the feeling swiftly receded, leaving you with a sad emptiness. Well, that sucks that this is based on interfacing, because that means I'm never gonna get that fucking tape. I don't have any interfacing stuff. Sure, I could do some speed and get a +1 to it. But that would only give me, well, a rather unfortunate chance. Guess we'll try it. Hawthorn. The hurt feelings of the tree are not alleviated by this sudden display of care and emotion, you manipulative bastard. What? The younger stems and branches are adorned with sharp thorns that scratch your hand. The tree attacked me.
Oh, whatever. This barely registers as damage.
It's a retaliation for your earlier assault.
Trees. Are they plotting something?
What the fuck, tree?
You put your hand on a tree with sharp thorns. What did you think was going to happen?
The tree looks by in silence, no doubt plotting its next move against humanity. The bronze-colored tape twists around its edges. I love this game. Alright, let's try this. Of course I failed.
Like an immaculate labyrinth, the magnetic tape twists and turns around the branches. You just can't get it loose. All you've done is make your fingers bleed from the thorns. Well, so much for that.
Everything's still cool.
Damn trees, yeah, right? It was mad at me because I punched it before. Wonder what happens if you do the nice thing to the tree first. Could be something totally different. Hmm. Load in screen, load in screen. Load in screen, it's a load in screen. We are loading and it's a screen, that's why we call it loading screen.
Hello, hello. Let me know if I can help you with anything.
Actually, I do need some money because I want to buy that.
Hello, hello. Let me know if I can help you with anything.
Too bad I can't sell some of these clothes that I don't want. Got 54 real. Kind of want to buy some more medicine, as well as it's Tommy.
Still here, stuck in this damn jam, my man. What's up?
Conceptualization of 2. I always forget which clothes give which benefits, so I just end up going through, mousing over all of them. Let's try this again.
Still here, stuck in this damn jam, my man. What's up?
I'm gonna hit him with my best verse. Ready for some poetics? Failed again. No, just no. I can already see it's failed, and I'm stopping it now. Until you have good poetry, you have no poetry. This guy has amazing willpower. Honestly, he's the only one of that intellectual bunch I trust. Okay, so much for that. I have a thing listed on my list of checks that I can try again. About an abandoned lorry. Is it this one? But I think I already did everything here. See, I think it's just bugged out because I think I already... Because some of these I've already done and it still shows... It shows them here. So... I think... It's just bugged out. Bird crater story from Renee, +1 reality lowdown. See if we can get some encyclopedia going. That list is really buggy, yeah. It really is. Alright, all I get for encyclopedia is these glasses, actually. So the best I'm gonna get on encyclopedia is a 2. 58%. What did this king do? Damaged morale. The more you ask yourself, the less you know. One thing is for certain, though. You're brain damaged. It's serious and permanent. Okay. Failing at everything. There's all these people. I do have something to talk to him about.
Looking for something?
Who's the racist guy? I kind of want to go back to the union boss. We think this is one of the mercenaries.
Right to work! Right to work! Shame on you!
The ostensible leader of the strikebreakers chants furiously. Are you a mercenary hired by Wild Pines? Hell no! I'm just an honest scab! I won't have talk like that around here, you understand?
His neck muscles tense up. The veins on his neck bulge. Be careful. He's holding it deep in, but there are things in there you don't want to meet.
Is there a tribunal being convened by any chance?
Fucking bug! Fucking bug!
He breathes out slowly, his giant chest deflating and his mouth slightly open. A tiny rattle, a small radio crackling somewhere. An earpiece? How about you fuck off now, huh? Okay, of course, the lieutenant says, his voice a soothing calm. He looks at you. There could be weapons aiming at us right now, somewhere above in the buildings. The other merc. Don't push this, he's thinking. This is not the time. Okay. The man's breathing steadies, but his eyes are still narrow. Slowly, he's trying to get his right-to-work dance back on. It's hard to do that when you want to beat a man into a pulp instead. I think you may be able to help me decipher some tattoos. Show him the picture. Don't think so! He grunts, barely glancing at it. Suddenly, this feels like a really, really bad idea. It was on your kernel. Wordless, he takes the photo and looks at it. Gray eyes dart back and forth on the glossy surface. His face is unmoving. You see You see dead flesh in colorful rivers of polychrome, melting skin and hair. After a while, he cranes his head side to side and says, "Fucking loincloths really did him in." Loincloths? Yeah. He's clenching his teeth. There is silent pressure behind them. So can you tell me what the tattoo means? What it means? He points to one tiny star in the web of lines, away from the man's heart, almost on his stomach. I can tell you what this one means. Only one. He squints at it. It's so small. You want to hear what happened here? Yes. Our colonel is deep in the bush here. Deep in the fucking bush. In Banaital, 41, monsoon season. He's on a reconnaissance mission. He spent a month behind enemy lines scouting Kipt villages. Nothing but fucking bugs and snakes for fun. Men are getting restless. There's talk of switching employers. He licks his lips as if drunk suddenly. With some strange emotion, this is about to get really graphic. Last moment to back off. Don't interrupt him. Our boy, he's only a captain then, but he knows how these men think. If they don't see action soon... His voice gets strangely quiet. A long, long way from right to work. His gaze pierces the paper. At dawn, he comes upon two Kipts, breeding in the bushes by the river. Or maybe they weren't breeding. Maybe they were just making eyes at each other. I like to think they were breeding. We shot the boy. He was useless. But the girl, she was nice. A little fat, you know, but not too old. Oh shit. Oh hell no. She was quite the entertainment for the week she lasted. Expired in the hands of Sarge Mason. Kind of guy who'd make chief there. He nods towards the man on the gates. Shit his pants and cry like a bitch. These sound like really terrible people. God. He suddenly bursts out laughing. Mason couldn't let go. Cut the tits off her cold body and fucking ate them. Jesus Christ. Said primitive spirits were watching over him now. Suddenly the laughter stops. Drowned in a creek a week later. Spirits my ass. Something stirs in your stomach. There's a word on the tip of your tongue. Colorless. Odorless. It's... evil. You bet it was. What is evil? It's just nature. This guy, he points at the picture. He used to say evil is when nature and spirit meet in the wrong place. You were there? No, I was in the domain, in Jamrock, being a bouncer. You're not really a scab leader, are you? Fucking mask is getting sweaty. I want to take my mask off, but... He shrugs. Can I have it back? Go ahead. He turns toward the gate slowly and yells, "All right now, free commerce! Keep the goods flowing!" Don't talk to him any longer. Just leave, please. Okay, that's the same as before. Well, we asked him about the tattoos. So that's something that's done. We now know
A little bit more. We heard a horrible story. That was the most horrible story we've heard yet in this game. These guys were up to no good. Don't really feel bad for the dead man anymore. I guess I never really did, but now I extra don't.
Yes?
We need to talk to Manana about anything else?
Hola, Wandering Man. How can I help you?
That weasel I visited. Turns out he has one hell of a colonial mug collection.
Yeah?
He nods, rubbing his chin.
The janitor who gave me the key to his apartment said the guy is a bit of an asshole.
See how we're all busy concentrating on the racist mugs? That's what the ruling class wants.
Yeah, it would be really bad if we got into an argument about it. Waste of a good noon, or afternoon, or night.
He looks around, oblivious suddenly.
Anyway, thanks for helping out, friend.
Gotta run.
So I guess we're gonna come up here again, and I don't know if I can do anything else with Measurehead. Probably not.
Your race descent has temporarily halted, but you will fall again.
Let's go over here and talk to Everard again. Don't forget to click the orbs around your head. They have surprises. Nothing to do with the phone, apparently. Nobody has said a word about my sword. Don't you guys know that I have a sword? I have a sword and I shaved. But mostly I have a sword. That's the real important thing here. Well, I could try to open this. % chance. Rhetoric of 2. Rhetoric of 3. No more rhetoric? I don't have enough rhetoric closed, sadly. Now my rhetoric's only a 3. That's not gonna... It's still an 8% chance. Let's try it! Oh, I made it with an 8%! Yeah! Despite the dirt that surrounds and trails you, a beacon of light emerges from deep within you.
Hello? Is there anybody in there?
The door stands silent. Satisfied, detective? A wry smile crosses the lieutenant's face. Try again. If there's someone in there, I'd like to talk to you. Just like that, you hear a click, then a rattle. Some mechanism unlocks itself inside the door. Mega rich light bending guy. What is this shit? From deep within the container, a voice. Ahoy! Come on in! The smile disappears. You can't be serious. Oh, life just got real. I just talked the door into opening. Mega rich light bending guy. %. The fuck is this? Well, this is crazy. Was not expecting this nuttiness. The man stands at the far end of the shipping container. It's hard to say anything more about him. You cannot make out any of his details, but you do feel the overwhelming presence of capital. The feeling causes all the hairs on your body to stand at attention, like soldiers preparing for review. I'll squint. Something's amiss. The light beams bend around his face and scatter in 1,000 directions. It seems the laws of physics do not apply here. They are suspended, distorted, and echo. You still haven't opened it, Explode? Yeah. You needed a 20 on a passive visual calculus? Holy shit. When you do a passive, you automatically get 6 in the lieu of a die roll. So, in order to make this, you would need to have a plus 14 to visual calculus. Trying to visualize the physics at play is liable to give you an aneurysm. Don't think about it too hard. In the general stillness, only your tongue moves, flickering as you utter, "Hello! Welcome! Come in! Make yourself at home! Sorry I'm not better able to receive you. I wasn't expecting visitors today." You can't hear him exactly, yet you're able to understand every word he says. It is very strange. An overwhelming hum covers everything. Voice doesn't escape from him. Now! He claps his hands together. What can I do for you gentlemen? What you can see of his body appears composed, in a sharp summer suit and yacht shoes. Who are you? Who am I? Oh, I haven't been asked that question for such a long time. There's genuine surprise in his voice. I don't meet a lot of people outside my circle these days. Anyhow, my name is Rustam Diodor. Investor, license holder, and extremely high net worth individual. And you are? Mr. Diodor, I am Lieutenant Kim Kitsuragi of the RCM. And this is my partner. I have to say my real name? I can't say Tequila Sunset or any other bullshit name. Harrier Dubois. Pleasure to meet you, Harrier Dubois, he says warmly. I must admit, the name suits you very well. You're a rich investor, right? Can I have some money? Here we go. Could you please stop asking everyone? Nice! Kim's reacting to the fact that I ask everyone for money. Could you please stop asking everyone for money?
It does not reflect well on the RCM, and to be perfectly frank, we can't afford to look worse than we already do.
But Kim, I also can't afford to look any better than I do now. That's why I need the money.
It's perfectly alright. Based on your appearance, I can tell I'm dealing with a smart man. As you may know, us high net worth individuals do not have a lot of cash on hand. Investments and liquidity are enemies of one another. I think I only have coins for coffee machines. Here's 3 real. How much can you get for this?
Come on, man. Come on, man. He's gotta have more than that. See if you can score a little more of that lucre. It gets me almost nothing.
That's the idea, my friend. You've got to work for the rest. Maybe you can make that money grow. Come up with an investment plan. How's that sound? Investing $3. This is a proposal, not a question. Oh shit. If only I had some mad conceptualization. These ultra-liberal types love losing huge sums of money on ludicrous proposals. Ergo, you should come up with a plan that's totally dead in the water.
We should get back to our investigation. Thanks for your time.
Thanks for stopping by. If you ever have an idea you want to pitch me, I'm all ears. Alright, let's try this idea I want to pitch him thing. What I need is my conceptualization close. %. Let's see if I can raise the percent by getting us some other information from him.
How'd you become so rich?
Oh Lord, not this again.
What's the matter, Kim?
Oh, nothing. It's just that we've got this murder to solve, and yet you go around asking everyone about money. And every time I ask, are you sure this is related to the case? You say, sure, Kim, I think it is. And yet it never seems to get us any closer to solving the case.
The man chuckles. It's quite all right. I'm used to the question by now. To be blunt, I inherited my fortune from my grandmother, who herself was an extremely high net worth individual back in Grad. All I did was take her fortune and invest it prudently. Believe it or not, it takes more than a bit of skill not to blow a vast fortune on sailing boats, bad choices, and unsupervised state policy.
And blow! What's it like being an extremely high net worth individual?
The man exhales with a whistle. I gotta tell you, at first, being rich is a lot of work. You've got to work hard because everything's so darn expensive. You know, prices increase exponentially at this income level. But then, once you've reached my position, it's nearly impossible for me not to make money. My assets are so diversified that I'm bound to come out ahead no matter what. Some of my lower net worth friends say to me, but doesn't that take all the fun out of it? And I tell them, not really. I don't even have any interesting replies. The glory of your fatherland.
It's great that you've done so well for yourself, but don't you think you owe some of that wealth to the rest of society?
Sure, and they benefit when I buy things to stimulate the economy. Do you know how many jobs it takes to build and maintain a racing yacht?
$1 million?
Dozens, at least. Of course, in the future it'll all be automated, but my point is this, he says, jabbing his finger into the air a bit. Every man gets what he earns. It's the height of tyranny to take that from him.
Man, being a high net worth individual sounds great.
It is, truly. It's almost entirely carefree. He nods. It really leaves you time to better yourself spiritually. Hey, all this talk about money has made you lose the thread. What is going on with the light in this place? That's what you need to ask him about.
What are you doing in this container?
Traveling. This is a great way to get around. It's fun, it's safe, and it gives me lots of time to think. By the way, let me now ask you a question. Where are we exactly?
We're in Martinez. There's a creepy abandoned commercial area here.
Well, as we say in my circle, one person's crushing business failure is someone else's development opportunity. It's a shame I can't get out and explore myself. One of the downsides of being an extremely high net worth individual is that mobs of low net worth individuals are constantly banding together to ask for money.
Wait, why don't you help them? You got so much money it can't make a difference to you.
There simply aren't enough hours a day to hand out all the handouts. It's like feeding seagulls. There are always more, and they never seem to do anything interesting with it, except more seagulls. Spending money is a matter of desire, I'm sure you agree. I don't have the desire for spending it like that.
So you travel from place to place via shipping container?
Smart, no? It also provides a means to hide from all the targeting advertising we extremely high net worth individuals are constantly subjected to. Luxury yachts, high-fidelity portable radio systems, pale-proof outerwear, and so on. It just gets a bit middle class after a while. A bit bourgeois.
So you're saying being rich isn't worth the hassle?
What? No, I didn't say that at all. Being rich is great. Just don't tell anyone I told you that. The bending light appears to wink.
There's something strange about you.
What do you mean? His essence seems to signify actual surprise.
Well, I don't know how to put it. You look somehow a little different.
Are you talking about my chin?
No, I mean, I can't even see you. It's as if something is happening to the light.
Oh, that's what you mean. Yes, I've heard of this effect, though I've never witnessed it myself, of course. It has something to do with our Weiss-Wiseman coefficient.
Our what?
It's some statistical thing. In essence, it says that when an extremely low net worth individual meet an extremely high net worth individual, some of the laws of physics cease to apply.
Are you telling me that you're so rich that light literally bends around your face?
Among other things. But calm down, I'm but a lowly single-digit billionaire.
Really?
No, not really. There are actually quite many digits. A man this chill is at least a triple-digit billionaire.
Kim, are you seeing this weird stuff?
I see nothing of the sort. To be frank, all I see is a gentleman who's unusually well dressed for matinees, in a cargo container, which I admit is odd. Yes, I imagine that does look strange to you. My container. Alright, we're gonna try this with a 42% chance. I failed. Congratulations, you've somehow managed to fail at failing, which means in a strange way that you've succeeded.
You should make your money work for you.
Intriguing, go on.
Some people say money can't buy happiness, but those people just didn't have enough money.
I think I follow you. You're saying I should invest in exotic financial derivatives, or maybe some kind of real estate play.
I'm saying there's no sense throwing good money after bad.
But real estate is an illiquid asset. What happens if you need a short-term capital infusion and all your holdings are tied up?
You're in deep now, but don't lose your nerve. You can do this.
Money to make money.
A wise man once told me that money is all about trust.
The man pauses, considering your words. The light bends and swims around his face. You cannot tell what he's thinking. Trust, yes.
Who'd have thought you'd remember that nugget of wisdom after nearly frying your brain like you have?
Such a simple truth, yet so easily forgotten. What is money, anyway, but an idea in our heads we all trust one another to believe in? I'm very impressed. You have a deep understanding of the world that few men ever attain. Nice. This is so not true.
I know.
I don't normally do this without a formal pitch deck, but to hell with it. What's the point of being rich if you have to follow all the rules? He just gave me $100. Nice! Yes, I got $100 out of him by failing at the conceptualization check to fail. Here's a round of seed funding. This should be enough to prove out the concept and get things off the ground.
Cha-ching! What'll it be? Speed? Vodka? Cigarettes?
Rattan, now's your chance to take some time off. Spend it with your good buddy and get absolutely wrecked in the process.
Drugs do go well with money, I agree.
Nothing less than total annihilation will suffice.
Hello, darkness.
The lieutenant looks at you with horror. You've been mumbling to your necktie and daze for several minutes. Ah, yes, now you're displaying it. The eccentricity that becomes a wealthy individual. If the money saint's visage weren't wrapped in physics-defying light, you would see his approval.
Thanks for the handout.
Remember, it's not a handout, it's an investment, and I expect to see returns. The lieutenant stands there dumbfounded. His mouth opens slightly, then closes again. Is he having a stroke?
Jim, are you having a stroke?
No, I am not having a stroke. You're just still full of surprises. Most of them bad, but some good.
Well, we should get back to our investigation. Thanks for your time.
Well, my money problems are gone. That's actually pretty hilarious. Although I wonder what happens if you succeed at the harder check. Maybe you can get significantly more money from him. If you're super smart. Kvalsund means whale fjord in Ardennes. Oh, that's what it says up on the... I think he was just impressed by my cool sword.
Chat with Leo real quick.
Oh, hey, mister. I need to be back to talk with old Leo here. Yes, I did. Yes, I did.
Okay. And we'll go in here and talk to the union boss.
Mr. Dubois, every worker. To hell with it. Every worker is white. Now, what can I do for you today?
He looks around, searching for something in his room.
Remember the container I asked you about? Turns out there's a mega rich light bending guy inside.
Mega rich light bending guy? Oh my god, how did that get in there?
He must have been in the container when someone accidentally closed the door.
Damn it to hell, Harry.
He slams his fist on the table.
I specifically told my guys to check all the containers for mega rich light bending guys.
I think he wants to take down the proletariat, Everett.
Honestly, Harry, we might be moving all kinds of suspicious things through this harbor, but I won't be caught transporting the light-bending mega-rich.
He shakes his head.
I have reputation to protect.
I fucking love this game so much. Transportation of the mega-rich should be more tightly regulated. Honored by the presence of this Magus.
Yeah, for God's sake, you're a socialist.
You're right, Harry. I am a socialist.
His face turns serious.
I'm going to catch the mega-rich guy inside the container and harvest his energy to power the harbor's fog lights.
He bursts out laughing.
I shudder to think what you're going to tell me next, Harry.
I just finished investigating the local drug trade.
Ah, yes, your side investigation. Thank you.
He adjusts his glasses.
You've got some spirit, clearing up phony drug accusations alongside this murder. I'll talk to the mayor and see if I can get you the key to the city, Harry. Now let's talk real business.
Not even a speck of anger in his voice. That's that, then. So maybe he wasn't involved in the drug trading thing?
Well, I opened the door, you asked me. Can we discuss the murder now?
Ooh, 70 XP, level up. New skill point. And another task crossed off. Guess it was just in your head? Kim said he didn't see the light bending, right? Yeah, he did say that. Could have been right. It could have just been in my head, yeah. Doesn't surprise me. I have 2 skill points, so I could spend one right now. When in doubt, get more electrochemistry. Alright, see you later, Splode. I won't be here in an hour probably, so have a good one, Splode. Thanks again. Really appreciate the bits and such. See you next time.
I'm very glad to hear that, Harry, he says with a smile. One question. You didn't actually happen to stumble in and see what's inside the apartment, did you?
There is no way to sway this man in any direction. He is unsuggestible and unswayable. Just tell the truth.
I may have gone inside and seen a collection of racist mugs. Just as I thought. Culturally antiquated mug collection. What a weasel. He shakes his head. Pissing on Everett's Rainbow Coalition. Now let's get down to brass tacks. It's time for men like me and you to figure out who's killed who and why. He pretends to roll up his sleeves. Real police work is going to start happening now. I promise you, Harry, this is going to be good. I heard about a connection between the lynching and the strike. I'd like to hear what you know about it. By now, I'm sure you figured out who the dead man was working for. The bad guys, Wild Pines, sent to scare us. Another violent measure of the top hats against us flat caps. I'm listening. Harry, this strike is the culmination of many, many mistakes made by the Wild Pines group. They tried to shut the strike down by sending in armed mercenaries. You mean our victim? He nods gravely. A security contractor. Can you imagine that? Workers standing in peaceful protest, united in the spirit of fellowship, and they sent hired killers to mow us down with machine gun fire. I'm talking beasts, hardened killers from proxy wars in Yisut, Semenine, Serra Marisa, you name it, they've done it. Raping, killing, burning villages, killing little children for the Senorita Pineapple Company, Harry. Wow.
Those Senorita Pineapple people are scary motherfuckers. Decimating your state if you don't give them your pineapples.
Wow, okay. This game is just continuously amazing. Everything they did there, they brought over here. They want to turn Revachol into a third world slum. Honestly, the only thing they didn't do is kill the village elephant.
Hold on, you have a village elephant?
No, Harry, the elephant is metaphorical, and so is the village. But the mercs and their brutality are very real.
Go on.
Now, I haven't personally witnessed the brutalities out there. I have the luxury of staying in my container, you see. If I need to go somewhere, they just move my container. He laughs.
Wait, they moved the container?
Yes, I'm an old man, Harry. My legs aren't what they used to be. They lift my office with that big crane. It's actually very fun. You should try it. Oh, that's why he has his office in a shipping container. That does make more sense now. But enough about me and my fun container. His face turns serious. The killers the company hired, I think there were 3 of them, all hardened commando types. One of them got downright suicidal, getting drunk, violent, a little rapey. He shakes his head. Even their own negotiator couldn't control him. That's your boy, the one who likes hanging out and trees. Very subtle. By negotiator, you mean Joyce? Harry, he says, ignoring the lieutenant. What you need to realize is we dock workers are not pushovers. We got grit, Harry. This whole neighborhood does. Push us hard enough and we push back. And when we do, he raises his finger, we push to kill.
An entire neighborhood of killers.
Wait, the whole neighborhood is in on it? Potentially, Harry, potentially. We got arm wrestling champions, rowing club people, ex-coal miners, tough guys all ready to spring into action for their home base.
Now, who exactly did the pushing?
There's a militant wing inside the Union, a group of people whose duties don't involve manual labor, but peacekeeping in the neighborhood, making sure everything runs smoothly. I mean, he's basically telling me a whole bunch of stuff I already knew. Now he's going to tell me about the Hardy Boys, probably, which I already obviously know about. They're like you guys. He nods to you and the lieutenant. Idealistic people who want to make sure bad things don't happen. And if they already have, well, punishment must follow. So these idealists killed our victim?
One day, Titus Hardy, leader of this peacekeeping faction, comes up to me and says, "Boss, socialist democratic fervor drove us to take it upon ourselves to kill this beast that was burdening the land." He probably worded it differently, but that was the idea. Sure sounded to me like they killed him. He chuckles. "I gave them 2 weeks paid leave and told them to lay low to avoid retaliation."
I mean, Titus literally already confessed to it, but I still think there's more to it than just the Hardy Boys doing it.
"Aren't you worried we might arrest them for this?" "Oh, I'm not at all worried about that. These are not the kind of men who get arrested. They're Martinez boys, tough and gritty. I'd like to see the man who takes them in."
He chuckles.
"Besides, I sent my lawyer girl to look after them."
If he's just boasting, then it sure doesn't feel like that to you. He's not worried.
You mentioned a lawyer girl? We already know who this is. It's Elizabeth, the gardener.
"Oh, Liz is a bright one."
He grins broadly.
"I paid for that law degree myself, thinking it'll probably turn her all fancy. But hell, Harry, she came back a firebrand socialist. Sometimes she scares me with her zeal."
Tell me about Titus Hardy and his crew.
"Oh, they are simply fine young men, all 7 of them. Exemplary union members, always looking to advance their position in the local socialist democratic movement. Core members. Old Theo used to run them, but things really kicked into gear when Titus took the reins and named the group after himself."
He starts laughing.
"Gotta love his initiative."
"Interesting. Who's second in command?"
"They're almost all of them great guys, born leaders. Whatever happened, I'm sure they had only the best interests of Martinez and Revachol in mind. Work with them, hell, interview them, but don't fight them. They really are just like you, men who like beer, women, and some order on the streets."
Separate one from the herd.
Let me ask you this. Which one of Hardy's boys is your least favorite?
"Oh, that would definitely be Fat Angus. His feet smell from a city block away, and he's always having noisy stomach troubles. Horrible, revolting guy."
So let's say something happens to Fat Angus. Let's say a citizen's arrest.
"You would die, Harry,"
he says, grinning.
"You would die, and in the process start a bloody and completely unnecessary war between the Debadors Union and the Citizens Militia. Angus, his other growling stomach, and his smelly feet are all part of the Union. You have as much right to arrest him as I have to arrest your partner here."
He points to the lieutenant.
"Actually, less, because this is my hometown, my territory, and my backyard. You're a guest here, Harry. Please remember that." "Oh, Harry," he starts laughing. "This is getting real grim, and there's no need for that. We are friends."
He sits back and looks you in the eye with a wide smile. "Everett, I met these Hardys. Can you ask them to cooperate with me?"
"But of course, it's the least I can do for my good friend Harry. I'll do it right after we've concluded this talk."
You can now go and tell Titus about this. See what he has to say.
"Also, Harry, here's 5 real.
He holds out a banknote. Wait, why are you giving it to me?
"I'm not giving you anything. I'm just holding out 5 real.
Needless to say, this is another move. Don't take it. I don't need it. I only wanted you to help me with the Hardy Boys. Brindle, thank you so much for the bits. Oh, I really appreciate it. Time for you to get some sleep. Thanks for the stream and the YouTube content. Hey, no problem. Thank you for coming by, hanging out, chatting. And thank you for the bits. Much appreciated again. Hope you have a great night. Sleep well. We'll see you again soon.
How do you know the mercenaries were hired by the shipping company?
How do I know? Let me tell you about these people. He slams his fist on the desk. That's their MO. It's what they do. Last winter, some poor workers in Terminal E went on a little strike. The company sent in Sediment, a security contractor. The strike was over the workers' right to wear protective footwear, Harry. These guys turn up and start beating people. Tell you what, Harry, I wouldn't be surprised if we got the same mercenary company after a little rebranding. And I'm sure as hell not surprised to see an army of scabs under my gates. So you believe the scabs were organized by the security contractor? You said it! Hell! The fist slams on the desk again. One of those guys looks big enough to take down that proverbial elephant. Boys like that don't just happen to show up during strikes.
The name of the company is Krenel this time. Might have been Sediment before.
Of course, you're always one step ahead of me, Harry. I'm no genius. I'm in this position because people like me.
The remaining mercenaries are organizing a tribunal to take on the Hardys.
Tribunal? He appears aghast. That sounds serious, Harry. We Union men should be shitting ourselves. He rubs his chin and smiles suddenly. I wish you hadn't told me that. I'm gonna lose sleep over this. Let's change the subject. He seems pretty competent. He's clearly happy about the tribunal.
You don't seem too worried about it.
Oh, Harry, what do I really think about the tribunal? You're trying to climb to second base with old Everett before you've even courted him properly.
Good talk. Let's conclude for now.
Was it a good talk? He leans back, suddenly worried. I'm not sure we made much headway here. I was hoping we'd bust the case wide open. Heck, I even wanted to tell you what I really want to achieve with the strike. I don't know what happened, Harry. I wanted you to feel like Mr. Martinez. And, of course, I also wanted you to find your gun. Great sadness comes over him. But it's like I can't completely trust you. Yet. This guy is so playing me. Yet? Yes, Harry, it's like I can't fully trust you if you're not a man of the left, he says, slowly shaking his head. I want to, but I just can't. He's been hurt too much in the past by men who aren't social democrats. I'm a money engineer.
What's that supposed to mean? I'm more left than you are.
You're saying it, but I don't believe you. You know how it is. Company snitches, agent provocateurs everywhere. I'm barricaded in this fortress of mine, and I need to get a message out. Will you help me? And what would this entail? Once again, I require nothing unethical or illegal of you. You just need to get 2 little signatures on this piece of paper. He pulls out an envelope. And then mail it to my accountant in La Delta.
What are the signatures for?
I'm glad you asked, Harry. The Union is going to build a modern youth center in Martinez. He grins broadly. It will be righteous. We're going to get those teenagers off drugs and on roller skates. This sounds like such a scam.
Roller skating. Not drugs, Harry. You like this.
There's a nameless little street on the coast with some old houses around it. Most people have already signed. I just need 2 more signatures to get this mission off the ground, Harry.
You mean the fishing village?
Yes, the little cul-de-sac on the coast where all the men have drowned in either the sea or the bottle. A gloomy place, doesn't have that Union attitude.
Well, what'll happen to the current occupants?
They're just gonna have to deal with the construction noise for 6 months, and then they'll be living like kings, right next to a fancy new youth center, designed by the best architects from Stella Marie.
Kim, what do you think of this?
It depends. I don't think what we just got from Claire was very useful.
He studies Everett. But he thinks it's your call.
As I said, it weighs on me heavily.
He bows his head in shame, then looks up and smiles.
But once we get really talking, well, I'm gonna hand you the keys to Martinez, and maybe even help you figure out who's behind this killing.
Fine. If I happen to be there, I can ask him.
You bring joy to my heart, Harry. Such a pleasure to be working with you. Here.
He hands you an open white envelope.
You need to get signatures from Isabel Sadie and Lillian Carter. The cul-de-sac is right past the pawn shop and across the canal. I heard there was some trouble with the water lock, but it should be fixed now.
Alright, Lillian, of course, we know. Didn't we meet somebody named Isabel? Oh, Isabel Sadie's the old lady. The washerwoman that cleaned the jacket for us. So these are the two women that are right there that we've already met.
Once you have the signatures, mail this to 13022 La Roca in La Delta. Then I'll know you're a solid socialist.
He runs his fingers through his thin hair. I could try to lie. Should we go over a few details concerning the murder again?
Most certainly, Harry. The big man nods merrily. Nothing brightens my day like brainstorming these things with you.
Hold on. What about Joyce? Hold on. A lost gun? Alright. Now we've got the white envelope. A white envelope with a stamp attached to the upper right corner, handed to you by Everett Clare. Inside are some legal documents with two names printed on them. Isabel Sadie and Lillian Carter. Both signatures are required. You take the legal documents out of the envelope. A 12-40-month construction period and the zoning plan in the addendum. Look at the zoning plan. The youth center cuts into the ocean like the bow of some great modern ship. Apparently it's going to cover most, if not all, of the street and the square between the existing houses. It's 3 stories tall. Kim, what do you think of this?
I'm no property lawyer, but it looks fine.
The lieutenant replies, flipping through the documents.
I like the print size. They're not selling or leasing anything. It's not a perfect solution, but...
He shrugs. Try to find a loophole. Well, my logic is no good. Documents back in the envelope. Get 2 signatures for Everett. Get Isabel and Lillian in the nameless fishing village down the coast to sign Everett's document. Once the signatures are secured, mail the document to Everett's accountant using the mailbox on the plaza in front of the Whirling.
Yes?
So that's one thing we could consider doing, but which we're not necessarily going to do.
So we still have a tremendous number of things to do. Tremendous number of things to do. See what's next here. Okay. Measurehead crushes all.
Hola, Wandering Man.
Right to work!
Let's get some more medicine real quick, since now I've got money.
It's
No, I've got booze and cigarettes. Alright, let me get some Dramamine, Nosafed, Hypnogamma. Okay, we're good. Wait. Ah, fuck. I want to sell some bottles, too. Just want to sell some bottles. I don't know how much I even have. $2.40. Oh yeah. We can buy everything else that's in the bookstore that might be for sale. So I want to do some... I want to make some calls on the radio, do some whirling and rag stuff, going back into the Doom commercial area, finish all that off, talk to Joyce again, talk to Cindy the Skull again. A lot of stuff we can try to fit in to the rest of day 4. Oh yeah, talk to Morel and Lena. Call the library. Call the station. I don't know where this little girl in the fishing village is. I went to the fishing village. I didn't see no little girl. Oh yeah, we need to go back in and do the perception check on the body to find the bullet. Because remember, we did that. Oh look, it actually says Harrier Dubois and has the Lieutenant 2 times Ifrater thing now. That's interesting.
We didn't actually do that. Remember, we did it, and then we reloaded the save and didn't read. So I still need to do the thing to find the bullet in the body. Oh, and I can go talk to Renee and his friend and give him the boule. And then tonight, I can sing karaoke in the evening. See, this is another one that I've already done, and it's lit up as if... See, the butter thing is still on the list, and clearly the butter thing is gone, so... The abandoned lorry is on the list, and I've already done it. Well, we're doing all right. We're in a good way here. But I've been going for 8 hours, and that means it's probably a good time to call it quits for the night. That's going to do it for this episode. Thank you for watching. This has been Josiah Plays Disco Elysium. Or, if you prefer, Disco Elysium.